But that don't mean anything. That's some stuff that is, first of all, but that don't mean anything. That's some stuff that is, first of all, that's just some stuff that we came up with the last 100 years or whatever. We just say certain things. You know, you woke me up this morning because some old black ass slept up this morning because some old black ass but that don't mean anything. That's some stuff that is, first of all, that's just some stuff that we came up with the last 100 years or whatever. We just say certain things. You know, you woke me up this morning because some old black ass slave from Alabama said that shit don't make it law. That's the result of what you've been reduced down to.
So what about the scriptures that says thou shalt not take anything from the scriptures or add anything to it? What do you feel about it?
Well, first of all, in that case, I might as well throw the damn scriptures out because they've been taken away from and added to the whole shit until the whole thing is all scrambled up. And even when you say scriptures, what scriptures are you talking about? Are you talking about the Bible?
The Bible.
Well, which one? Well, what makes it valid? We got the Zopeh Bible, we got the Septuagint Bible, we got the Latin Vulgate Bible, we got the Greek Bible. You understand what I'm saying? What Bible? Then we talking about what holy book? We got the Book of the Dead, we got the Egyptian Book of the Dead, we got the Tibetan Book of the Dead, we got the Upanishads, we got the Mahabharata, we got the Rig Veda. You see what I'm saying? We got the Ramayana. You see what I'm saying? We got the Gnostic text, we got the Kabbalistic text, we got the Torah. So there's several holy books. Just depends on what concept are you coming from. Well, does that make that right? Because it's one. He who knows one book knows none. First of all, it's the King James Version. So that means obviously he was writing that shit for his people. You see? But then again, if you want to say the version, that version is coming with 19 books taken from it. If I got a Bible and I take 19 books from it, that ain't no goddamn Bible. That's a maze of confusion. And the only thing you will ever get from that shit is confusion. See, I tell the Christian, well, you know, the ship ain't really came in when you talk about your religion. The verdict ain't came in because you got 19 books gone. You see what I'm saying? You got 19 books gone. Does that make that gospel? We got Yoruba, we got Odun, we got Igbo, we got Hausa. You see what I'm saying? We got the Kebanagas out of Ethiopia. We got the Ethiopian Book of Enoch. We got tons of ancient texts. We got the Greek text. We got the Sumerian text. We got the Babylonian text. So one book does not constitute who we are and basically what we should go by. And as a matter of fact, when you really think about it at all, other than waking up, even this word blessed. Now I'm not being no more spiritual by saying these things, by challenging these things, and whatever. When we say blessed, most people say, oh, I'm blessed. What constitutes your blessing? 98% of the people say they're blessed based on material things. Somebody might say, I'm blessed, I got a cell phone. Whereas 10 years ago, a cell phone didn't even exist. You see what I'm saying? But yet you see people walking around like they can't even do without it. So what you would call a blessing 1,000 years ago wouldn't even be in existence. What we would call a blessing in this society wouldn't even be in existence in an African society 10,000 years ago. The concepts wouldn't even come up. You see what I'm saying? The real concept is based on one thing down here: becoming gods. That's it. Man, know thyself. Is it not written in your law that ye are gods? And how you act and who you screwed last night does not constitute whether you are God or not. So it just depends on what we've been programmed into believe. That's a form of slavery. We gotta break that. You see what I'm saying? We gotta break that. You see? Let me give an example. Asa Heaton posed this question before. If nobody ever told you that multiple gods was wrong, would it be wrong? If you never heard that I worship one God and polytheism is wrong, would that actually be wrong? No, it wouldn't. You see what I'm saying? The only thing that gives you the thing to say, only thing that you got between you to saying is that gives you this notion that it's wrong is because you was told that.
Yeah, okay, now let me ask you, what do you call yourself? As a Christian or atheist or what?
No, I'm not an atheist. I'm not an atheist. I'm not a Christian either. Because that's a terminology that only exists 2,000 years ago. That which only existed 2,000 years ago cannot be the end-all and be-all when half of human history was over 2,000 years ago. No, the majority of human history was over before we even knew anything about Christianity. So how the hell are you going to be something valid in a world that lasted for millions of years and the world existed literally has come and gone and then Christianity pops up? I am an African ancient spiritualist, which religion before it became religion was an ancient educational system where you learn your relationship to the universe, the omniverse, nature, and yourself. And everything outside of that was a watered down version. So basically, I am the combination of all of that, which is beyond religion. So I don't call myself no religion. The word religios means to bind. You see what I'm saying? We should become beyond religion now. Religion carried us to a certain point when we didn't know any better.
It's male on one side and female on the other side, and that's what they're really talking about. The Bible invokes what is called the androgynous figure, and the androgynous figure becomes the devil.
Nope. So you got all these so-called people out here claiming to be the Christ, claiming to be this, got all these followers, all these disciplines supposed to be the right ones. But there's one thing that nobody deals with, and that's the powers of evil and the powers of darkness. And that's and I'm proud to say that I'm one of the few people that's black people that's an expert on this thing.
They call it chaos magic, which Richard Kane tells you that melanin is chaos. But is it that hot or something? What is? I'm just trying to see. Is it hot? What's hot in here? It's hot. Oh, it's gonna get there. Okay, that's cool then. All right, that's cool. So, it's chaos. It never stops never stops moving. Now, which means is the flow of energy and the flow of anything of creativity is based on chaos. So they have chaos mathematics, chaos science, chaos magic, and basically in so many words, when we're dealing with these particular elements, you're supposed to use all of it. You find something in Hebrew, which is a missing fragment that used to exist in Hemmitt, you use it. You find some in the existing fragments of Christianity. But remember out of Christianity, the Christian motifs came straight out of Africa before they was usurped into by the Roman government to make it some exclusive religion that was never taught before on the planet. You know what I'm saying? That whole greatest story, greatest story ever sold. So the key here is we got to get out of this sectarianism. Any particular aspect is we are all trained in a certain branch of the mysteries, whether it be the Christian aspect, which is something that is not. So what I'm saying here is we don't want to abandon the baby with the, throw the baby out with the bathwater. Everything is a composite. Greek. Why we say that? Because we now talk about the Minoans, the Etruscans, which was all black civilizations. You see what I'm saying? All this comes out of pre-dynastic Egypt. Pre-dynastic Egypt travels out of Hemmitt, sets up Tyrania, Etruria, Etruscan, Minoan, Sumerian, Babylonian, Chaldean, all of that type of stuff. At this particular time, we shouldn't be looking for an identity. That was the first part of the Afrocentric movement, is we had to identify as a people of an ancient people, and we had to identify. We understand the particular aspect of the political level of getting the people out of the dumps and realizing that we were just Negroes born in America, in cabbage patch. But at this particular time here, to go further, you must access all of it. Like Honorable Elijah Muhammad used to say, this whole planet is ours. Here it is. I'm going to show you something here. This is y'all all right? Yeah. We're going to go into a question and answer. This whole planet is ours. Let me show you something here. Here's some pictures. There's a sister, Sharon Lewis, I guess she'll come, or whatever the deal is. She sent me a video by a brother by the name of Eugene Adams. We didn't know the guy's name. But it was history on the temple walls where they had us going into slavery, on the temple walls of China. Later on, we found out, in the tape I got in the summer of 2003 was almost like Morse code. You could barely look at it. So I took it up to a brother named Shabazz up in New York. He said, I'll find this brother. The brother, because I found out when I went to Connecticut, one of the sisters said, well, we know that the brother lives in the Bronx. His name is Eugene Adams. So this was enough for the brother Shabazz, who sells tapes on the streets down in, right across the street from Long Island University, downtown Brooklyn. He found the brother, and we got a clear tape of this particular thing, and it shows Asia when it was black. Later on, and it breaks this whole thing down. It's called Africans in Asia. You can get it several ways. You can also get it from Serious Times, several ways you can get these tapes. But here's some pictures that came off the temple walls of Africa, of Asia. And it's plenty of black people. And these are coming from Vietnam. So it's interesting here because we had found out, yeah, here's two of them. You can pass these around. I wish I should have put them on acetate, and I could have put them here. We might go tomorrow and put them on the acetate so that we can show this, to the viewing audience. But you can pass them around. You can clearly see, well, that's a bad one. You get the biggest one. Let me see, get the biggest one. Just take one. One of them is bigger than the other, so make sure you see both. But anyway, this is coming from Vietnam. We come to find out that part of the Vietnam War, and you're going to find out with most of these wars on the planet have nothing to do with what we think they are. Let's give you an example.
British guy named Basil Davison. You heard he wrote a lot of books on Africa. There was 2 documentaries came out in the late 80s, early 90s on the history of Africa. One by a black guy by the name of Ali Maserati, which was a Muslim, which mostly had a Muslim slant to it. And the guy Basil Davison, which had one of the better ones, the Basil Davison, but a lot of black people didn't get the one from Basil Davison when they ordered a lot of these from schools, because Basil Davison was white. But Basil Davison was one of the better documentaries, as Professor John Henry Clark used to say. Now there was the interesting part, because in that documentary they go down to find the original pyramid builders in the original pyramid builder. I'm going to throw libations and all that in a few minutes. But they said, we're going to go beyond Kemet and go to the original pyramid builder. So they went on down into basically Nubia, Point, Somali, which is say Kush or whatever, Ethiopia. And they went down to this particular part and they asked, who would these people be? And on the tape they show these actual Africans building pyramids in the late 1980s. Small pyramids down in Nubia, Kush or whatever, in the Horn of Africa. The guy said, so Basil Davison asked the question, well, who would these people look like? And there's a guy that's at the university says they look like me. And this brother was about your color. He said they look like me. And so this brother was at the university there in Khartoum. Khartoum is where? That is, what is the place where they have all the Sudan. So here it is, the Basil Davison traced some of the original pyramid builders to Sudan at Khartoum, and then all of a sudden you see this whole thing going on with the slavery and the genocide in Sudan. See what I'm saying? Well, this whole Vietnam thing has a whole mystical side to it. So going back, and I'm do this to illustrate a point, that we need to usurp the entire planet. Because we got people that's stuck in Egypt. You know what I'm saying? Stuck in Kemet. We got people that's stuck in West Africa. We got people that's romanticizing the continent of Africa, and the continent of Africa, you see what I'm saying, is damn near a brief period of where we were if it was all one landmass. And all the scholars agree that one landmass has also been proven scientifically that it was one landmass. So therefore, at this particular time, in order to get the fragments, you got to usurp all of them. Native American, real big. A lot of Native American energies, I'm going to get into in a few minutes, is rising. We talk about it in the spirit world. So therefore, you're going to have to usurp the Native American aspect. You're going to have to usurp the Mesoamerican, which is the whole Hispanic thing. In particular, there's a whole book called Mexican Magic. Very key book, came out around 2000. The reason why we're saying you have to usurp that, because when we're dealing with the Palomanome and the Santeria, we see these particular Mexican deities, Santísima Muerte, El Cristo Negro, El Cristo Rey, or Santísima Peter, even fused in with the Congo African rites. So we're saying at this particular time, there's fragments in the view. If you, there's fragments, and if you just are looking at one portion of the earth and still thinking you're going to get what you're looking for just on the continent of Africa, you're wrong, because the continent of Africa is dead. You see what I'm saying? But the point about it here is based on history. The mystery would be in the West. That's the key.
the Western Hemisphere. That's what the Egyptians prophesied. There will be a group of Egyptians in the last days. You understand what I'm saying? So, a whole lot of Native Americans, and I'm going to get into this because I'm going to explain to them what we're dealing with at this particular time. We're dealing with solutions. And we're dealing with what is the type of energy or something that we need to tap into, and what are the breakthroughs. So, my role as a speaker or as a lecturer never was to get up before the crowd to lecture. The people did that. My role was mainly research. It was mainly research. And as a result, the research, I was able to parlay 13 years on the lecture circuit. You see what I'm saying? Through poverty and all of that, but still yet I'm still here. The mystery here is, it is the research and to find out to never be happy with the information that we find. Which means we have to, if you wake up in the morning and it's just like Pops used to say, which is Louis Armstrong, believe it or not. They say, what's up, Pops? Louis Armstrong, he said, white man still in charge. You wake up and your situation ain't changed a bit. It means that you still have work to do. So now, in dealing with this, dealing with this particular mysteries, there's a mystery which brought up by the Moors that is later on turned into the Grail mythology, which you don't study. You know, the Grail mythology with Lancelot and Guinevere, King Arthur, all that is nothing. Arthur is Otha coming out of Hemmitt, which means the dog star, which is Osiris. King Arthur and Guinevere is Isis and Osiris, same mythology. You see what I'm saying? Changed into mythology for the Europeans by the Moors. Because the Moors knew that we were going into slavery, just as the Egyptians, and if the Europeans did not preserve this, we wouldn't have it now. We get emotional about things, but we just don't look at the concept of history. You see what I'm saying? The concept of history. These things had to come to the West. That's why the Moors was in Spain for 700 years. Because they understood that historically, that the Camite language, the African motifs, all that would die. And so they had to bring it up into Europe to preserve it. So so some of the same Osirian myths survive in the Arthurian mythology. The Arthurian mythology. I got off where I was going with this, but I'm going to get back to it. But anyway, in these particular Arthurian mythology, they talk about the great gathering that will be in a land that have been established yet. They also talk about it in the movie Highlander 1. They said we're going to go to the great gathering, will be on a land that's not established yet. You see, they talk about, they talk about that, they talk, like I said before, they talk about in the Hermetic material 5,000 years that it will be a group of people in America that will reestablish Mayat. In the Arthurian mythology, they talk about something called Mabinogion. It's called Mabinogion in Arthurian mythology. In Egypt, it's called Sekhet Aru. In India, it's called the Shakti realm. In Hebrew, it's called the realm of the Shekinah. In so many words, in the last days, the ultimate mystery is to be let into the realm of the goddess. And that's the great mystery. Because this is the great mystery of all the great heroes, whether they lose or fail. In the mythology is, you have the hero warrior, and he fights and he fights and he does what he has to do on the whole patriarchal masculine aspect. But when he gets to the doorway, he's not able to go through the doorway because he's still thinking on a patriarchal mentality, and the doorway to the divine realm can't open until he becomes woman, or one with woman. You see what I'm saying? We're talking about accessing his feminine aspect. So there's a realm of the godless, the secular root, that no person can be led into until they understand the divine mysteries of God. That includes sisters, because it's known that women hate other women. Now, so dealing with this particular information, at this particular time, we're not talking to the layman. We're talking to people who've been into this thing for years. And if you've grown, and some of us have grown comfortable in our section of knowledge of what we know, and we know that one of the greatest places of the certain sectarian world as far as different groups that's separated and segregated from each other is Chicago. 4,000 groups competing, you see, to somehow prove to themselves the lie that they have the ultimate mysteries and nobody's going nowhere. And that's one of the reasons why, probably why I haven't been able to get back here the last 4 years. You see what I'm saying? So, pretty much at this particular time, after you are the adept, we're not talking to the layman. Now, some of the people that's coming to conscious meeting for the first time, I just have to apologize. You just got to get in where you fit in. Because we are way into the millennium. You see what I'm saying? We're going into 2005. 2005, from 2001 up until now, it's been fighting against so-called foreign terrorism, which was fake. And that was the orientation to learn how to mobilize and neutralize what they call domestic terrorism. And who are the domestic terrorists? The black conscious, us. Us. The black conscious and group of white folks that brought out all the Illuminati and stuff like that. There was two. If you study history, there was two resurgences of knowledge going on starting in the early 90s. We started getting into our classical civilization. The white folks started getting into conspiracy and more into the occult. Then we entered into the occult also, which is all our science. So there was a white intelligentsia that the government also decided that they were going to destroy too. They used to call themselves militia groups and all that. But they knocked out a bunch of them just with Timothy McVeigh. And that whole thing that went down in Oklahoma. You see what I'm saying? It went down in Oklahoma. They knocked out a whole bunch of them then. So in so many words, they have a certain group of them that's under attack. You see what I'm saying? For the simple fact is, they have to show this so-called mainstream terrorism in the name of legitimate and all these white folks is in it. So they got a group of those particular ones that they had a militia group with the Michigan militia, which was what, a couple of 100,000, and after Timothy McVeigh was down to like 1,300 or less. People not want to claim to be the militia or whatever the deal is. Well, that's their particular fight in which they're going with what I'm trying to say here. At this particular time, the domestic terrorism now is the black conscious. You see what I'm saying? But we're divided through ideology and it ain't going no damn well. And at this particular time, you're supposed to be picking up the fragments and finding out what works. We're going to get into some of this particular science. Y'all all right? Yeah. We're going to get into some of this science today. We're going to pour libations. At this particular time, I'm proud to announce that what has happened is we've made contact with a certain amount of energies. One of the energies now that was prophesied in East India was their form of Maya. And although their form of Maya, which the energy continues because they never stopped worshiping it. But remember now, Hemmitt, after the invasion of the Moors in the 6th century AD, it was almost damn near 1,000 years. From the 6th century AD up until 1835 when they so-called translated hieroglyphics. You know, I think I mentioned this the last time, it was actually a black man that they got from Chicago to translate the hieroglyphics because Napoleon and them, although they was working with it, it took them 15 years to try to translate it, they really just couldn't get it. And so they got a brother off the street. He came in there and he just knew it. And they tell the story at the University of Chicago. The sister Rickety Wimby, who went through the University of Chicago, you see her that was being presented in Ivan Van Sertima books and different ones. She tells the story because she was a part of the program. That it was a black guy that they got to actually translate half of it. But as a result, you see what I'm saying, that goes unheard of. You see. Now I know this happened to be true because there was a guy named Yehoshua. He was at the Hemmitt Summit, the conference I did back in 2001. Brother named Yehoshua. He goes back and forth from New York and California and Atlanta. This brother learned Hebrew in a damn week. And was so good until the rabbis at Boston University had him up in there teaching them because they couldn't see the clips. There's certain curves and certain things that they couldn't see. You understand what I'm saying? Number one, he was getting this particular stuff from genetic memory banks.
You got it. There you go. There you go.
You see, he just came back to it.
There you go.
Now I know this was a guy, a crackhead guy down in Atlanta. He came by the ex-girlfriend Ginger's car. And I asked my brother, where the hell you get this Negro from? He said, man, I see this guy fixing. Every time I drive by someplace, I see this guy here. He fixes all the Mercedes and all the BMWs and all of that. So I know him working like that, obviously this guy here got something going on. I started talking to this guy, and I said, well, how do you know this stuff, man? He said, he wasn't conscious, but he was spiritual. He said, I pray at night, then I go to bed, and when I wake up in the morning, I see everything I need. The German car's blueprint in his head. He said, I got so good till one day I touched a woman's car, and it started right Now, so I know when I was telling about genetic memory bank about how this guy can learn Hebrew in a week, I knew this could happen because when I was in Philadelphia doing a lecture, this woman told me about a guy that they got off the stage. Anytime these machines break down, they say, oh shit, the machine broke down. So where's the people who, the person who puts it together? Where's the technician? Well, he's in France, he's in Germany. They said, well, you need to go out to the damn ghetto and get one of them niggas off the corner. Them drunks. And so there was a guy, and he said, this coming, they would get me, and I'd go to this strange building, be some space age looking shit. He said, I didn't know what it was, but I could fix it. So I didn't know what it was and what it did. He said, all I knew was I could fix it. Now we know that because I know Negroes, all your life is just to fix a car, and ain't nobody taught them shit. They just to fix a car. See what I'm saying? They just to fix a car. Now I know for a fact because since 2000 or 1999, I've become this chef and I'm cooking East Indian cuisine, Asian cuisine around the world. And people said, how the hell you learn how to cook East Indian food? I said, I just tasted it once. And when I tasted it, I said, I just don't taste it. I said, I can make it. And I go and I make it. I don't know how the fuck I do it. I'm like, yo, I'm a chef. They be like, well, how you do it? I said, if I told you, you said it'll be a disaster. But I know how to do it just based on spirit. No different than people can play music. So we're talking about a spiritual realm. And that's what we got to access. You see, where you just know certain things. You see what I'm saying? You just know certain things. And there's a brother named Atiba King, played jazz all the 60s. in the late 60s, all the 70s, and he decided he's going to go to college in the 80s. Master jazz player. He and his brothers played, they were actually jazz musicians. And I said, why are you playing jazz now? He said, because I hate jazz now. I hate the music now. I said, why? He said, because when I got there, they got you writing down all this stuff. Although you can read music, they got to write it all down. He said, when I started writing it all down, I started hating. I said, I know what you're talking about because I majored in art. And I said, I majored in art and I loved art, but when I went to college, after I got through, I didn't want nothing to do with art. Because they train you on that left brain capacity and it ain't spiritual. Yeah. You understand what I'm saying? It's just like them dance steps. You can do all that dance stuff to go to Soul Train line. You see niggas putting 4, 5 steps in between the beats. But then it becomes a popular dance. You see what I'm saying? Other groups learn it and they on choreography and something ain't right. But you can look at the originators of it and you can see certain things going on the inside. That is the chaos that we're talking about. Now they got a whole movie called What the Bleep Do You Know? For the last 3 months, 3, 4 months. And it's about quantum physics. And talking about your existence might be two or three different. There might be a you over here in the doorway, or you are here in the doorway, and you are here in the doorway, and you here in the doorway. You got to, based on what doorway you pick, your circumstance to be fucked up or it can be great. And so they were saying in the quantum physics, we got to figure out mathematically how to choose the right doorway to get another reality. You see what I'm saying? But they left out a lot of the spiritual aspects. Because the spiritual aspect was this. To choose the right doorway, mathematics is the low level. We used to do it spiritually. It's called getting into the zone. Anybody ever played sports? They say these people can, you got a whole auditorium looking at the ball. They grab the ball, or they grab a football, basketball, and they got to make a play that's perfect with insurmountable amount of pressure. And how can they make that shot and they hit nothing but net? Why? They say because they're in the zone. So they're in a dimension outside of the dimension where everybody's going, oh shit, I hope they make it. I'm frustrated and stuff. I stopped watching these sports because it just frustrated the hell out of me. You know what I'm saying? It's, but the point I'm trying to make here is they get into the zone. Get where I'm coming from here? Yeah. They got this white guy, he's trying to teach these white folks on what they need to do. He said, look, he says, time is speeding up, and it's going to get real ugly. He said, and if you don't get with it, he said, what will happen? He said, you're going to start going crazy. If you don't get with the time is speeding up. It's speeding up, and you were on a time zone that was the 1970s, the 1960s, the 1980s, and there's a time frequency that's speeding up. They said, well, what we gonna do? He said, you're gonna have to do like the sports figures. You're gonna have to get into the zone. You see what I'm saying? So what do we mean by that? It's the same thing I was talking about with cooking. I said, no, I went to the East Indian restaurant on my birthday. Me and my new goddess, her birthday was on November the 20th, and mine was on November 28th. So, other sister came through, Sister Kimberly, one of my psychics friends, came through and take us out to lunch, to dinner. So I take both of you out, celebrate your birthday. So went to the East Indian restaurant, and they brought out a masala that was unbelievable. I'm like, man. And I tasted, she said, man, this thing here is something else. Although they fed us some old meat. You see what I'm saying? That's what Farrakhan's saying. The reason why you fucked up now because you eating out all the damn time. You see what I'm saying? You eating out, and that's why you ain't in the zone. You eating other people's energy in the food. So we went out and I said, no, she said, this shit ain't right. But the masala, the sauce, was unbelievable. And I tasted it, I said, I can get this. And I've been making it ever since. You see what I'm saying? I've been making it ever since. And my stuff at home is better And the rest of them, they were saying that, so he was right when he was saying, Farrakhan was right when he saying, you know, we eat out a lot now, so therefore we're not in the zone because all of our cooking is coming from other people. You see what I'm saying? And you heard the whole concept on how we eat all that pig and all that hog and all that stuff in the South. And you know, hell, they used to, they still do. But my point here is, why those people live long lives? They said because they were in the zone. It was love going into the pot, so they were even transforming some of the lowest kind of food. You see what I'm saying? And everybody to this day swear out that nobody can cook better than their mama. Except you got some mamas that can't cook. But I'm talking about the ones who could cook. They said, I lived all my life and nobody can make it better than my mama. That's actually ludicrous. But it's not if you understand the concept of what they mean. She was tailored into your taste buds based on you have chemistry, a symbiotic chemistry. And that was the love going, and you ain't gonna never get that again in your life. Except you transfer it to your children. You understand the concept where we're coming from here? So we talk about getting into the zone, but we talk about a whole lot of stuff that's actually working now. So what has happened here is over the course of the last 13 years of me doing this, we got a lot of breakthroughs. So it's to the point right now that we pretty much got answers for everything, and we got breakthrough and solutions for most things. And some of the things that don't work for you is because of the simple fact that you're hard-headed to understand that those things that you will want in your life sometime is not necessarily relevant to where your body is at this particular time zone. And that's some ego thing that you're trying to prove a point. And we need to go into what is called no self. And I'll tell you what no self is. To get complete freedom is basically you completely take yourself and yourself, me as Bobby Hemmitt, and you completely demolish yourself and get rid of yourself. You completely neutralize yourself as an individual, as a being, as a person. You destroy that person. That person becomes your enemy in a particular way. Now, what it means is not really necessarily the enemy. I don't want to be extreme about this. But what it means is going to no self. On October the 16th of 2002, I was sitting in a chair and I went to no self. It was kind of lonely because I was actually in a zone where Bobby Hemmitt was not irrelevant. My little pathetic life and where I live in Atlanta, Georgia, was only an illusion. The only real thing was my real self, which is my soul and my spirit and my being. And this particular thing was only a role that I was playing in, so I went to no self, and when I neutralized that, it doesn't make any difference now. That means once you neutralize that particular part of yourself, you don't even take credit for it. Like there's a brother back in the community that don't even want to take credit for bringing me up here. You see what I'm saying? So we talk about getting to that particular level whereas you going beyond this, and what it really means is once you neutralize self and go beyond self, because you think that your body is yourself. That's the problem. You see what I'm saying? You think that your body is yourself. Once you neutralize self, you understand what I'm saying? Then it pretty much gets easy for you. It pretty much gets easy for you and stuff. But you have to get out of, oh, I'm this particular person that is supposed to be respected and admired and all this type of stuff. And that's the zone that you don't want to be in. You see what I'm saying? Because we're talking about something greater than that. So if you're talking about something greater than my little personal, oh, I've learned how to do this. I'm a great Hebrew person. I'm a great Islamic teacher. I learned all that shit. Which is only a fragment of still searching to go to the greater level. Once you realize that these are only avenues and you are greater than that, theology or practitioning that you think you into to making you great, and you going beyond that, then in actuality you will still search for greater solutions. And when we sticking around in these groups for that home. Y'all all right? Yeah. Now I don't want to get philosophical, but I do want to get philosophical in a way, but I want to, because at this particular time we're dealing with breakthroughs. That means that in actuality, one of the sisters said, well, damn,
See, you ain't saying what you were saying in 99. Well, goddamn, I'm supposed to be saying what I was saying in 99. Like Tony Brown had a damn lecture he did for 10 years. Almost you could set your watch to it. That is not knowledge. That's masturbation. That's regurgitation. That's entertainment. We're not talking about entertainment. It's supposed to be bizarre and strange. You see what I'm saying? Bizarre and strange. You know what I'm saying? And in that particular thing, so, you know, Chicago, you know, they couldn't take the whole sexual thing. Everybody is here for somebody fucking. But when we start going into the missions of sex, people lost their mind. You see what I'm saying? People lost their mind. We're going to get into some more of this today, too. We're going to get into some solutions. We're going to get into some solutions on particular aspects. But the point about here is, forget who you were the last 30, 40, 50 years, 60 years, or whatever. We're talking about something. You didn't have a choice. You just couldn't go and live in another affluent neighborhood. You had to live right there with everybody else. You understand what I'm saying? Which was good. That meant that all my friends was either well-to-do or poor as shit. And it was a consortium of people in the neighborhood, but there wasn't no upper mobile black community in Mullet, South Carolina in the 70s. You live here, my grandma was a school teacher, across the street with some people on welfare. You understand what I'm saying? So the point I'm trying to make here is it set up something that plagued me all my life, and it was this. I had friends that was poor that I played with in elementary school, junior high school, and high school. And after high school, I got friends that never went beyond a level of enjoyment of life beyond high school because of their economic structure. Now this is interesting here because they said that's what used to happen to the slave children up to age 7. The greatest time in their lives was between the ages of, when they could remember, up to age 7, because after age 7 they would have to go to the fields. You see what I'm saying? Well, this went to a particular part whereas it was after high school, but I know brothers and sisters that never went beyond a level of innocent enjoyment where life was just beautiful, just being black or just being young, you see what I'm saying, carefree after high school. And that's plagued me because I know people like that. What's interesting is a movie you need to get called Shadrach. You ever saw that movie? It's called Shadrach. It came out in 1996. What's this guy named? Shadrach, big actor, white guy, played in Taxi Driver, not Robert De Niro, the other guy, the villain in the movie.
Harvey Keitel.
Harvey Keitel, and this other woman, she has Harvey Keitel is the star in there, but it's about a slave that's about 100, he's 99 years old, and he was sold into slavery when he was sold from his family from, I think, 25, and he ended up sold to Alabama from Virginia. And he started that spring of the year at 99, and he walked from Alabama to Virginia to go back to the place where his family was from, the plantation, to die. And the little white boy in the movie, he took on the guy's visions of what the guy thought was paradise. And what the guy thought was paradise before he died was him playing in the river or this lake around age 7. So it was almost like, say, his paradise on earth before things got fucked up was that point in time when it was careful.
Here here in the remix, of course. Thank you for those of you who are joining us. We have Brother Bobby Hemmitt on the line with us tonight, and as we continue our discussion here, let's see, we have plenty of time. We're still looking really good on time here in the remix. Yeah.
Now, well, I'm going to give a shout out to my queen, or the goddess Linda.
Yeah.
You know, for New Year's, for New Year's, I was able to escape her wrath and live another year. You see,
beautiful, beautiful.
I was able to, you know, walk light but carry a big stick. But I just don't seem to have the damn stick. You see, so we're gonna do that, and I want to warn you that at 12 o'clock, there's a tradition down here that a lot of people up north are not allowed to do, because you're not allowed to have guns. But we down in the middle of the South. You see what I'm saying? And all that. You used to could buy Kentucky Fried Chicken on a pistol down this baby. But anyway, what they do is, and I want to warn you because you might hear it, at 12 o'clock, you're going to hear about all the artillery you can stand going off.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
They've already started shooting around 7 o'clock already. But they're waiting for 12 because they have to say they conserve their bullets for the grand finale. So these niggas down here light it up. And as a matter of fact, I was getting some. My landlord was working on my damn roof, and he found a bullet embedded in the doggone roof that cut through the shingles and was in the wood. And he said, "Oh, how did somebody get up here to shoot a gun in the roof?" I said, "Nah, they be shooting them guns on New Year's, and they got to come down somewhere." So I implore people, if you are around the place where they start shooting, don't be walking outside because them bullets got to come down. You see what I'm saying? But that's the kind of stuff they have down here. You see, so
they do it too. They do it here too. So I always say that, you know, don't be outside because the bullets have to come down. And those of you who are shooting know that they can come down, and maybe not where you want to come down.
Yeah. Yeah. And I was she had to bring the eucalyptus all in here so I can keep on going before the damn mucus take my ass. But anyway, those chemtrails, you see, that whole thing. Now, what we're going to go into now, you want to answer a question right quick before we go into this?
Yeah, before we get ready to get into the question, I do want to talk about this a little bit, if you can maybe talk about this. I'm trying to think of some of the questions. So many people are sending me questions that they want to know. But if you can speak on sort of the time that we're in, and I know that's a lot of what we're talking about this, but is there something particular? We talked about what we can do to sort of kind of begin to cover ourselves up, to protect ourselves in that sense, but ritualistic, I guess, if that be the word, to say internally, what are some of the things that really the focus should be coming into 2011?
Well, number one, note that what we had in November, right after Halloween, and we missed a day, is an indication that the time's going to be speeding up. Okay. And when the time speed up, you know, you got to be like a basketball player, you know.
Right.
And football players and stuff, what happens is they can take an enormous amount of pressure and still make the shot. You know, the game is, get ready to go in overtime or either get ready to lose it. They need that one shot, but they can make that shot. That is because they have learned to go into the zone. And that's what you're going to have to find, which is your own zone. And in order to find your own zone, you're going to have to slow down. And you're going to really, really have to convince yourself that this is not real. Because that is the reality of what is going on. Of what is going on. So you're going to have to slow down and you're going to have to get into the zone. I know that might seem a little philosophical, but it also means by this being real, you have to fight being unreal, you have to fight very hard to understand that number one, if this is unreal, then you can limit the amount of worrying you do. Now, give you another example. We exist in two universes, Universe A and Universe B.
Right.
And as a result, what has really been happening to us is, as we struggle in this particular illusionary phenomena of a universe, there's another universe and another one of us being set up in that other universe and is being exalted. So, as you go through the troubles you're going through and the struggle you're going through here, just remember that all this is a variation or a simulation that is petering out, but the real us is in this other universe that is running concurrent with this one and is right existing with this one. You just can't see it. So you got to understand that part of things that's going to be happening to you is going to actually be you sensing yourself in the other universe.
Right.
But to tap into that particular universe B, as they call it, you're going to have to somehow struggle against worrying that this is real. Because it's called the shift. It's called the shift. Now, the first level of the shift, because this illusionary phenomenon can never raise up in the reality of what it is, because it doesn't exist. It's not real. So the only thing can happen that can be valuable in this society, in this particular realm, is a consciousness.
Yeah.
Is a consciousness. So this 2012 thing, which is 2011. Why? Because it's called the 11th cosmic power zone. 1 beyond 10. That's 11, not 12. 11.
Right.
And so you have the tree of life, where you have the Sephotic world, or the Sephiras, there are 10 luminous emanations, but they are emanations. There's another world on the other side, which was called the Kalipop world, or what used to be called the underworld, and that particular world was shut down since Atlantis. It was this dismal place ruled by a black sun. That black sun is the black dot. But it's the invisible sun Now is what Dr. Deborah Blair is talking about. Our son now has two sons. We just can't see it. But the key here is on the back side of the tree of life, there's a doorway. There's a doorway called Darth, and that Darth is the 11th cosmic power zone. So what we're entering into is the 11th, the shift, the crossover. Now, in 2012, being just a marked date, and we are actually talking about a consciousness, then what will happen here is a 2012 consciousness will develop during the doorway, the 11th cosmic power zone. We going into 2011. You see what I'm saying? And so the Twin Towers, which is the same two towers that is also in the tarot deck or the tarot card, and they say when the Twin Tower falls, it represents the old garrison of the old guard given away to the new guard. Well, the 11 is also represented as the towers in the tarot, and the symbolic towers that fell, that fell, which would be 10 years ago, 10 years ago, during 2011.
Right.
At 2011, because it was 2001. So now, the key here is, if this is the doorway and this is the shift, what to look forward to in this particular realm, because this particular realm can only do several things. It can either behave on the weather level, which we would see it behaving because of global warming and the Earth's kundalini heating up. We would see an atmospheric change that the government and them have to work 24 hours with chemtrails and HAARP and all this stuff to make you think that the seasons are what they are. But had they not worked 24 hours to do these things, you would be outside in a bathing suit.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So the point I'm trying to make here is, only thing can happen in this particular realm, because things have to work its way through to this realm, because this realm is this illusionary realm in this physical realm. What it is you have the weather, you have people's behavior, but the greatest thing you have is the change of consciousness. Now, we had one shift during the 80s and the 90s, the first people to go into this wave of consciousness. We have another shift now that's getting ready to happen. All them dead people out there. You see what I'm saying? Because there was supposed to be so many people waking up. It was prophesized. The Rosicrucians had prophecies of it, that the pineal glands would open up. You see what I'm saying? Sometime in the 90s. Nostradamus had prophecies that in the 1990s black people will come into their own in the Americas, in the Western Hemisphere. There's a prophecy in a British in a French museum now that has that. Edgar Casey talked about the incarnation of John Pineal.
Yes.
John being Tahuti, Pineal being Horus. Tahuti Horus. Tahuti is melanin. This alchemy. Horus is the light produced by the melanin. You see, so he talked about the incarnation of an avatar called John Pineal. Pineal is the pineal gland. But what happened in the 1990s, only a few people woke up. Now, I think this was by grand design, because I do know that if we had a mass awakening in the 90s, the government would have started killing more people than they killed secretively. They would outright come against it. So a lot of this stuff had to be decoy, including the behavior of black people now. You see what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? To don't alarm him. But the key here is now with this doorway, this 11 cosmic power zone, as well as this particular eclipse, which is going to break this thing down, is going to explain the great mysteries of the moon. With this great eclipse, you're going to have more and more people waking up. We have just seen in the last 3 years people that's been getting into this consciousness that was dead a week ago, dead a month ago. You see what I'm saying? You see, and also, which in the 90s, shit might be damn near 2-3 months before you meet a person conscious. You see, everybody's just as stupid as hell. You see, so now this stuff is a mass awakening. We're gonna get into that particular thing. So, any other questions?
Yeah, that was definitely the main one. So now let's talk about the sun. I know we've been focused on the moon. What is going to be coming up with the sun and that energy and how it's connected with us?
Well, there's something called, in alchemy, there's something called the union of the sun and the moon.
Yes.
And the chemical wedding, union of the sun and the moon. And that's what you did have with this particular eclipse. Now, two things about it is based on the sun, because you always got to break stuff down from the petty universe, which is the holographic universe. You see what I'm saying? They got us looking all up in the sky, and we don't understand that that's only a backdrop of indication of stuff that's going on the inside of us. So the History Channel will give you all the alien stuff and the UFOs, but it's always outside of you. You see what I'm saying? The History Channel will give you that whole specials on the universe. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? But all that stuff is always out of you. But what it is it's the inner sun and all of this type thing. That's only a holographic universe. Get Michael Talbert's book, Holographic Universe. We talk about this for years. So we always, in the metaphysical world, indicate what's going on the inside of us, because that's the only damn thing we can do something about. You see what I'm saying? Do something about. So in that particular aspect, you got the sun and the moon. You're also talking about a sacred marriage, a sacred union of two energies. And those two energies is male and female energies uniting. Yeah. You see, uniting as one androgynous entity. You see what I'm saying? Coming back together. That's where you have the two twin serpents. You got in voodoo, you got Damballa, the great serpent, but you also have Aedo, the great two twin serpents. You see. So this is an indication when you see the staff of Tahuti, or for the people who don't know what the staff of Tahuti or the staff of Thoth, the medical association symbol, and you still have the two caduceus. You're talking about, number one, not only two forms of DNA, but two forms of the sun and the moon uniting and coming back together, because ultimately, when we fell from Atlantis, it was when they split us from an androgynous god into two parts of our half battling to know each other again. So some of those particular things is actually going to be going down. But we're talking about here, ultimately this is going to produce the new sun, which is the sun that is permeating in the new world. The new world, the new world we're talking about here is talking about this other universe. The great indication, if you want to learn about that, is go by season 1 of The Fringe, or by season 2 of The Fringe. And The Fringe on season 2 started dealing with the parallel universe. This is old concepts. You can get the book Parallel Universe by Fred Allen Wolf. And so we got and they say we could even have multiple universes, but right now we got enough to deal with this one, which is at the threshold and at the doorway. You see what I'm saying? Because that's what's going to happen. So you're saying, well, when is this? It's going to be just like the old Bible said, it's going to be like a twinkling of an eye. You see what I'm saying? But the first aspect to hear that in is it's going to be a consciousness. And we already seen it happen. People now talking about Bobby Hemmitt, and last week they was dead as hell.
Yeah, so true.
So, right. So my point here is, this consciousness is waking up. And so the 2012 they're talking about is a 2012 consciousness. You see, a 2012 consciousness is what we're talking about here. You see. So any other questions before we go into this?
I think we're ready.
Okay.
If anything, I'm sure you're definitely going to touch on it, but we can definitely go from there. Yeah.
Okay. Now, this is where we are as of we're talking in the event of the solstice. Now, this solstice is an entire season. It started on the 21st. I say the 22nd because it's a double. But whatever, it doesn't matter because these numbers, you see what I'm saying, is only indicators of the season that we're in. So we do know that they had a major eclipse on the solstice, was the first time in close to 400 years. And the last time this thing occurred, we was coming into slavery. Or had been in it maybe about 20 to 15 years or whatever, but we were at the first leg of this particular thing. So now, let me go into the spiritual aspect on what happened. Now, I had a birthday on November the 28th, and I turned 49. With Barack Obama and everybody, a couple of coups and stuff. So I guess you would say when 11 starts, I will be in my 50th year, so I'll turn 50 on November the 28th, 2011. So my brother, his birthday is always 1 week after mine. I'm November 28th. His is December 5th, and he turned 48. Because I got a brother turned 49 in September. No, he turned 50 in September. I turned 49 in November. And the baby brother turned 48 on December the 5th. December the 5th was the day after I did the lecture in Birmingham, and we unleashed the Oshosi, we unleashed the Ogun information, and all of this type of stuff. But this is one of the keys. When I got back home, I think that Monday, I got a call from a couple that lives in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. We call them
I said I love it.
Myrtle
I have
Beach.
family. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. You got that origin in South Carolina. See, Myrtle Beach is only maybe 40 miles from Mullins, so you know, and that's where I grew up. So got a call from a group from a couple from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina called we call them Paul and V. Paul and V. Now, it's very interesting here because I'm going to speak on the show V. Now, the show V, the first season, you can go get it, go to Walmart or go wherever and get the first season of V. The second season starts on the 4th of January. Very key. On the 4th of January. So the second season starts. But Paul and V calls, which is the female, and she calls, I think that Monday. And she said, Monday or Tuesday, she said, on the 5th, I had a sister circle, she said. And she said, in that sister circle, I don't know, they had a sister circle. They was inviting, they invoked the female goddesses and was inviting them in, you know, I think it was to help one of these sisters or what have you. During the process, in the middle of the circle, a certain time during the gathering with her and the sisters, they got a transmission that was a group of male deities wanted to come into the circle. And so they said, okay, then let them in. And so these male deities came in. And I think she said the last one that came to come in said his name and said he was Khonsu, the god Khonsu, and that he had been trying to get back for a very long time. For a very long time. So let me explain. Let me read you who Khonsu is. So I always give out bibliography. The book I want you to get, because it's going to go deep into his mysteries. It's probably one of the best books to polarize his mysteries. The other ones give you descriptions and stuff, but to go deep into the mysteries, I want you to get a book called Shamanistic Mysteries of Egypt. Shamanistic Mysteries of Egypt, by Nikki Scully, Nicki, Scully, Scully, and Linda Starr Wolf.
Yes,
Linda
excellent.
Starr Wolf. Did you get this book?
Yes, I have that. Yes, excellent.
Yes.
Book. Yes.
Awakening the Healing Power of the Heart.
Mm-hmm.
Of the heart. Now, it's very key now because Khonsu is also an Egyptian form of Eros that you all know as Cupid. So might be some love up in the shit that's coming down. You see what I'm saying? So let me go into some science, but that's the book that we're gonna put out. Now let me read some other description from some other books on him, some shorter descriptions. Y'all all right?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
We are fine.
Okay.
We are good.
Okay, now we got to break this thing down because he came today, and I've been dealing with moon and melanin for a couple of years, but he completed the job of breaking this complete mysteries of the moon down, and we're going to go into this. Now, Kunsu or Kinsu, or he's also pronounced Cones, but Kunsu, Khonsu, is called the traveler or the navigator. This is something that's going to navigate you. He who crosses the sky in a boat. He is the god of the new moon. They said it was on the new moon when they did the circle. Now, he wore a skull cap, which was a round-looking skull cap, but it's silver, topped with a disc of the crescent moon. His head was shaved except for one scalp lock, or what you call the Horus lock. You see, Kunsu is also a form of the god Horus Heru. Or for those people who don't know who that is, that's Jesus, the lunar Jesus, for the people who understand. But we would say Horus. In one particular aspect, Heru, which means light. Now, his human body was sword tightly and held, which means he was in a mummy wrapping, and held under, he held a crook and trail, so he was wrapped like a mummy. That's very key that you understand that. Under the new kingdom, Kunsu gained popularity as an exorcist and a healer. Very key we say that because this is some healing energy that's getting ready to come down. So now, let's go on. Anytime you see the mummy represents transformation. A caterpillar goes into a cocoon to be transformed into a butterfly. You see the last Alice in Wonderland. I can't think of the character name. He went into the cocoon and was transformed into a butterfly. The last Alice in Wonderland with Johnny Depp and stuff was real serious stuff. So now, moving right along, let's get a couple of other descriptions of this particular god. And then I'm going to explain something else, because he had 2 visits to the sister. But they give you another. Kunsu is the fruit of Mut and Amen. Mut is a goddess, and Amen is also the goddess. And it says a completion of the Theban triad of Neteru. In pre-dynastic time, Kunsu existed as a moon god and one of the oldest gods who represented the different phases of the moon.
Right.
He was the measurer of the gods like Tahuti. His name is Kunsu, the chronometer. The chronometer of the and basically talking about measuring time. So now, he represented the different phases of the moon. He was the measure of the gods, like Tahuti, whom he was strongly connected to the god Tahuti. That's also with melanin and a stay on track. We're gonna bring this shit to the human body. And as the one who journeyed through the skies as the moon, he was called the traveler. Now hang on to the word traveler. Hang on to the word the night sky. You see, and the different phases of the moon. Now,
right. I see.
Right.
I can tell where you go.
Okay.
Oh,
now check this out.
Yeah.
Now Kunsu came back the morning of the 21st to the Sister V. And so remember, I told you that I was trying to get here for a long time. He said this eclipse was what I was talking about.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Remember, that was a long time, about 400 years. Now, remember, now she told me this on the 5th, that he came and told her, I've been trying to get back here for a long time.
Right.
You see?
Right.
Then all of a sudden, he comes back on the 21st, which is the morning before the eclipse, and says, remember I was telling you, but I was trying to get back for a long time. This is what I was talking about. You see? That's what he said, this is, huh?
I was going to say, because it was unique, because we had the lunar eclipse, we had the full moon, and it was the winter solstice. So it was three things going on at one time.
It's three things going on at one time. Now, the winter solstice is also one of the celebrations in the winter solstice is the birthday of Mithra. Now, we know that Mithra and also the birthday of Shango.
Yes.
Now, we know that Mithra was born in a cave on December 25th. On December the 25th. To show you some things. This particular solstice and the 25th was also the sacred day of the faith. Let me spell this right.
Okay.
Let me spell this right. You can look that up. It's called the Fae. F-A-E. Now, this summer on True Blood, old Suki gonna connect. She's already connected to the Fae. The Fae is the fairies. Now, December 25th and Christmas is also a sacred day to the fairies. Now, this is what happened. I became conscious maybe 2.5 decades ago, somewhere in the mid-'80s. And since, for the last, so for all of the 90s, I never celebrated Christmas. That's the first thing you do. And when you come conscious, you want to throw away stuff. I ain't celebrating no Christmas. Now, I haven't gone back to church since 1990, only for funerals. So that's a different thing now. I don't need to be caught dead up in there. So I didn't celebrate Christmas. So this is what happened. I was doing a lecture in Baltimore, Maryland in 2005. The next day, we did the major lecture. Then we came to this brother's house and we did a sit down, which is that's when you see me by myself, you know, and I'm sitting down and I'm answering questions. I'm going through whatever I'm dealing with. We call them a sit down. So we did the sit down the next day. So we was at the brother's house whose house he provided for the sit down. It was a brand new nice home. And he started apologizing for the Christmas trees and all of this thing based on the wife and all of that. At that particular moment, the fairies came to me and said, hey, that's our day. You got to realize Christianity usurped holidays that were sacred to people long before Christianity got there into certain areas. So they usurped December 25th. They usurped a lot of rituals and stuff. You see what I'm saying? It was dealing with the spirit world and the fairy world. A lot of that stuff coming from Ireland. A lot of that stuff going all the way back to a time, remember when black people used to live up in Europe? You see what I'm saying? And it existed from the time of Stonehenge and indigenous people. So this whole fairy kingdom, they said that was our holiday and all those particular things with the Christmas tree and the lights and all that. We the fairies. And so, therefore, I've been dealing with the Christmas tree and dealing with all that stuff, and people be perplexed. I'm like, no. And we put up a whole fairy kingdom at the front door in the spring of the year. Well, that's their day, but it was interesting. They came to me 5 years ago and told me to start celebrating that and all because and get out of the fact that. You know, a lot of this stuff we see, these are holidays and different things that used to happen. You see what I'm saying? Long before Christianity got to the particular area and usurped that those particular people holidays. You see what I'm saying? So I just want to coincide with that. So moving right along. Okay.
Right.
So.
Okay.
So now, Kung Fu is very key. Now, it was sometime in the 1989 or 1988. Farrakhan had come out and he had reintroduced everybody to the teachings of Elijah Muhammad. And so it was real hot that time. And the Malcolm X movie was slated to come out. So the first thing I did is I was into the Afrocentric movement with John Henry Clark and Dr. Ben and all the scholars. So the first thing I did is I went to the bookstore, and along with all the other books I was heavy into getting into the Egypt and all this stuff, I bought The Message to the Black Man.
Okay.
So, when I was reading The Message to the Black Man, he mentions that the moon used to be a part of the earth, and the moon was separated from the earth. I said, this nigga done lost his damn mind. You see what I'm saying? I'm just ready to discredit the whole thing based on this. You see what I'm saying? Because, I'm educated and all this kind of thing. Here, I'm on this scholastic thing. I'm on an intelligentsia that's bringing this stuff. I said, this is some crazy shit. Then I later on find out that the Dogon has the same mythology. And then I later on come to find out in the occult world, there was a book called some book on Atlantis that a guy by the name of Louis Spence wrote. And in there they made references to the moon separated from the earth. And over the course of years, I've probably read dozens of references of the moon being separated from the earth. Now, if the Dogon said it, it's science. You see what I'm saying? These books, so National Geographic had a great thing on the moon. I think it was called, the series is not Explorer. It's another one, what the series, and I'll find out, but it had a whole thing on the moon. And based on our scientists now, or based on the modern scientists, they all agree that the moon used to be a part of the earth. Now, they say how it was separated, it probably was a meteorite or what have you. But in the impact separated the moon from the earth, and the moon been controlling the damn earth ever since because your tides come in.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? When the moon is full, you got lunatics.
It doesn't matter what comes, fresh goes better in life. With Mentos fresh and full of life, nothing gets to you. Staying fresh, staying cool. With Mentos fresh and full of life, fresh goes better. Mentos freshness, fresh goes better with Mentos fresh and full of life.
Mentos, the fresh maker.
That's right. Yes.
It controls sex drives, and it controls the sacred moon monthly, which is called menstrual, the menses.
Right.
You see the menses. Now, there's been several Afrocentric people and occult and metaphysical people to try to get the female to turn against the menstruous. The menstrual.
Right.
Okay, I'm a person that studies. So when Dr. Benjamin was laying down them books, I said, I'm going to get every last one of them damn books. You see what I'm saying? Because when it all come down, I ultimately got to know what's going down. You see what I'm saying? So, in my enormous aspect of study, and I got one up on a lot of because, you know, I used to go to the bookstore in the 90s. The bookstore would open 7 days a week. And between the different bookstores, I used to go every day. Every single day for about 10 years. And then when I was flying to the different cities to do the lectures, what I do, I go to these bookstores. So I don't need nobody to tell me about some goddamn bullshit that they can't cite these sources. You coming to the one that I learned that trick from Dr. Ben and them. Cite your goddamn sources. So and look, I have read tons and tons of books, and I have never seen nothing that the ancient people say that we didn't have no menses. Now there's a thing to say that you might have not bled as much as you did, but everybody got a cycle. Even males have cycles. True. And not only that, even if your menstrual cycle is not, if you're going through the change of life, you still got a cycle. So the 28-day cycle of the moon is connected to the 28-day cycle of the menses. And one had to come from the other. You see what I'm saying? Since we always been here, well, hell, the moon had to come from the black woman. Now,
that's right.
Now, and there's several books out. There was a book called Her Blood is Gold by Laura Owen. They put it out a year, and then they took that shit off the market, dealing with the sacred menses. So the great definitive text is called The Wise Wound by Penelope Shuttle and Peter Redgrove. The Wise Wound. You see what I'm saying? You see, so I don't let nobody put some bullshit on me that I don't have access to study. You have to come with it to goddamn shut me up. There's another good book called Dragon Time. If you don't have the author, you just need you just need the actual name of the book. Is called Dragon Time. Very curious book. Probably out of print. Might cost you a little money, but sometimes them out of print books might cost you $2. Now, in this particular book, Dragon Time, they break the mysteries of melanin and the menstrual cycle. Mm-hmm. And it goes, and you might have heard me say these in the particular lectures, that you have serotonin in the daytime, melatonin as a nighttime hormone.
Right.
And it's a nighttime hormone. When the menstrual cycle starts coming, you have these particular hormones rushing through at the same time, which means you might be 12 o'clock in daytime and have a nighttime hormone come through, and you have a fucking mood swing. You see what I'm saying? And that's all right. Based on melatonin, and serotonin. You see what I'm saying? Here go your thing with the sun and the moon. Serotonin is the sun. Melatonin is basically the moon. It's just that no one has connected it with the moon. You see what I'm connected it with the moon. So my point here is there's several things. They used to have a minstrel rite in Egypt called the Smen rites. S-M-E-N. So I don't need nobody telling me that this stuff that didn't happen, and everybody talking this shit about the minstrels just so happen to be male. You gotta be crazy as hell. Let a motherfucker usurp your body and tell you some bullshit. You see what I'm saying? And we got the doggone text.
Right.
You see, we got the text. The entire the basis of the moon is based on that, which lets me go to this particular part. Let me go to this particular part. Let me read you something here. Let me read you something right here. Let's see right here. We'll go right here and put it right in your face, page 143 in the book that I just mentioned, Shamanistic Mysteries of Egypt. You see, Nikki Scully and Linda Starwolf. Let's turn to page 143. We're going to break this whole thing down. You all right? Okay.
Oh, yes.
143.
We are good.
Okay, whereas Tahuti is bold, Tahuti is connected. That's Thoth, Tahuti. Thoth, Hermes, Iberus, Ganesha. He has several names. Elegba, God of the Crossroads. Whereas Tahuti, or Thoth, is bold and bright in the function of this god, a function as a god of wisdom, moon magic. Khonsu is referred to the hidden side of the dark mysteries, the female mysteries, and especially the blood mysteries, have been misunderstood and misrepresented and misdiagnosed, even defiled throughout history. Now, I can say that, yes, it's been misrepresented as a woman being evil. But when these laws first came down that you don't supposed to do a certain thing when a woman is on her menstrual cycle, well, that shit was real. Because she's so powerful at that time, you see what I'm saying? She can kill you. Especially if you have her cook and she get one little inkling of dissatisfaction with your ass, you can die from this power of the menses. You see what I'm saying? So they were right in this particular thing, but they weren't talking about she was evil. They just said, no, that's the dragon time. Hence the name of the book. You see what I'm saying? And what we're talking about power. You see what I'm saying? We're talking about power. But we're dealing with that particular menstrual cycle, and
right.
the God that governs the menstrual cycle is called who? Khonsu. Khonsu. You see what I'm saying? In this particular menstrual cycle. Now, let me explain something on what this is. So let's break this thing down off of the holy level, because we don't need another 100 gods to worship. We need to understand that these gods are formulas to be utilized. And the person who gains the power utilizes these deities as formulas. Well, let's see who the hell Khonsu is. We mentioned at the first part of the mentioning of Khonsu that Khonsu is called the night traveler. The night traveler. Now, let's see here. Melanin is secreted through the pineal gland. It's called the hormone of darkness, is the night traveler. Serotonin is the day traveler. You see, so when we're talking about this thing, you see, the night traveler travels through the blood system. You see what I'm saying? It's called the night traveler.
Right.
Okay, so we're talking about melanin again. The name of the moon god Khonsu means the crossover or traverse, related to he who traverses the sky. In the pathway working, he will cross over boundaries to the other side. Oh, now we getting some damn well. We were just recently talking about Universe A and Universe B. We mentioned that a literal God came to the sister B and mentioned Khonsu. You see, now they're saying that not only is he a night traveler, which is melanin.
Right.
The traveler, melanin never stops moving. It travels through the central nervous system. It never stops moving. That's called the night traveler because it is the hormone of darkness or nighttime hormone of sleep. You know what sleep is? When the melanin is secreted from the pineal gland, that what they call sleep is actually traces of melanin.
Yeah.
You see, it's traces of melanin. That's why the number one killer is sleep deprivation.
Mm-hmm.
Dehydration and sleep deprivation. Now, listen to this. So they're saying that this Khonsu, when he comes, let me quote this again now. This is in another book. It just came out. The book is Judith Page. Like I said, I be on it, goddammit. And there ain't motherfucker gonna bullshit with me with some shit because I said so. You see, I tell them niggas, you need to cite your motherfucking sources. Come on up, run off at the goddamn mouth. This is a book by Judith Page. Judith Page and Jan A. Malik. But Judith Page is called Path Working with the Egyptian Gods. Path Working with the Egyptian God. I think this came out this spring. So it says, I'll go again. The name of the moon god is Khonsu, which means cross over or traverse, related to he who travels through the sky or traverses the sky. In the path working, you will cross over the boundaries to the other side. Now, we talk about a God of the cross, crossing to the other side. You say, well, how can I cross to the other side? Do you have melanin? Does it get night? Is Khonsu here? What they're talking about as we go deeper into this is don't look for a God in the sky or some nigga coming you saying, oh, I'm Khonsu, follow me, you know, and none of that kind of shit. We talk about traces of your melanin, your illuminated form of melanin that has been on lockout of this particular sector for about 400 years. You get where I'm coming from?
Oh, yeah.
You all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Oh.
Khonsu literally means bloodthirsty. Bloodthirsty is melanin. Melanin is called the Dracula particle that secretes at night. You know, the vampire sleeps during the day. Melanin sleeps during the day, wakes up at night. You remember the gargoyle cartoon called the Gargoyles? They would sleep during the day and they would wake up at night. But they were stoned in the day, but they were active at night. That's called a philosopher's stone. So melanin is called bloodthirsty. This is the Dracula story. It's called, because the Dracula, the melanin is also called the Dracula particle. The Dracula particle. Nighttime hormone, it comes out and eats the blood. It bathes in the central blood system. It's so bloodthirsty. The melanin is Dracula is nothing but melanin. Comes from the word Dracul, order of the dragon. This is Draconis, or what they call, what's that? The constellation of the sky is Alpha Draconis, I think. The dragon. The dragon is the great mother Apep. Is the great mother Apep. The dragon is also a form. Well, it must be 12 o'clock because they're already lighting up the guns. The dragon is also the form of dark matter. Dark matter is carbon. Carbon is melanin. Melanin is from the house of Dracula, the Dracula particle, nighttime hormone, goes into the central blood, wakes up at night, goes through, looking in your central blood system, eating the blood, or bathing in the blood, bloodthirsty. Vampire lust for blood. We talk about mythology. You see, we talk about mythology. You see, that is explaining alchemical components of the body. You all right?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Okay, now let's go on, because we're going to break this down on how this is going to relate to us. We right in the middle of, I guess it's 12 o'clock, so.
Oh, yes,
you know, we're right in the middle. Huh?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
You can tell. You can tell.
Okay, I survive another year. You see, at the hands of this bloodthirsty dragon. You see, the great Babylonia, Linda. So, okay. Kansu in Hindu is called Soma. Soma is king. Not only is Soma king, the elixir of immortality, but one must have Soma in one to become king. Soma is none other than melanin. Now, Soma, you have the Rig Veda that talks, it's one of the oldest books in the world, like the Book of the Dead. You have your Rig Veda. It's one of your second oldest books in the world. Oldest books in the world. And, you know, it's very ancient. Comes from the Kushite, Indus Kush. Now, Kush means Ethiopia, you know, but now, the Rig Veda has very little relationship, is written on humans. Most of the Rig Veda is what's going down between the gods and the demons. The gods are called the Devas, the demons are called the Asuras. The demons of the Asuras is a more superior force than the Devas. But it's like that old story, the children took over the parents' household. And they fight for the elixir of immortality called Soma. The entire universe is battling over this damn Soma. In this particular case, this Soma is nothing but melanin. Melanin, the elixir of immortality. And the elixir of immortality is also talking about alchemy. There's a book, came out, another book, you drop them books on their ass. That's what you gotta do. Because these niggas out here take these other niggas face value. You know, these niggas, you know, they take these other niggas face value. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. This book here is called The Elixir of Immortality by Robert E. Cox. Robert E. Cox, The Elixir of Immortality. A modern-day alchemist discovery of the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone is the pineal gland. Yes. The pineal gland. Now, let's go on. So the Rig Veda, the gods battle for the elixir of immortality, which is Soma. Soma. Well, let's see what the hell Soma is. Let's look up the word Soma, or the god Soma, in Hindu mythology. And let's see what we're dealing with here. Soma is another name for Sandra, or Chandra, the moon god. Somavera. Monday is sacred to him. Well, Monday is sacred to Legba. Now, Legba is also a god of the cross. It's the god of the trickster. But the trickster is a chameleon. It never stops misbehaving. It never stops tricking you. Melanin never stops moving. So you can take Legba as a form of melanin. Well, this and his day is Monday. So Ishu, his day is Monday. Ishu is also Ganesha. The word Ganesha is translated Gana Ishu. And they got tales of Ganesha where he is doing all kind of crazy shit to people. Tricking their ass and stuff. That's melanin. Okay. His symbol is the crescent moon, and he has very aspects to be born at the full moon. He's very auspicious, to be born at the full moon. Such a person, they're talking about anybody who's born at the full moon, such a person will have many friends and will be rich and powerful and have a fine house and good food and ride horses. And they was talking about at this particular time when these people, the horse was venerated as a high performance machine back then. But he's also when they talk, the priests say, "O moon, O shiny, son of the sun disk, thou who advanced the knowledge among men." Now, the key here is Zopeh, which we know is melanin, is also a moon god. Now look at this. Yeah. You ever heard the story of Helen of Troy? Anybody ever seen the movie Troy?
Yes.
Okay, now Troy, I think it was Helen was kidnapped, I think by Paris, and taken to Troy from some former Greece or what have you. And she was so beautiful until they had a war for 10 years to fight. And in that war, they also had your boy Achilles. They had the Achilles heel. Get the Brad Pitt movie and see all that. Now, since then, the European is real crafty in trying to craft history. He did it twice. He did it with King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, and tried to make Britain, tried to historically weave the mythology of King Arthur into British history, which we know that King Arthur comes straight out of the mystery system. The guy Rundle and Clark's book, Egyptian Myth and Symbol, go into the whole science of King Arthur and the mystery system. Arthur is also called the Dog Star, also in the Sirius mystery book. So my point is, they would take parts of history. So now they're trying to say that Troy existed somewhere near Turkey. Anyway, but what they didn't know here is in the Hindu mythology.
Yes.
You have Helen of Troy, stolen by Paris. You have a god called Tara. Same god that the goddess Tara. But this particular goddess Tara is so beautiful to men ejaculate on the ground when they see her. She's later on Parvati, a form of Parvati also, that Shiva's wife. So she's real beautiful. And so Zopeh, the moon god, steals her and takes her to his kingdom, and they have a war for 10 years to get her back. Now, look, see, here's one that's the story in mythology that predates the Troy story, thousands of years, and you got another one of these people trying to make like the Troy shit existed, because they're always trying to mythologize themselves in history. You see what I'm saying? So it's the same story where Zopeh, the moon god, melanin, steals Tara, takes her to his kingdom, and all of the gods, Shiva, Vishnu, all of the gods, Krishna, go and fight a war for 10 years to bring her back. To bring her back, you know.
Right.
And Zopeh, Shiva slashes, take a sharp object, and I think it might have been his spear, his trident, and slashes Zopeh's face. in the doggone battle, which is also talking about opening of the mouth, or it's also talking about tapping into the pineal or opening up the third eye. But she is returned back to the divas, which is Shiva and them, and Sama goes and returns back to the kingdom of they say the lunar race. So what is the lunar race? The lunar race is the melanin race. You see, is the melanin race. That is what the lunar race is. You see, now, God of the lunar race. Now, the moon eclipse at the time of the awakening. Now, this is what the key here is. Now, based on some text that's coming out of Kashmir, Kashmir, they fighting in Kashmir now. That's called Pakistan and Afghanistan. That used to be the land of Shiva. And they, at the land of Shiva, they worship a system of Shiva called Kashmir Shaivism. And Kashmir Shaivism. And according to them, the Shiva worshippers there, that the moon, and when we get this quoted, what this says, that the moon, now this is where we all going, right here. This is very significant. Hold on 1 minute. It says that the moon is the awakener of consciousness, based on consciousness. Now, there was phases of the moon, there was phases of us coming into consciousness. You see, there was phases of us coming into consciousness. The moon is the awakener of consciousness. Now, because of Khonsu eclipse, with this eclipse brought in, is the time of the waking of consciousness. A lot of dead people are getting ready to is getting ready to wake up. The phases of the moon never stop, just as melanin is phases. Melanin never stops. It's also, it emulates the phases of the moon. Or, because we were the gods and we would always existed, the moon emulates the phases of melanin. The phases of melanin. You see what I'm saying? Now, okay, so we're connected to the moon, and and Khonsu is called the placenta, the king's placenta. Now let me break this down. You all right? Let me break this down. And then we can, if you don't understand, we go into a question and answer. But I want to give you this. We going home with this thing now. Yeah. Okay. Now Khonsu, as well as Krishna, so-called had a brother that never, now check this out, Khonsu had a brother that never made it into this world. Some forms of Krishna had a brother named Balarama that was born and never made it in this world. So they're called, one is the dark twin and one is the light twin. Now, one is the light twin. Now, either never made it into the other world. Now, let me explain something. What Henry Frankfurt, one of the noted Egyptologists, said. Another aspect of Khonsu, noted by Henry Frankfurt, who translate his name as placenta of the king. So, Khonsu is the placenta of the king. It's going to explain what that is in a few minutes. As a placenta, Khonsu is the twin and is the king that dies at birth. As the placenta, he is the king's Ka. Ka, which is the dark substance, melanin. That's also your guardian angel we talked about. His power of vital force. So the king, so melanin is our placenta. It's the placenta that stayed behind as melanin on the inside of us. It is our Ka. It is our Ka. Ka is the power of vital force. The king is said to have the 14 Ka. Said to have the 14 Ka, as Frankfurt writes. Now, so here goes again. Because now Khonsu now is called a placenta of the king, the man, the woman, is saying that is his Ka, and Ka is called the shadow. Ka'abit is what it's called. And Kabdit, Ka'abit, or Kadis, or later on Hadith in Muslim, they got it as a sacred teaching now, but it comes from the Ka, and it's talking about melanin is what it is talking about. It's so placenta is the king's Ka. So Khonsu is also Cupid. Now Cupid is Eros. What is Eros? Eros, in the beginning, you had two gods. This is in what you call Phoenician mythology. Later on, they call it Greek mythology. You had two things that appeared in the universe. The first thing that appeared in the universe was Gaia and Eros. Gaia we now know as the Earth. So the Earth is the beginning of the damn universe. That's exactly what the Dogon say. They say in the beginning there's Potolo, and Potolo is the Earth. So in Phoenician mythology, they said Gaia was before the universe formed. Gaia and Eros. Eros later on is Cupid. So Khonsu is the form of Eros, which is the power behind sex and the power and driving force behind energy itself. That's why during the moon time people get horny. You see what I'm saying? So get horny and stuff. So in this particular part, here go again. We're talking about some ancient stuff that's now come back to the planet. And so our first chapter in the Khonsu, when I was dealing with Alkoff the Khonsu, and Alkoff the Khonsu is the guy, is the priest in Egypt that his stela, his stone tablet, his funerary tablet is what they translated the book of law from, because the angel Awas came after they read the magical incantations from the stela or the stone tablet of Alkoff the Khonsu, and they invoke Awas, thus gives you the book of the law. They translated it in the final translation in 1969, and because of Alkoff the Khonsu was a moon god, they said, let's fake this lunar landing. And stuff. So there's a lot of stuff that's wrapped up behind that. So the brother Andrew Brown was telling me about Michael Bertio, who wrote the Vodun Gnostic Workbook, and in there, Michael Bertio was explaining to him that there was several phases of the moon connected to the goddesses. In Hindu, Durga, and in Yoruba, Yemenya is the new moon. In Hindu, Parvati, and in Yoruba, Oshun is the first moon. No, is the first moon. And the first quarter. And in Hindu, Sarasvati, and in Yoruba, Oya is the full moon. And in Hindu, Lakshmi and Oshun again is the last quarter. So he was breaking that particular thing down. And he also talked about in the Vodun Gnostic Workbook, there was a god called the goddess of the first day. Got this long name in the Vodun Gnostic Workbook, but it's a moon goddess that comes out of Voodoo. Yeah. And it's mentioned in the Vodun Gnostic Workbook on page 119. He's a cat moon goddess. It's a cat moon goddess that's connected to the goddess Bass. Now, this is the final part that I'm going to deal with, and we're going to go into question and answer. We're going to go into question and answer. You ready?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Okay. Let me go into question and answer, but I want to give you this final part, and then we can start discussing this stuff on what's going on. So what is going on with this particular Kunsu new moon eclipse? Even the Earth was in retrograde at the time. You see, during the solstice and all of that. What happened with this particular doorway? So let's go into some couple of things on what this is talking about here. What this is talking about.
All right.
In the Kabbalah, Yased, which is a spear, Yased, which is a spear, is the foundation, which corresponds to the moon. Therefore, it is astrologically the doctrines and it affects Saturn. Saturn equals 3 transmitted through the moon, which is 9. And the power of Saturn is squared. Now, this is what it says. In the New Age, at some point, Jupiter, which is the arrow, which is Oshosi, this is all coming up at the same time, which is Sagittarius. Jupiter, at some point, Jupiter and Saturn will merge, combining a mildness of Jupiter and a severity of Saturn. This gave away to what is now, this will give away to what is called a new golden age. So this is what's happening. This eclipse with the moon help align Saturn and Jupiter together. Saturn is Baron Samedi, a form of Osiris. Jupiter is Oshosi, is Apollo, and the god Rama. So Saturn and Jupiter, they say when they will combine, and the mildness of Saturn and the severity of Jupiter, this will cause a golden age. But they say that Saturn is conjuncted or combined through the moon. In this particular case, what this thing has done, it has set off a new golden age. It has set up a new golden age. Now, in the book, Celestial Ship of the North, her name is, what's the woman name? Celestial Ship of the North. Her name is Straighten. Her last name is Straighten. It'll come to me. Celestial Ship of the North. This woman's book that was written somewhere in the 1940s. In her book, she said that Saturn, which is called the Black Planet, has something to do with the black race or the Negro races. This is what she said writing in the 1940s. She says that Saturn having something to do with the black race has to be aligned. And when it aligns, it will change the conditions of the Negro race. This is what she's saying. She's using the word Negro or what have you. It's the 1940s or the 1930s. I think it's the 1940s. She says, but there has to be a bridging period through Saturn. Now, it's interesting here because Jupiter has to join with Saturn, but we mentioned in the first part of the show that Jupiter is connected to Rama, and Rama is connected to his chief Hanuman, and Hanuman is the monkey king who has Hanuman on his side, never loses, and the monkey king, along with his other monkeys, these particular, build a bridge to the kingdom of this demon to save Lakshmi or Sita. Now, the demon has to be a form of Saturn. The demon is always associated with black. Saturn is also the black planet. The demon is the severity form of chastisement. It's what whips you into shape. Saturn is what that is. The book, The New Look at the Old Devil. Saturn, The New Look at the Old Devil, an astrological book, and they deal with that whole thing. It's called Saturn, A New Look at the Old Devil. Was put out by Samuel Weiser. They used to be in print in the 90s. Now, now, here goes again. This bridge that happened. Now, it's interesting here because Hanuman is also connected to Tahuti. Tahuti is connected to Kansu. So Hanuman is the monkey king, but also connected to the moon. So the moon bridges both Saturn to Jupiter, but both Saturn and Jupiter has to align to give a new condition to black people. Now, this condition first starts with the consciousness of black people. You see, with the consciousness of black people. And that's what's happening. You see what I'm saying? So what's the first aspect of this now? When a person conscious change, their world around them start to change. It starts moving the world around them. It moves the atmosphere. It moves the weather. So the more people is going, and because of this particular conjunction of what went down with the eclipse, and Khonsu being the night traveler, melanin, you see, and this Bridger, this thing all comes together as a new condition, what to look forward to, but it first starts with the consciousness. So with that in mind, we can go to a question and answer. Yes. Now remember, people, you want to get that stimulus package so them angels can work through to this realm to give you prosperity. You want to get the purple disc. You want to get the picture package, which we got a picture of Khonsu up in there. You see what I'm saying? Of Khonsu up in there, we got a picture. Yeah. He's called Khonsu the chronographer. And the chronographer is talking about chronology, but chronographer is not only, it's also talking about time. You see, so all of this stuff comes together. So let's go into a question and answer.
All right, we're going to get right to that. Okay. All right, we're going to get ready to take some question and answers here with Brother Bobby Hemmitt. The number to call is 646-652-2711. And press 1 when you get on the phone line if you have a question for Brother Bobby Hemmitt. So there you go. Okay, we're going to go ahead and take some calls. I do want to say, Brother Bobby, because I know on the East Coast and other parts of the country and the world, it is already the energy of 2011. So happy 2011. Yeah. Everyone out there, we know the new year already started with the winter solstice, but 2011. So let's go straight to the phone lines. Calling in, it looks like, from area code 616. You are live in the remix. Please tell us who you are and where you're calling from.
Greetings to one and all. To one and all, and greetings to you, Miss Blue. You don't know
Greetings.
who. Bless up, my brother. You don't know who to, Bobby.
Yeah.
So I just want to greet everyone tuning in around the world, in their world, in the mighty and powerful name of the I, Most High, Yahweh, I.
You have a question? You have a question?
Yes, I just came to give you all the whole evolution, history behind the mythology was holding on us as black people and moving forward.
Okay, but we're going to take questions right now. So if you have a question, you can come and share, because we have about 40 minutes left to go in the forum. Didn't mean to cut you off, brother, but you can come back on a chat and chill night, and you can share your mythology with us. We'd love to hear it then. Let's go to the next caller with the question calling in. It looks like area code 608. You are live in the remix. Please tell us who you are and where you're calling from.
Is it 609 or 608?
That's you. I'm sorry.
Oh, hi. Thank you. Yes, my name is Sharon. I'm calling from New Jersey.
Okay.
Are you the same age in universe B, that parallel universe that you are in this universe now?
More than likely, yeah. But remember now, in that particular universe, age is not really a factor.
Right, but you wouldn't be like born like a baby there and an adult here.
No, you would be the same as you are here.
Right.
But we're talking about a spiritual sense now, so
right.
Which is good because which sets up the next question, because a lot of people always ask, well, what it's gonna be like.
Mhm.
And
isn't it very
the return of the gods? It will be like the appearance of what you would want it to be. So let's say, based on age, you would probably be the same age, but it would be based on your thoughts and the chakras. The chakras is what is really over there.
True, right.
It's an illuminated being. It's called a glorified spirit.
Right.
And it can be whatever you want it to be, whatever form you want it to be, how beautiful you want it to be, how tall you want it to be, based on how you think.
Right.
And it study the chakras and the alignment of those. You see. And so it would be like that, but on the other hand, it probably the universe be gonna be your soul is thousands of years old, and you also have thousands of incarnations. So if you ask the question, which is a good question, would you be the same age? No, because if you was going to be the same age, let's say if I'm 48 years old, or 49, I'm 49 years old, well, my soul is way older than that.
Right.
My soul is thousands of years old, so I don't think it would do that. But as far as you being another replica over there, on a much more glorified spirit, it would be a connection. So,
gotcha, right.
You probably would appear whatever age you want it to be.
Right.
You see.
Yeah.
Yeah. So something like that.
Thank you so much.
Kind of think of it as how you think a God would be.
Right.
And whatever aspect of a God would be infinite possibility.
Right.
And apply that to this particular entity in the other realm, in the other universe be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right. Thanks for calling in. All right, we're going to continue to take questions here. We're going to go to the next caller. It looks like calling in from area code 215. You are live in the remix. Please tell us who you are and where you're calling from.
Adrian Mobley, I'm calling from Philadelphia.
Oh, okay. Greetings to you. You have a question for Brother Bobby?
Yeah, I got a question. As far as melatonin go, I know they sell melatonin at like GNC and stores like that. What would the effect that melatonin would have on us if we would take it?
We did a lot of experiments with this in the 90s. And I can tell you my experience, and then by me being able to travel all over, people would come to me with their experience. Basically, they was thinking that the pioneers, this melatonin was becoming from fruits and dates and stuff like that, but they found out that to produce enough melatonin, they would have to get this from humans, and Now, it means either one way to do it. It means that they would have to kill an extraordinary amount of humans, or when a human dies, especially somebody black that has a higher concentration of melanin, they would automatically, the hospital would automatically get the pineal glands. And I tell the story of the guy in Washington, D.C. that worked for Johns Hopkins. And he had another friend that hadn't seen him since graduation of 1969. And he said he saw this brother in 1990 for the first time. And the brother was driving a truck, and it had all these bottles of solution in it, this clear solution. It was like hundreds of bottles. He said, well, what are those? He said, well, those are, the guy said that those are pineal glands, and when a person dies, we take those pineal glands and we take them to Johns Hopkins. You know, so in so many words, this might be a production of that. We believe that the Rwanda murders, the Rwanda murders, any kind of mass murderers and stuff, was also a production of melatonin. And now, what are the effects? When I took them, yeah, you do get a little sleepy and stuff, but when I took them one night, I woke up hollering because somebody snuck up behind me and killed me. So what happened was, I witnessed the effects of the brother who was killed for that melatonin. It's all in the movie Strange Days, when they was killing people, and based on these people's death, they was getting off on it and stuff when they jacked into these particular people's memories. So the result is you can mess around and tap into people's memories messing with that stuff. And it ain't gonna be happy memories either. So you know what I'm saying and stuff. I mean, we don't need it. And believe it or not, and even that is a saturated form. They have to cut that to the very minute level, because Dr. Richard King said that if you took true melanin, which they used to experiment in the 70s and the 80s, and in the 60s, he said if a person took true melanin, especially if let's say, if you are of European descent and you taking some potent stuff, it's just like anything else. And even if you're a black, if you're a black person and you have a calcified pineal gland, if Richard King said if you take true melanin, you will go crazy in 48 hours. He said, wow. So obviously, you know, it's like that crack cocaine. They had some crack cocaine in the late 80s and early 90s when people was taking it, was killing people. And then after they got the goals and objectives, they cut it down to a $5 rock. But guess what? Guess what was in the crack cocaine that was killing people in the 80s and early 90s? Melatonin.
Wow.
Melatonin was a part of that. That's right. We even got that information. That's how it binded itself to black people, and black people couldn't get above it. White boys get on the shit, and it was like just taking some Jaeger or something. They could kick the trip. They couldn't fuck with that ice. That's but when it came to crack, you know, they could fare better with it. But with us, we couldn't kick that shit because it was melatonin or melanin laced. You see. And that shit was so potent it was killing people. They ain't telling nobody about that. You see what I'm saying? And so even when the brother said, well, I cooked it up. No, when you got the cocaine to cook it up, it was already laced with the stuff that the government wanted to put in it. You see, and the government came out, they always tell the truth. It came out in 1996 and said that they started the dope trade and shit, the CIA and all of that. So what the hell you think it's going to be? You see, that's very interesting, though. Yeah, so I wouldn't suggest taking it. You don't need it. You produce enough just by closing your eyes or listen to music in the dark.
Right.
Listen to music in the dark. You see, different things you can do. Different things you can do. You know. I do know that pork blocks it. It's a thing called a hedgehog gene, and this thing shuts down with pork. With pork. And the hip hop music shut the shit down. I hate to say it, and I'm not talking about the rappers, but when I was in Baltimore, Maryland, the brothers who brought me there was working on their rap album in the studio. This was back in 1997. There was a guy in the studio with a machine gun. And they said, why that guy's in there guarding that door? He said, that's the door and that's the room. They come and put that shit on it after y'all leave. They come and mix all that shit into the shit after y'all leave. So that is designed to shut down the damn melanin. And it don't have nothing to do with Jay-Z. They can put out the good music, and the music will be fine. And they're not in on the conspiracy. But you best believe any major label has got that stuff coming out, has already got that shit laced with some type of stuff that puts that shit on lockdown. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, so. Yeah. A CD is just like a DVD. Before we used to have to explain it with a laser. Just has 3, 4, it has 5 different damn settings, 5 different types of plateaus that can go to. And yours can be on one, and the other one could be on another plateau. And that's what you do when you see a DVD, and they have all the different specialties in it and the program. So they can program all of that. So that fucks it up, too. And it ain't just the rap music. Any of that music, now the Beyonce shit and all that shit is all fucked up. Any of the stuff that the young people is doing, the government done shut that shit down 15 years ago. So, yeah. So I just want yeah. Give me some questions.
All right. We're going to continue on. We're going to go to the next caller. Calling in, it looks like from area code 832. You are live in the remix. Please tell us who you are and where you're calling from.
Yes, from hello?
Yes, greetings.
Yes. What's up, Bobby? Brother Bobby? This is Miss Blue. Hey, yeah, right quick. I had a question. We want to be no other place than right here with y'all guys, man. The vibration is crazy on we on the phone lines, but I want to be no other place. But quick question. I know you doing a lot of studying. I've been doing a lot of studying on laughter yoga, a form of letting go.
Yeah.
I was wondering if you have any books on that.
There's some. I'm quite sure there are. I do know that a guy named S. Jason Black was talking about the techniques of laughter of laughter and stuff like that to release certain things. Yeah, so I'm quite sure. The only thing you got to do is just to go on the internet and just type it in, because there's so many books in the particular field and all. But any kind of yoga that deals with breathing is actually, because laughter is a form of breathing.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? It's also a form of breathing. Also, that same breathing can be done in the tantric aspect of things, tantric sex, with the same breathing techniques. So I would implore you to get a book called The Science of Breath, because ultimately at the heart of all that they talk about breath.
Yeah.
So it's a book, it's a little blue book called, I can't think of the name of the people, but it's called The Science of Breath. And that's the name. You even need to know the complete name of the book or the actual author, but that's the book. Get that book, and I think that book will give you a rudiment of what you're really tapping into.
Right.
Yeah.
One more question.
Yeah.
Is that? I mean, it's dealing with Kali. You think laughter is dealing? It's because it has something to do with letting go. I mean, I was lucid dreaming one time, and I really been trying to get more conscious and astral realm. And the most conscious I've been is whenever I laugh, and it really helps.
Yeah.
I mean,
but what's the question?
Look, is there a connection? I know you've done way more studying than me. Is there a connection with laughter and Kali? The Kali. Yeah.
Well, Kali. See, you got to look at different things that did. Laughter is one thing that taps in the breath. Dance is another thing that taps in the breath. Now, Kali in the mythology gets into a dance contest with Shiva, and Shiva wins the dance contest. So that is actual dance, rhythmic dance, or that is also dancing with sex, tantra. Either way, you're doing breathing. So here goes again. It comes back down to the whole breathing thing. And so these mythologies, when they're talking about that's what they're talking about. That's what they're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Well,
yeah.
I'll be here with you guys. Thanks, Miss Blue.
All right.
I want you to keep up the work.
All right.
Later, guys.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Here we go. We're going to continue on going to the next caller. It looks like calling in from area code 646. You are live in the remix. Tell us who you are and where you're calling from.
Kahea, and from Iowa. Hi, Bobby. Hi, Ms. Blue.
How you doing? Okay.
Good.
How are you?
Thank you for the show. I'm good, thank you. I have a question. I had a vision the other night. After I asked, why did you give us bodies if they're just going to die? Why put us through that process of, having to fear that and, lose that? And I went to a spirit came to me, rather, and he said that he was the creator of darkness, and his brother was the creator of daylight. And they wanted to see each other's creation, but they couldn't because the one would bleed into the other. So they took different forms. And when they took the other forms, they left somebody in charge. And the person that they left in charge did something and basically turn the world against darkness and made darkness into evil. And then he said to me, and now they call me Satan. And I was talking to my guy about it, and he said maybe Satan was a way for me to understand what the power, or the entity, or the energy is. Maybe not Satan itself. So I was just wondering if you've ever read any myths about any brothers being like that.
There's tons and tons. There's hours and hours and books on all of that. The darkness is just the most potent force. How it was returned evil is simply, as time went on, people became ignorant of the potent forces, and when they don't understand something, they lump it into the trash can of evil, into the area of evil. It's almost like if you go into your kitchen and look at the bleach, and the bleach has two skulls and crossbones on it. You know that just means poison or dangerous. You know that just means a more powerful formula, you see what I'm saying, than soda pop. You understand what I'm saying? So now let's say 1,000 years later, somebody comes into the kitchen and they weren't taught that knowledge, or that knowledge had deteriorated and they lost that knowledge, and they look at the bleach bottle and they look at the soda can, they'll think that the soda can is good and the bleach is evil. Because they have lost the scientific aspect of what these particular forces are. These forces are always complementary. And you must understand something. These forces are not human, they're cosmic. So how can we put human behavior on a cosmic thing and call it evil based on human standards when these forces are not even human? So,
right.
You see, so what has happened here is, over the years, the ignorance has made the forces that they don't understand, and the ones that might look a little more pronounced than the other one, they have made it the scapegoat. And a scapegoat for human behavior, but ultimately, these particular forces are not even human. So if they're not human, you can't put a human stigma or a human characterization on it. You see what I'm saying? So that's what that is about.
You know what he might be, who he might be, though, like a name? He was really dark blue and looked kind of like that animal.
Satan is melanin. Satan is carbon, 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons. It's the same stuff we've been talking about. That was cosmic and formulas that later on was turned into evil. You see what I'm saying? Based on new systems of behavioral modification and moralism that wasn't necessarily permeating in the ancient world. So they took different motifs, like the goat god Pan, to symbolize Satan, but yet you don't see you don't see no character in the Bible that even describe what that goat god or what Satan looks like. So my point here is, if Satan doesn't exist, ultimately it is a figment of man's imagination, especially within the last 2,000 to 3,000 years. You see what I'm saying? But it's like the boogeyman is real to a baby, but to a grown-up, you understand what I'm saying? It's just cutting the light off in the other damn room. You see what I'm saying? But you see, the high priest would understand the cosmic forces of Saturn and Satan, the dark planet. You see what I'm saying? Or the dark substance. You see what I'm saying? It's under the earth. Well, under the brain is the pineal gland. Lucifer, light bringer. You see what I'm saying? So they would understand the mythology. The latter person, 1,000 years later, would look at it as evil. You see what I'm saying? So, and can only characterize it as human behavior, which is, so it's all an illusion. Yeah. It's all an illusion. Yes, okay.
Thank you for calling in. All right, we're going to continue on going to the caller. It looks like calling in from area code 901. You are live in the remix. Please tell us who you are and where you're calling from.
Hey, how y'all doing? Peace and greetings to everybody.
Yeah.
Greetings.
My name is Sincere. I'm calling from Memphis, Tennessee. And my question was, is there any particular rituals that need to be done this year?
I'm one to not fall into ritual for the sake of ritual. I think that and I know that this is new, and a lot of people are very happy and they want to do these rituals because we talk about them. I think that these things should be relevant to what comes up. To what comes up. So there's healing rituals. You see, there's rituals to get energy based on the moon, full moon ritual cycle and stuff like that. And just about most good books that deal with those types of things will tell you what certain rituals are for, and stuff like that. And I think that's one way to do it. I'm not an advocate of just doing them just to be doing them, just because, just to see do they work or whatever type thing like that. You see, whatever type thing. So my point here is that I think there has to be certain experiences that come up that you need. Now, it could be some spiritual experiences that would suggest you do a ritual. But my point here is just to say a forecast of rituals like that. No, I think it's not necessary. It's not necessary. You see what I'm saying on that particular level. And I think you need to reduce it down to certain things that's needed and not necessarily for recreation. You see what I'm saying? Because usually for recreation means you got the wrong agenda in mind, and therefore when the ritual work, you see what I'm saying, you're going to be fucked up about it. You see what I'm saying? Because you wasn't ready for it. Yeah. Right, you see what I'm saying? So that's why I say, that's why I say, it should be done, but I think that you should study certain things on these things. Let me give you a good little book, something that's something that you can I want you to if you can get two books, get a book. I tell her to get a book called The Magician. And I think you need to study that book. I think it's one of the best books that can just give you the basic rudiments of what you're dealing with and how to deprogram your mind. It's called The Magician, Magicien. So like magic with the K, but it's Magickian, IAN, The Magician. Studies in Effective Magic by Philip Cooper. I want you to get that book. It's out of print, but you might be able to find another book he has. It's called Basic Magic by Philip Cooper. By Philip Cooper. Get those books and get The Magician and get the Basic Magic and start with those and try to start to learn stuff before you partake in it. You see what I'm saying? Because You see what I'm saying? Because you can, not only that, even if one works for you and you're successful at it, you can start doing rituals so much until you get stuck there, and it's not really about that. It's not really about that. So I would suggest start with it's out of print, and you might have to go something to get it, but you're on the internet. Go to Amazon. But I would suggest if you could get those books, those are the two to start with: The Magician by Philip Cooper and Basic Magic by Philip Cooper.
Mm-hmm.
Because the book starts off with dealing with mind control and how we have been conditioned from a child not to believe certain things. So it's talking about reprogramming your reality, and I think that's the best way to start. And just study on it first. I suggest before you do something, study about it. You see what I'm saying? And once you study and learn the aspect of it, you'll find out that, hell, I might not even need a ritual for this. You know what I'm saying? I might need a goddamn vacuum cleaner just to vacuum my goddamn nasty ass rug. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Or some shit like that. Something like that.
One more quick question though. About soul travel.
Yeah.
I tend to get stuck in the middle of vibration,
you go again. Now I want to bust your illusion because see, there's a whole lot of shit that we getting ready to get stuck with. I don't do nothing but sleep and motherfucking eat. And ever since August, sleep and eat. That's my name. And ever since August, I stopped eating. Can't eat shit. Nothing. If I eat a damn grape before 5 o'clock, I'm almost dead. So they took the food away, and it's some spiritual shit because I ain't lost a damn pound. But I spend most of my time sleeping. You see what I'm saying? So my point here is all these little astro travel and all these little tricks, a lot of times if you don't study, you see what you don't want to get into recreation where you used to be in the skateboarding, you used to be in the club, and now you want to do the astro shit. My point here is you can get stuck in these things because they are only tools. You see what I'm saying? So my point here is, my best remedy for all of that is a dose of knowledge. And once you get a whole lot of knowledge, you'll find out, man, I'm too lazy to even do that old bullshit right there. You know what I'm saying? Now I can go to y'all got a Trader Joe's. Where you at? Where you from?
I'm from Memphis.
Y'all got a Trader Joe's in Memphis?
Oh.
You ever heard of that? I'm quite sure they got it. It's a grocery store.
What is
go
it
to
called?
Trader Joe's, huh?
I said, what is it called again?
Trader Joe's. Y'all got that in Florida? I mean, in Texas?
No,
don't worry about it.
This is Memphis, Tennessee.
Yeah, Memphis. Okay, let me tell you. Let me give you another one. They got Linda's chocolates. What you want is a Linda's chocolate. This comes in a round ball. It's a white chocolate in a round damn ball with some white oozy shit to come up out of it. It's called Lint. Lindt or something like that.
Yeah, Linden chocolate. Yeah, I heard of it.
Linden, yeah.
Yeah, Linden.
Lindy, go and get it's a round white chocolate ball with some white chocolate shit in the middle of it. Mm-hmm. And bite down into that motherfucker. Mm-hmm. And see where your mind goes. You see what I'm saying? Outside of cleaning out the whole bag in one setting, you want to see where things go. You see what I'm saying? You want to see where things go. You want to go and get some shit called Blue Sky. Blue Sky is a all natural soda. All natural soda with pure cane sugar. And it's going to taste like the sodas that, I don't know how old you are, it might taste like the sodas in the 70s before they came up with the high fructose corn syrup. You want to get the Blue Sky sodas and drink one of them fuckers and see where your mind goes. It's going to transport you back to childhood.
Yes,
at a time that's happy. So my point here is to start with small things to build a spiritual ecology around you and all this kind of thing here.
About the horseradish.
Yeah, and all that type of stuff. My point here is that's all well and fine, but my point here is, let's say you go to the astral realm. What the hell you gonna do there? You don't have enough knowledge to experience. You see what I'm saying? What's going on there? Now, the point I'm trying to make here is half them niggas on the astral plane I don't even want to fucking see. You see? Because them the same niggas used to live here. Even if it was 100 years ago. You see, so my point, the point I'm trying to make here is yes, if you have an astral experience, which you do when you have dreams. Now, see, Hemmitt say you should always expect these experiences. But to focus on totally trying to do that, you see, and I know where you're coming from, because when I first got into the astral plane stuff about 16 years ago, I worked tirelessly to try to get to the astral, the astral realm. And what happened was as I gained more and more knowledge and stuff and knew what it was about, you astral travel when you dream. This is just basically giving you a clear aspect of it. You see what I'm saying? But not unless you trying to contact somebody or do a certain work for a certain thing. You know what I'm saying? If I want a goddamn joyride, I'll get in the damn car. You see what I'm saying?
It gets
old. Shit. I'll get in the car and all, and drive the Zestos or someplace and stuff, But that's what I'm just trying to say. We can get stuck with all these old techniques and stuff and I understand because we did the club thing, we did the church thing, we gotta fill our thing with something else and stuff from being lonely, and the only thing you got to do is to look at your own soul, and the best way to do that is study. And it is study. And then when you study and find out all this shit is an illusion, you don't even want to do shit but sleep and eat.
All right. Well, thank you for calling in.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to continue on. We're going to go to the next caller. Calling in, it looks like, from area code 931. You are live in the remix. Please tell us who you are and where you're calling from. 931. Okay, I guess they're just listening. I was trying to give them a minute, but I guess they're still listening. We're going to go to the next caller. It looks like we have another caller calling in from area code 832. You are live in the remix. Please tell us who you are and where you're calling from. We have about 9 minutes left to go in the form.
Peace, Bobby. Peace, Miss Blue. Yes. This is Maya from Texas. And I wanted to ask about the dogs, because I do remember the dogs barking, like, around Halloween, like tons of them.
Yeah.
And there is a dog that is still around my neighborhood to this day that walks around and barks.
Right. And so, yes. And so, but most of those dogs didn't bark after Halloween and stuff, because what happened was with those days of the dead, All Hallows Eve, the two worlds bump into each other. So that universe B we was talking about, they bump into each other. And so they bump into each other. And so those dogs was barking. They were in that other world, but those worlds merged for a minute. But they left some of them behind. And then what happened was they was barking, and even some of the dogs that actually live on Earth was barking like crazy, because they could actually see the spirits and the ancestors and all the stuff walking about. You see what I'm saying? I tell the story how my queen Linda went to a Halloween party, and it was she said it was maybe about 100 people there. Her and her friend. And she said they stepped outside for a minute and talked for a little while, and when they came back up in the place, wasn't nothing but about 20 people in the place. About 10 minutes later, wasn't nothing but like 20 people in the place. Almost 100 before that. Now what happened? Those were the spirits and ancestors that had come in and was going to this party, and had materialized on that realm. You see, so that's somewhat like what the dog thing was going. But those dogs was barking at those spirits. Yeah. So that's what that is. And then they left some, like I said, they left a dog behind we never heard before. And I've been in this thing going on 12 years in this house, and never heard him before, but he's still out there barking. A hound dog. Like the hounds of hell.
Yeah, this is a black dog that's in our neighborhood.
Well, that's an Anubis type energy, Yeah.
Definitely. All right.
So there's it's not like a gateway near the dog or anything like that in that sense. It's just something was left behind.
No, the gateway is here. It's open. It's open. You see what I'm saying? He came through and he stayed.
Okay.
You see? Yeah. It's open.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
And as a result, what's going to happen, your DNA and the molecules in your chakras, which there's 160 chakras in the body, going to start responding to that gateway that's open, and they're going to start opening. And that's how the people's consciousness is going to start coming back in on a scientific level, on that particular level, a metaphysical level, or those chakras are going to start opening on a massive rate because of the dimension we have slid into, and those two worlds are merging. And now with this whole melanin thing to help it along with this Khonsu and this moon and this eclipse, it's going to really activate this stuff. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks for calling.
Okay.
Peace and blessing. All right, Brother Bobby, we have about 5 minutes. We still have lots of callers on the line, but I do want to take this time while everybody is still live here because everybody is sending love to you. They want to know what's going on, where, what's going to be new for you, what's coming up for you in 2011.
Well, I do have one people, if you're in the New York area, I do have the one lecture right now. There'll be others following, but on Saturday, January the 15th, it starts at 2, but, we'll get on the way by 3. We always give them CP time if it's at 2. If it's at 3, we'll say 2, because we know they're going to come at 3. So the admission is from 2 to 8. The admission is $20 admission, and it's at LIU, Long Island University. That's the Brooklyn campus. The Brooklyn campus, you can call on the Brooklyn campus, and that's right downtown on Flatbush in the Cab in Brooklyn. For information, you need to call Brother Shabazz, which is 267-9798 and all. But you could call and call and get the information on what you want to do.
Yes.
And yes, but it's going to be talking about the ancient Orisha and the Olmecs from Atlantis. I'll be repeating some of this lunar stuff because by the time I get down there on the 15th, there'll be more information coming in. But this is talking about the ancient Orisha and the Olmecs from Atlantis. And we're going to explain what that Olmec head ultimately is and stuff like that. And so as well as some other things we're going to get into as far as the living dead. Those are spiritual zombies that's living in a body that's died and they don't know they dead. But it's not like the zombies that you see on TV. It's a glorified body. It's like an entity wearing a space suit and stuff like that and stuff. So some of you all have transformed into that particular level. It's about what the yogi does when he gets to a certain level. Now, based on your DNA, some of the people are doing that automatically, especially the ones who've been conscious for a while, you see. So we'll be dealing with that and a couple of other things, And also, like I said, you could get the stimulus package as well as the picture package, which is grown. I mean, it is unbelievable, this picture packet. We should say poster package, but it's 8.5 by 11 posters. And it's got everybody up in there. The family, the gang is done came in there. And 11 by 17. Yeah, 11 by 17 posters. And so you want to get the picture packet. So call 678-358-1055 to get the this stuff that's flying out of here. Yeah.
All right. So there you go, everyone. Make sure that you do contact Brother Bobby Hemmitt. Lots of people are asking, when are you coming back to Atlanta and New Jersey and to Virginia?
Yeah, well, those things, I think I'll be doing Atlanta probably very soon, within the next couple of months.
Yeah.
So it's all happening.
Yes,
it's all happening and stuff. Another thing too, you don't even have to go through that pat down shit and the humiliation, somebody grabbing your titties and your balls on the airport with that pat down thing. Go through that nuclear thing. We need a little radiation shit. Now, but what you do when you go up to that machine, that full body machine, is you neutralize it in your mind.
Yeah.
You can put a shield or aura over you. You imagine a white aura over you. And then when you get there, you neutralize it as seeing that particular machine having no power. And guess what? You got power over it. Whatever it is will be a sweet perfume to you. You see what I'm saying? So that's what, so I would suggest do that than to go through the humiliation. You see what I'm saying? A lot of things, they don't have the power to zap, especially now with this whole lunar thing that done went down. Your stuff is enhanced and fortified. So you can neutralize it with your mind and see it not having no power over you. Yeah.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah,
All right, Brother Bobby. What we're going to do is we have about 1 minute, but I do want to let everybody know. Thank everyone. It's been an amazing year here on the remix. These are for the people who are not on the phone lines. We can keep going a little bit longer after that. But I do want to thank you guys for coming out. Brother Bobby, you've been very, very instrumental in my development, yourself and others. So I want to give this love to you while everyone is here. You and your Queen Linda for your support, always being there, and know that you're always welcome to come back. We love the knowledge and the information that you always bring and the food that you give us so that we can begin to do our own work, because that's what it's about, doing our own work. So 678-358-1055 is the number to contact Brother Bobby Hemmitt. Those of you who want to bring him out, I've got a lot of requests during my sessions wanting him to come to other countries. That's the number you contact to let Brother Bobby Hemmitt know that you want him to come. Leave your number so that he's able to reach you back. And for picture packets, for the stimulus checks, for the for everything, for the DVDs and much, much more. Definitely, Brother Bobby Hemmitt has been that source for us and many, many others for over 15 years. So definitely you guys want to do that. So, Brother Bobby, we do look like we have some callers who are still on the line. If you want to take a few more, I know we've moved into the happy year hour.
Okay, so other books on the moon. Get Moon Magic by DJ Conway. Moon Magic by DJ Conway. It's an excellent book. There's another book called Moon Spells. Is another book. And like I said, if you're going to do magic, just read and see what you need things for, and you use it accordingly. You proceed accordingly. Also, I want you to get a book called Mayat Magic by Nema. I think I mentioned that before. Nema, N-E-M-A, Mayat Magic by Nema. By Nema, yeah. Now, there's another book called New Moon Rising. It's a book that's out of print, but it's only celebrating the sacred rites of menstruation by Linda Herring, H-E-R-O-N, Wind, W-I-N-D. Linda Herring Wind. New Moon Rising, reclaiming the sacred rites of menstruation. So remember now, if you people is not menstruating now, it doesn't mean that you don't have cycles. So this book is still relevant to you. It's an out-of-print book, so you might have to, search to get it on Amazon. But that's another one of those Menses books. Yeah.
Right.
Menstrual cycles. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Everyone is sending their love from the chat room, because they are not here, but they definitely can download the show and go back and listen. We're just going to take a few more callers. I'm not sure how much longer to let us go, and I don't want to keep you as well. We're going to go to, it looks like, the next caller. You still with me, Brother Bobby?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, we're going to go to the next caller. It looks like calling in area code 216. You are live in the remix. Please tell us who you are and where you're calling from. 216.
I always want to give a shout out to my girl Stephanie Lowe. You see, wherever you are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to her always.
Oh, yes. That's
and Brother Ogun.
And Brother Ogun.
Ogun. Yeah, from Houston. Yeah.
All right. Let's see. We're going to go to the next caller. Let's see. I wonder if they can hear me. Let me make sure. We're going to go to the next caller. It looks like calling in from 415. We have another caller there. Calling in from 415.
Hi, Miss Blue. How are you doing? Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
All right. All right.
Happy New Year, Brother Bobby. Yeah.
Yes.
What I really was calling about was I had a dream about Saturn, and the rings were kind of breaking off, and there were a million different lights just dipping around. So the relevant. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, well, what you probably was actually seeing was the forecast or the vision of this whole Saturn thing is being bridged that we talked about tonight. In the Saturn, they talk about Saturn and Jupiter bridging together to give a new golden age. So it's probably that is what they're talking about.
Okay.
Yes, it's what they're talking about. Yeah, you know.
Okay.
Which is another sacred marriage, because in the Kabbalah, Saturn is Bina, which is feminine, and which is feminine. So so you got Saturn and Jupiter. Jupiter is the arrow, and the arrow always is the lightning, and is also the penis. So you're talking about a merging together the divine feminine, the sacred marriage, they call it. The sacred marriage, or the chemical wedding, they call it in alchemy. Yes, all of that stuff is right on time. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, I was going to ask you about the kind of mindset to have, but you kind of give a synopsis of it, and I think I'm already on it. Eat, sleep,
yes.
Just, chill.
Yes. Well, all right.
All right. Thanks for everything.
Thanks for calling in. Yes.
Yes. There's an excellent book that came out in 2000, a year before the World Trade Towers fell. And the book is called The Tower of Alchemy. The Tower of Alchemy. And the name of the guy that wrote the book is called, let me see if I can get his name. Advanced Guide to the Great Work is the name of the book. The Tower of Alchemy, The Advanced Guide to the Great Work. It's a book by David Goddard, Gaddard. And ironically, he comes out with this book, The Tower of Alchemy. And alchemy is the study of melanin ultimately. He comes out with this book, and then the next year the World Trade Center fall, as if to say that he didn't have anything to do with it. What this thing is saying here is, sometimes the spirit world will give you certain things and tell you where we are, and so that's also that rise. And so we got the number 11 coming back around again, which is the two towers. So those are two towers of alchemy. So therefore, I suggest that particular book, the Towers of Alchemy by David Goodard and stuff. Yeah, and yeah. So those are some good books. Yeah. So.
All right. Great resources there. We're going to continue on. Let's see if we can go to the next caller. Calling in, it looks like from area code 61.
Until and not unless you look into this particular science and try to find out that in actuality, they literally tell you basically the history through the mythology. Now, they always tell you, and in order to understand ancient Kemet, you're going to have to, fortunately, you're going to have to look at other systems. Why I say that is this. No ancient system comes totally intact with the fragments that you need to really put the complete system together. Also, we must weigh that the white boy that has thousands of our papyrus that we have never seen. We're talking about literally thousands and thousands and thousands, maybe millions of papyruses all over Europe that we haven't even seen, that has ample amount of correct history in Kemet alone, because Kemet has more records than anybody. But the good part about that is they have preserved other cultures, and in those other cultures, when you study that, since it's only one knowledge, you can put the pieces together to understand Kemet. Because what we get from Kemet is mostly the solar dynasties, and that's very late. Amun-Ra, or Ra, is a later deity. You have a whole Typhonian culture prior to Kemet that they covered over 200 temples in Nubia just to cover up. But the good part about the Typhonian Egyptians, the Typhonian Kemetans, or the Typhonian Egyptians developed, rose to their height and decline even before the first monumental phase of Kemet was even built. Your Typhonian Kamites is the missing link between this Atlantean history you hear them talk about, the Lemurian history, and the prior history. Some people say that's some bull. No, you can go and read the Hermetic material of Tahuti, where he said that we come from the antediluvian land, which also means after the flood.
Go ahead.
But what is this flood? This flood is not necessarily talking about water, because everybody has a flood story. This flood is a metaphysical flood, or a spiritual aspect is trying to tell you something about a prior history of the earth. The Hemmites are the ancient indigenous African, or whatever you want to call them, Camamorians. That's one of the names, Camamoria. Black Amoria. That's an ancient Egyptian or an ancient name for the original people. The Alchemoria. All these different names. They tell you that the earth went through a different phase. The earth was not always physical. The physical was the last phase and the recent phase. They were in a prior state, as if you get Rudolf Steiner's Universe, Earth, and Man. Let's say if you say, well, some people say, I want to get some type of literature that I can somewhat understand this type of stuff. Get Rudolf Steiner's Universe, Earth, and Man, or Rudolf Steiner's Cosmic Memory. Those two books. I think both of them are still in print. He gives a good synopsis on this thing. Whereas at one time in this spiritual realm, the physical realm was invisible or fog. And the spiritual realm where we came from, it dwelled in, was visible. As the vibratory rate fell, as you can get in the Hermetic material, especially in the Kabbalion, the three initiates, not the Kabbalah, the Kabbalion by the three initiates, which is coming from Hermetic material, mainly the divine commander. It goes in to tell you that everything is on a certain vibration. And vibrations, when they slow down, the molecules become condensed. So we were on another vibrational frequency. And as the vibration fell, we became more and more condensed into the physical bodies and the physical realm. So Egypt just didn't, believe it or not, Hemmitt or Africa or these places didn't just occur where they just, with some hunting and gathering, all this bullshit, some hunting and gathering and stuff like that, no. Hell, we black people are sophisticated as hell and can't do nothing now, period. Let alone some half-ape man and stuff, because I don't buy that. That's Darwin. And I beg to differ. Any African scholar said we come from apes, because I have the same scholarship, and I don't see it. And a lot of the stuff that they think is apes and stuff is metaphysical things. And it has nothing to do with us coming from no damn apes. We never came from no apes. The Hemmites never say. So why can't we believe what black people say, and we got to believe what some damn cracker say, who was commissioned to talk about this particular ape thing to throw off the history of the black man. And I told you that in the Nephilim book. First couple of pages of the Nephilim book.
that book. So that was a conspiracy. You see what I'm saying? And in order for you to be accepted in collegiate circles, outside of the theological side, side of things, you got to bear witness to this old Darwin theory. You see what I'm saying? And I think that was the tragedy of some of the Afrocentric scholars with that bullshit. We didn't come from none of them fucking hominid stages. Some people say, well, we have those bones. Yeah, we got those bones. That's just different species of ape, but that don't have shit to do with us. Now, as far as some of the information coming from London, England, to about a month or 2 months before Christmas, where the white boys being witness that we come from a form of miscegenation. And this miscegenation can be linked to all white races. Is the ultimate key to white races. And he goes on to say that the entire white race came from a white ape. And it goes on to say that these Africans corrupted themselves in Africa by mating with apes, and as a result they created this white man. This is how the white people are putting this shit about the missing link. Now, I happen to know of other history, and we're getting off the thing, but I just want to drop that. Basically, we're talking about a form of gene splicing, because we were that advanced. Because I'll give you the ultimate mystery of what Egyptian spirituality was in a minute. Now, that's another thing, but let's go back into this. When we came into the physical realm, we were already advanced. And we enjoyed thousands of years of civilization based on nature, but by no means were we hunting and gathering and was not very advanced. At that particular time, we had the full detailed files of knowledge of the universe, the omniverse, and worlds to come, and prior worlds already in us. We had TV sets, but not necessarily TV sets that you would know of as tubes and all that. Everything that we had it in the detailed files in our mind. We had a complete system of everything that there was that came equipped with every African on the planet. We could communicate with each other, what you call now clairvoyance. You know what I'm saying? A telepathy. Those are mild. You see what I'm saying? We can travel to several places at one time just by standing still. All this through the melanin context. Now, like I said in other lectures, I'm often wondered, why is it that Africa, the rest of Africa didn't build the large monuments like Hemmitt? It wasn't until I got into the esoteric science that I understood in all this that Africans had detailed files. The Hemmitt and the large monuments was only necessary when they understood that based on the lowering of the vibratory rate, that they would become more and more condensed into the physical bodies and become more and more reliant on the five senses. And the other senses would become dormant because of the vibratory rate in the cycle. So it was a race between time, it was a race against time, that they had to go and build these large monuments and record the detailed files that's already in the African mind onto papyrus and large temple walls and statues and all types of different aspects. Even on the chairs they had, they recorded things. Hold on 1 minute. So, it was a race against time. So, Hemmitt's entire history was to record what was inside of the African, or if you want to put it Atlantean, of the ancient black person's mind. And as a result, you get everything from inner education is to draw out. And you get everything. You see what I'm saying? With Hemmitt, and we're going to go into some of that, because what was the ultimate goal? Why also ultimately did they have to do this? You had a question? Right quick or something? Okay. In so many words, they understood that this vibratory rate in the physical realm would only last for a couple of million years. And in actuality, we would have to go to a new plateau, or as Reverend Valentine said, a paradigm shift. And they spent their lives preparing for this. They spent their lives preparing for this. As we talked about this morning, that's why death was so important and the afterlife was so important. Wasn't necessarily some selfish thing and they wanted to take things in the afterlife. That was symbolic of some higher mysteries. Of some higher mysteries. One of those mysteries has something to do with reincarnation. Reincarnation has to deal with the fact that if you die and don't have a certain amount of knowledge, you can be caught in an endless cycle of reincarnations until you learn that knowledge, or if you had a certain amount of knowledge until you gain it back. If you don't have a training to preserve yourself beyond the physical body. So the whole thing of lining the tombs up with all this writing and all this particular stuff is so the person who was dying could understand who he was and be conscious of who he was so he could make a certain transition and don't have to go to the light to recycle himself back down here as an idiot. We'll go into that. We'll go into that in a few minutes. So that's one aspect of it. But let me get into some of the science of what this thing is really about. Most of the Afrocentric scholars, by understanding only the historical side, they talked about Maya and the whole thing being one with nature, and some of that is evident. Yes, they were one with nature, and they showed those particular forms of that, but I think on the other hand, they showed the African nature and the animals also as an element to explain the different aspects of mythology that explains even a higher science. Now, the ultimate science of Hemmitt and spirituality that they figured out was this. Number one, if anybody ever asked you what is the royal art of ancient Egypt, there is one science, and this is the mystery to everything right here. There is one science that explains all religions and what all religions are alluding to, that later on, for thousands of years later, it got misconstrued, and those religions don't even resemble what those mystery systems, because we didn't have a religion, understood. Ultimately, now we understand that the mystery systems were instrumental in giving us what you call basic education. But the Afrocentric scholars didn't understand that that was just one facet of it. This thing was multidimensional. It was multidimensional. The ultimate mystery that is behind all religions is alchemy. And no people developed the art of alchemy as the Egyptians or the Hemmites. Even the word alchemy, al, which means S-U-N, sun, S-O-N, sun, and it also means God, chemi, which means black. Alchemy means basically the black sun. It is the study of the substance called melanin in its biological form, but in its spiritual form, it is the study of every primordial substance in the universe, on earth, and some stuff that's even outside of the universe, which is the ultimate manifestation, and the crystallizing stone that put all of this particular substances of the universe together to make a new reality. And from that alchemical process that we'll get into in a few minutes, you get magic, You get divination. You get necromancy, dealing with the dead. You get all forms of metaphysics, understanding everything, but all of that comes back down to one aspect, is alchemy. And ultimately those gods was alchemical gods. The god Tahuti is the god of wisdom and the god of knowledge, and he is the ultimate symbol of alchemy. Your staff and your caduceus was not the medical symbol. That's what it came based on Greece. Your staff and your caduceus represented, number one, the ultimate spirit of man, as well as it represented the ultimate spirit of symbol of alchemy. We'll get into alchemy and what this thing is talking about in a few minutes. The Moors, in order to understand some of these things, we'll go to some disciplines first, then we'll go back to Hemmitt so you can understand. The Moors, which was a combination of priests that went up into went up into Europe. They had no really interest in Islam. They just understood that by these priests understanding that religion could be like a political system, they just united under one banner, Islam. But they were Hamite priests, ancient Cushite Arabian priests, which was the black element, which even Muhammad's father knew about. When we go into the Arab thing, we'll talk a little bit about that. And they went up into Europe, and they introduced certain amount of these disciplines. What are these disciplines that we talk about? Ancient Egyptian spirituality. Well, you can find them now in the relationship in the esoteric field. And what white people have done is basically put a white face on all these disciplines. The Moors introduced the tarot cards. Now the tarot cards are literally picture windows of melanin and the frame of the soul. And from that, you can use divination for it. But divination is the secondary of the minor aspect, where you can read the cards and find out person's future by divining. But you could also do that with cowrie shells that the Africans, you see what I'm saying, and with pennies or anything else. So that's one aspect. But the major arcana and the minor arcana of the tarot cards, in actuality, is trying to explain the alchemical process of the soul as well as melanin. From your playing cards in the Moorish science, from your tarot cards in the Moorish science, you also get your playing cards. Because we hear all the stuff that the Moors introduced. We'll give you some stuff that they introduced that you don't know about, based on spiritual aspect. They introduced several aspects of alchemy into Europe. And they introduced mythology to go along with that, just like the Egyptian mythology went along with alchemy. Alchemy is taking the black substance and crystallizing it into a primordial light seed. The black substance starts off in Hemmitt as
Osiris, or Osir, god of the perfect black. And from that black, the phoenix rises up from the ashes, and his soul returns as his son, Horus, Heru, purified, light coming out of blackness. You see what I'm saying? Yang coming out of yin. The Moors travel up and they give you the whole Grail mythology, King Arthur in the Round Table, which is nothing but Osiris, and all of that, which later on the British faked and said it was British history, trying to claim royalty. I want to stick with this Moor thing right quick because it will explain some of the occult realms that you understand right now that go all the way back to Kemet. So your rune system, where they throw those little runes and they got those things as a form of divination, that comes out of Kemet by way of the Moors. Several magical texts that you see in Europe, your Goetia system, the greater key of Solomon, the lesser key of Solomon. One is dealing with astronomy and astrology. Another one is dealing with the inner components of the mind and of your body. All types of magical texts. Now what happened is these texts was a major part, your Kabbalah, your Zohar, which is your Zohar, which is your Kabbalistic system. All that came from the temple of Komombo and Kemet to the, later on ending up in Spain and given to the converted Jews, which is the Europeans. And then they cultivated it and try to claim it's their own. You see what I'm saying? So your Zohar is first introduced into Spain, which is the Kabbalah, which basically your Lubavitcher Jews use also too. If you want to get a sense on what they deal with, you go get the movie, this movie called A Stranger Among Us with Melanie Griffith, and just notice what all that about your Lubavitcher Jews is up here wearing the black. They studied the Kabbalah. All kinds of magical texts. I mean, it's unbelievable just about all the metaphysical things you see in these bookstores. How did the white people able to get all this metaphysical stuff? They got it because they cultivated all this Moorish history, and basically those 16 universities that was left behind, the stuff that wasn't destroyed, the Europeans, it became the property of different secret societies. So they put in place secret societies, and we talked about this in the last video. But this is interesting because we understand that the Moors put these secret societies in Europe because they understood that also Africa was deteriorating, it was old, and it had to go to sleep. But they raised the European up because look what kind of devil he was with education. And what you think if he didn't have nothing? Everything would be lost forever. So you have to give somebody something so you can preserve something. So they are only the custodians of our knowledge because they can't use it ultimately. Just the minor aspects. But the reason why I say that is because I wanted to give you this particular information on what happened with the educational system. All of this magical stuff, this alchemical components, used to be the major part of spirituality in your mathematics and your physics and your all the stuff that you get in basic education now, what you call Western education now, used to be the physical component of these spiritual disciplines, more like the byproduct of something that's greater knowledge, paradox of higher knowledge. You just getting the physical science, and basically the secret societies, when they set up their educational system after gaining both sides and learning both sides from the Moors, what they did was is they decided they was going to separate one system from the other. So they give you the byproduct, which is only on the mundane, social, economical, physical laws, you see what I'm saying, and chemical aspect, and they keep the alchemical, spiritual aspect, and that's only studied in the lodges. As you see what I'm saying, as an educational system, and then the rest of it is in your metaphysical bookstores, but they understand that most people, this is not a literate society, it's an alliterate society, one that can read but don't read. So in so many words, going back to ancient Kemet, and what's happening with most scholars is we can't bridge the difference because we don't let the white boy convince us that his educational system is the way to go. Even when we look at things black, there's other spiritual aspects that we don't even tap into. You have some other questions? I mean, as far as that you wanted to answer?
I want to go back, of course, to understanding how the Egyptian pantheon worked out, what it meant. But since we was on, you mentioned something about the Hasidims.
Yeah.
And them studying the Kabbalah. Black people need to know something about what they're looking at when they see the Hasidims. They're all dressed in black.
Yeah.
If you see one, you're looking at all of them. What is the psychology of what they're doing, and what is the spiritual?
Well, the black, just like the black that you have in your judges, has its origin and its roots with Osirianism, God of the perfect black. God of the perfect black. From blackness everything comes. So they understand that it is the ultimate power. And so they wear all the black and all this particular thing because ultimately they understand in order for them to fake that they are the original people, it has to be done through a serious culture of knowing just about what we dealt with. Now they understand, and like I say, they worship or they study the Kabbalah. Now in this movie, when you go see it, you're going to see them. They're going to walk up on a room and Melanie Griffin going to say, you know, we study 13 hours a day.
That's what the little boy is going to be saying to her. And basically, they study the cosmology of the universe. And you best believe it's not just the Kabbalistic side, they even study the Egyptian side and anything they can get their hands on, so that they can stay and reign supreme. As a matter of fact, there's a war going on right now in the white world with a lot of these occult people. And what it is they're complaining that whenever that the Jews have two types of oaths. They have an oath. They have an oath. They take an oath to Israel. And that oath is when they go out in the public world, whatever they experience within any other secret societies or any other organization, they have an oath to Israel to render that knowledge and that spirit, and any type of secret that they want to the rabbis and the head of their community. So they have an oath to override any oath that they take in public society and in private society outside of the Jewish society. So they got a war now that you got them that come into these particular organizations, and because they only have an allegiance to so-called white Israel, that there is no secret too great that white Israel don't supposed to get. So there's a big occult war going on around the country with these people, with these Hasidic Jews or whatever, trying to corner the market on all knowledge, because they know ultimately that we are the original ones and they are an imitation of Israel, or basically, is it really? Is it really? And so that has a lot to do with it. So you best believe they don't just study the Kabbalistic aspect, they are into just about everything they can get their hands on. Well, why not? They're not the original Hebrews no way. So obviously they have to get their hands on all of it to make this system whole. You see.
Now, are they using the magical and the
Yeah, they are the main ones. As a matter of fact, basically, late in my studies, I found out that in actuality, they are some of the primary figures that is behind most of your holidays. Mm-hmm. And different things like that. Mm-hmm. They do certain, why you think they got all these Jewish holidays? Mm-hmm. 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 You think of people that came, trace their history back to Spain, what the hell they got all these Jewish holidays? That's because they are constantly trying to do certain rituals to make white civilization stay on top. As a matter of fact, let me explain this to you. The other Gentiles look for this Jew as his ultimate priest. Number one, he figured if they could somehow, like you said, make some type of connection with black people, that maybe they might be saved if they have an allegiance with this particular Jew. So what they do is everybody cartels the damn Israel, or the Israelis, you see, because somehow these people know that Christianity is fake as an $8 bill. And they got to have some type of ancient, now don't get me wrong, Christianity as a religion is fake. Christianity as a mystical system comes out of Coptic Egypt. And it is just as metaphysics as ancient hieroglyphic Kemet. Let's make the distinction. Moralistic, organized Christianity is fake. Ancient Christianity and ancient Christian mysticism predates Christianity, and one has nothing to do with the other, but one is the real one and the other one is a plagiarized version. Let's get that right. So we're talking about the fake plagiarized version where you historicalize the ancient Christ or the soul that's in all of us to put it and relegate it to one man, stringy-haired man walking around Jerusalem who never existed. Now let's understand, you see, the difference between one that's based off the Egyptian god Horus and one that's based off this fictitious cult figure to line up by. So he's the biggest pimp, like Jim Jones and the rest of them, JC. But he's the greater pimp because he never existed. He was a mystical character or a mythical character, and even Paul in his writings never mentioned on the historical Christ. All his writings is about a mystical Christ. There's a whole chapter on that in the book, Who is This King of Glory? Alvin Boyd Kuhn, which is one of the highly recommended books with the late Dr. John Henry Clark. And this is the one that the government had to ban because this particular book will eat any Christian's ass out on that subject of Christianity. With this book, there is no hiding. Massey's book basically said the same thing, but Massey was trying to show the connection with ancient Kemet, and he was more interested in the Kamite mythology, which is good. But Kuhn really bust this thing up. You see what I'm saying? With this thing. Now, going back to them, the reason why everybody bows down to Israel, because this is the high priesthood for all Gentile whites. So if New York don't have a damn door left on it, they're gonna have them Lubavitcher Jews over there also too. You see what I'm saying? And they do all kinds of rituals and ceremonies, and the reason why they have all those holidays, because they are constantly trying to do things spiritually to keep this imperialism afloat. Just so that just like the government have the army to do the fighting, they got them to do certain spiritual things a certain ritualistic things, as well as they got other secret societies and lodges doing their part also too. But they are one of the main ones. You see what I'm saying? One of the main ones. You see, also too.
Now, let me ask you if you would go back now and begin to look at the pantheon of Egyptian gods, spiritual figures, and I want to try to understand what those figures meant, represented, how they were interpreted, and worked in the day.
Okay, well, the take on it here is, if we came from a history that was pre-physical, then all that we ultimately are is different particles and elements of the universe. And in alchemy, it deals with the different stones, minerals, alloys, and everything that make up everything on the earth is also in the human body. The human body has everything that makes up everything on the earth. Every herb, every particle, everything that you know of, and life itself exists on the inside of us as particles or stones or gems or whatever you want to call it, gases or whatever, fluids. But not only are those things on the earth, but everything in the universe exists in us, as well as some things beyond the known universe. So ultimately, these netters were primordial symbols and primordial manifestation of spiritual phenomenon that make up these particles. It's inside of us. And as a result, it's a vast system of sciences an advanced system of putting together cosmic energies. You see what I'm saying? And ultimately, these energies play a part in our human body, because that's all we are. So it's a multifaceted system. On the mundane or terrestrial plane, it lines up with nature. You see? On the extraterrestrial plane, it lines up with everything in the universe. And on the omniverse plane, or the metaphysical verse plane, that which is beyond the universe, the damn alpha, or the God particle, it lines up even beyond the known universe. And the black substance that we're talking about is that same black substance that is the building blocks that makes up everything that there is, even on the physical. And Osiris represents that God of the perfect black, but before him it was represented by the god Soot or Set. You see, Set or Soot is the oldest deity known to mankind. He also becomes the enemy of Osiris, but there's some aspects of that on a metaphysical level that they go hand in hand. In order for Osiris to make the true manifestation of what he is to be, he had to be killed. Because when you kill something, you break down the particles in the elements so you can turn it into something new. Things after they complete the cycle have to be destroyed so that they can create something new. That's why all Christ mythology around the world also deals with death. But it is in that process of death that you rise up from the ashes and make a new reality. So Set Typhon, in one aspect, is the ultimate principle of transformation by killing Osiris so his body can make another new reality, which ultimately will be the savior of us all. So these particular entities was a multiple system. Number one, when they talk about the 7 liberal arts and they talk about all the stuff based on the learning and all that stuff that you got from the Afrocentric community, they are right. When they talk about this stuff lining up with nature on this particular realm, they are also right. But ultimately, this stuff goes back down to the alchemical component, which is the building blocks of everything in the universe and outside of the universe also too. And Horus principle represents the seed that will rise up, because Horus and Maya is one and the same. Maya is the Christ principle also. But Maya is more, so you got to understand, when the Afrocentric people talk about the government being balanced with Maya, that is the realm of the mundane or the physical realm, that they govern a certain thing based on checks and balances and laws based on the scale. But Maya takes on an even greater principle in the spiritual realm. Maya in the spiritual realm is an alchemical component that we call in alchemy the great works. And the great works, let's see what the great works is. Let's see if I can find a synopsis of it in some literature, some alchemical literature. Let's see if I have anything on the actual great works. I don't think I do here, but anyway, the great works is the coming together of angel, God, man, baby, animal, and everything in the known universe that comes to one particle. And that particle represents the new reality of long past cycles that have gone, that have completed their run. As a result, it's condensed into a particle of light, which is your Christ energy. And that's basically what our bodies have been going through since we've been in the physical realm. Cooking and creating a new reality that we will ultimately throw off. So even in the Bible, when they say every man will be known by his works is not talking about what he did in the physical realm. It's impossible, man. I mean, who cares what you did down here? Especially if you're doing stuff without any knowledge, how would you know? But it was talking about how your spiritual nature of you work. And if you don't have the great works, which is the melanin, ultimately, which alchemy is based from, you don't have any inner workings. You don't have any inner workings. So Maya on another thing is the great works. The great works is the coming together of all energies and crystallizing into the greatest work of all, a new reality they call the New Jerusalem. Well, Maya is the same principle in ancient Kemet. The English version would be the great works, or we would also call illumination, or what you would call in Christianity, Christos. So Maya is the Christ principle. That's why you get the word in Kemet, Har, which is the child, Ma, which is the mother feminine principle, Ma. You get the double Ma, Mama. So Mayat, before Mayat was Mayat, it was Ma. Then you get the double Ma, Ma. Mama, mother. So Har, Heru, child, light seed, Ma, the feminine energy, Ku, pyramid. Combined, you get the male and the female harness. That's the same as the yin and the yang symbol, where the blackness is the yin and the yang is the light. Har, Ma. So in the word Har, Ma, Ku, or Heru, Ma, Maku, is both Horus and Maya combined. And you get both of those particular principles combined. But the word Ma is feminine. The word At is her son, which is the Horus. His Ethiopian or his Cushite name for Horus is At. And from At you get Atan. And from Atan you get Adam. Mother, Mayat, Adam. Mother Adam. Now in the cosmological principle, you get the great mother who represents the triple blackness of space in the northern hemisphere of the universe called Alpha Draconis. Draco, the great dragon. And some of the original names for the Egyptians were called the Draconians. That great dragon is also called Typhon. So they become Typhonian, Draconian, and another name called Ophidian. So you get the word draconian. You hear people say, yeah, those ideas are very draconian, which means they are the ultimate ancient. But it means the dragon. Your word dragon comes from the word Draco. And from the word Draco, you get Dracon. And from the word Dracon, you get dragon. And the word Typhon comes from Dracon. But ultimately, this is the Great Mother. In her south gate, in her southern hemisphere, she has her child Horus, which is the star Sirius, which is her clitoris, her south gate. So the south gate on a woman is the vagina and all, that's the birthplace. So she has her star Sirius, which is Horus, but it's also known as Osiris, which is also Orion, but also Isis, or Aset. You see. Also Aset. So this ultimate thing of mother and son, Sirius is the first primordial star of all times, which also represents all gods of Kemet is also patterned after Sirius. Or you'll get that in the book, The Ancient Egypt, the Sirius Connection by Murray Holt. There's a whole chapter on the Syrian gods. And then ultimately, we are Syrian. Or what they call Sothis in Kemet, Septet in Kemet. There's different names of it. Your name September comes from Sept, which is Sirius. The dog star, dog days come from the dog star, the rising of the dog star. And we are connected with that star because when that star would rise, the Nile would rise. We are connected with that star. Ample information done. Great Sirius books. Robert Temple, The Sirius Mystery. Murray Hope, Ancient Egypt, the Sirius Connection. There's another book called M. Temple Richards. And in that book, you also have Sirius. The Arab word for Sirius is hair, or hairy. And on up but on the other hand, the Indian word is Hari Krishna. That Hari is also Sirius. The Greeks would say that heaven is hot. Talking about the rising of the dog star Sirius. You see.
While we're on Sirius,
yeah,
can you give me Sirius and its relationship to the pyramids and its rotation in terms of the cosmic rotation?
Well, you literally, there's 3 stars in Orion's belt.
Yes.
Sirius being the chief star. So they built 3 pyramids in the center of the earth to represent those stars up there. As you know, they tell you any star you see up there, the light could be burned out from them things for billions of years, and you just not getting the light from it here. The Hermetic material tell you that what used to be in heaven was now transferred on earth. And Hemmitt is literally heaven on earth. So Sirius, the three pyramids, is a indication markers on where Sirius ended up on the earth. You got three pyramids in the Giza Plateau, which was also called the Babylonian Plateau, which is one of the earliest names, or the Restyle Plateau, or the Rasta, where you get the word Rasta from. The word Rasta comes from the word Restyle, which means resting place of the lion. You get the word Rasta, which is in the Book of the Dead, but also in Graham Hancock's and Robert Bouval's book, The Mysteries of the Sphinx, or The Secrets of the Sphinx, Message of the Sphinx, as well as the Orion Mystery by Robert Bouval. But but also the word Babylon was an ancient name for the Typhonian Egyptians also, and as they traveled, because Babylon is also another ancient name for Typhon and the Great Mother. And these were Typhonian Camites. As they traveled up to Mesopotamia, they named a country of Babylon after the Great Mother. But these were pre-dynastic Egyptians who traveled up into Kemet. Now, Sirius, there's 3 stars on Orion's belt, 3 pyramids on Earth, there's 3 wise men, the 3 crosses on Calvary. Before they represented the damn 3 crosses on Calvary in Christian mythology, they represented the 3 pyramids in Giza. The 3 stars you see, all it is mythology explaining cosmology and physiological information or inner information is passed down to different cultures. So there's three spheres on the top of the Kabbalah. There's Jubilee, Jubilee, Jubilam, all these things you get. You 3 blind mice. This is all types of folklore. Which is also, but ultimately, these things also represent the 3 major glands in the head. The pineal gland being the chief gland, which represents Sirius. Then your pituitary body would be the other 2. You see. So these are metaphysical, cosmological, and physiological terms, and mythological terms also too. Give you an example. There's one in the Gnostic material. I have to explain what that is. The Gnostic material is basically what your Christian, the iconology of what Christianity is. The iconology where you get the wording, the Christ, Mary, all that stuff, comes from the ancient, later day Egyptians who spoke Coptic. Coptic is a later day Egyptian, a Camite. They took the Coptics, developed after Metanetta started dying out, and basically they took Metanetta and they transferred it they transferred it from Metanetta into Coptic language. And so that Coptic language that they transferred from Metanetta was carried by Greece back to Greece, and all this particular Christian iconology, which is the Horus and the whole Kemetic stories, transferred into Coptic, which is later day Egyptian, comes to Greece. Later on, when Rome needs to fashion a new religion, they conquer both Egypt and Greece, and they take the story and they make it a historical story. And then they kill off the ancient Gnostics, which this particular Gnosticism of this particular religion, what it was before it was Christianity. Gnosis. Knowing. You want to change that? And so this ancient gnosis, knowing, was later on is the blueprints of what the Romans took that same stuff and turned it into historical. And that's where you get the birth of Christianity. But it was before that. You get your Gospel of Thomas and all these particular texts. And those texts was dug up in 1945 again, called your Nag Hammadi Library. There was a book called the Nag Hammadi Library. It was the blueprints of what they turned into Christianity. So how can you have ancient Christianity if this is some new shit that Jesus is supposed to come teaching people from the get-go? How can something come before him? Well, there is a Christianity before Christ that even your boy told you about. What's his name?
Walter Williams.
Walter Williams, but that's historical Christianity. But the great scholar that wrote Introduction to African Civilization and Man, God, and Civilization. John G. Jackson. John G. Jackson also too. So all of this plays a part in the science also too. You wanted to say something? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I would actually, you mentioned earlier when you were talking about 3 glands in the brain. I read a lot of material and I've read some of Richard King. Saw some of the tapes by Jim Cookrum, and as far as I understand, was 2 glands. But you're saying that the pituitary is a double gland, or what do you say?
Well, they call it the pituitary body. So obviously it's got to be another gland somewhere. You see what I'm saying? If they say the pituitary body. You see what I'm saying? probably worth looking into, and I probably can come up with the answer in a matter of days if I just go and just focus on it. You see what I'm saying also too, you see. Yeah.
Okay, one other thing I wanted to ask you is that earlier in the lecture today, the lecture you did on the Egyptian date of death, you said that the seed underneath the, I think, the intestines,
yeah,
that was who we really were.
Yeah.
What does that mean? What is that? What does that mean when you say that's who we really are?
If we were something other than physical, and we were something other than physical, you got to understand that there's no such thing as time and space. There's no such thing as size. So something can be infinitely small, and in most cases, that is the most powerful in the universe. So if we talk about the atom, the atom, the atom, which you know the atom is one of the original stories of Christ. It's the same story, just rehashed again. The atom, the atom, the seed of Israel, the stone, all this stuff is talking about a primordial point or dot that who we really are. But since there's no such thing as time and space and size, it's infinitely large when you look at it as the concept of the great Mother Newt, and infinitely small when you look at it as the concept of Horus, or the seed. As us being physical entities, if we were not physical at first, then we're talking about a projection of ourselves and an illusion brought about to fool us into thinking that these physical bodies is us. And in order to do that, it has to register as big, just like a movie registers on a big screen in the theater. You see what I'm saying? But it also, it's in the movie, Men in Black. When they trying to find out some stuff, they gotta go to this little dog. That represents the dog star. And he said, you know, they're trying to get this little, they said that the galaxy is on Orion's belt. And Orion was a little cat. Because, you know, Sekhmet also represents the god Sirius too, as well as one of the oldest, and Jeremiah has figured this out, that one of the oldest representation of the Sphinx is the goddess Sekhmet. The resting place of the lion. But then again, on the other hand, Sphinx is also called Harmaku or Harmaket. And Harmaket means Horus on the horizon. But Harmaket and Harmaku, you got Ma up in there, in Harmaket. So that's Mayat too. So this Horus Mayat is also a form of Sekhmet too, which is one of the oldest forms of the Great Mother, as Massey explains in his book, Ancient Egypt, Light of the World, as well as your boy, Robert Masters, the goddess Sekhmet. But, going back to this, the little cat had a ball on his neck, and there was a whole universe in that little ball. But they had to go to and so they was shaking the dog in the movie Men in Black, and he said, you humans, you always think that everything has to be big to be legitimate or to be worth anything. You see? It is the atom that explodes the earth. You see what I'm saying? Something invisible like gas can burn down this house and kill everybody in it. So the concept of this seed being in us and all what we are, the white boy calls it now nanotechnology. And basically that is the harvest seed that is inside of us, and that's all who we are.
So is that seed like the chakra system, a type of spiritual seed, or is it a real gland?
No, this is an invisible particle of light. It is the particle of light that is now the primordial unknown God that existed before this universe came into existence. It is the Alpha and the Omega. The Christ seed. So we're talking about a finite spiritual seed. And the chakra system is nothing but manifestation of the energy that make up the body. But ultimately, that concentrated energy is this particular seed. But this seed is the ultimate reality in the universe. And it's inside of every last one of the original people. Now, we must understand this right now. Everybody walking around on the earth, including black people, are not necessarily the original people now. You see what I'm saying? Because we got tons and tons of offspring to you have now got this basically people that have a spirit, but not necessarily a soul. There's a difference. A spirit is what animates you and even animates white people. And even animates the roach and the rat. That's just the energy that moves on the earth plane. Electricity. You see what I'm saying? But a soul is something different. Not everybody has a soul. You see what I'm saying? Not everybody has a soul.
Why is that?
Because you got those that wasn't created outside of the earth. Which means that they are terrestrial beings. Their origin begins here on this planet. And in the physical. Then you have those that come from time memorial and comes from the primordial origins of the universe, and that's who the original chosen seed is. They ain't chosen because they have always been here. So we need not argue on who has a soul or not. Just understand that obviously, even if it's debatable whether a lot of black people have that, we don't even argue on that. what we do say is we are the original people, so we don't have to worry about who the ones we talking about who have the souls.
What is the soul?
That's what the soul is. First of all, the soul is a sun. You get the word solar. Mm-hmm. You get the word sol, which also means sun. Mm-hmm. The word salt comes from the word sol, which also comes from the word soul. But that little salt seed is the ultimate form of alchemy. And they talk about it in the salt of the earth or the different concepts. They got salt all through the Bible and stuff. That's the form of the Christ. The soul is a sun, but it's not just any sun. It is the most ancient form of the all there is. It is from the nothing that crystallized into this little seed. From the nothing, you get the absolute. Mm-hmm. So it comes from the nothing, which is beyond the known universe in the triple blackness of space. So when you get a seed, it's not just like a sun. When you get that kind of sun, you're talking about the ultimate reality in the universe. It is beyond anything we know, and we have this in us. So ultimately, the soul represents the sun or a star inside of us. But we're not just talking about any kind of doggone star. We're talking about the ultimate star, because this star comes from the most outermost ethers of everything known, called a nothingness. Now, what is a star? In the core of every star burns this black substance. Carbon. But the one inside of the original humans has been dormant so many years, for 13 million years in the physical, and billion years probably on the terrestrial plane, or even different aspects of the plane, but even before it became to a physical level, until this thing has been shut down so much. You know how you can bottle cider and it turns into doggone alcohol or whatever, and something ferments? Well, this one has been fermenting for billions of years, and that's the soul that we have inside of us. So it is even powerful than anything in the doggone universe, and ultimately anything that is not human got to bow down to the human. Or in this case, bow down to the black man and black woman.
Bobby, let me take you back to our original question, but on the way back, we were talking about Sirius, and I had asked you a question relative to the pyramids.
Yeah.
And Sirius. I've been told that there is a shaft in the pyramids.
Yeah.
Which the light of Sirius will shine down through, because as the 26,000 years, 2,600 years, that the pyramids are so accurate that that light at that particular circle shines directly down that shaft and lights up that shaft. I want you to talk about that.
Also it happens in the pyramids. It also happens at the Temple of Dendera, where that whole Temple of Dendera was built so it can light up on so-called New Year's Day of the Heliacal Rising of Sirius. Or what they call the Heliacal Rising or the Heliacal Rising of Sirius in dog days. It's debatable on when it occurs now. I think now it's like what, July 14th. Some say July 23rd and some say June. But check your local listings of when it rises and stuff. Any basically astronomical book can basically tell you. You know, but that pyramid is built around that. Now it's interesting because you know, they put a shaft in the pyramid in 1996. They found another shaft and they stuck this thing in it. Yeah, but they secretively opened the door and they looked up in there and they didn't let the world know about it. And it was just a group of people that's controlling that guy Hawass over there. See, the Arabs are pimps. They go to the highest bidder. Whoever got the most amount of money, and you know what I'm saying, that's who, you know, or either they serve, they take some things and relegate it to these Masonic organizations. You best believe this Hawass that's over that pyramid aspect and stuff in Kemet, he's a part of some type of Masonic thing, and he's the Uncle Tom for the white man. But anyway, they said one date that they was going to go in the pyramids in 1996, and they went in another date earlier. And when they went in that pyramid, you know that you even sent the tapes, they found the black man sitting up in there, pointing towards Sirius. And when they say the black man is a form of the king, it also represents a form of Horus. It also represents a form of our own spirit. Now it's interesting because the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, right before the so-called Master Farad Muhammad had come and taught him this information, he took him outside and said, "This will be your witness," and pointed to the star Sirius. And whenever you see the crescent and the star in Islam, especially the crescent and the star on Honorable Elijah Muhammad's hat, that's the star Sirius. As a matter of fact, it's in the Quran. One of the chapters in the Quran is called the Star, the Surah of the Star. But what is the star? Because they got the Surah of the cow, the Surah of the moon. The cow represents Sirius as Het Heru, Hathor. But what is the Surah of the star? It said this is the star that both created male and female from one single ejaculated semen and will create all things anew. He is the Lord of Sirius. That's who Allah is in the Quran. That's your link. So who is the Lord of Sirius if you in ancient Kemet? It would be Osiris, which is Greek for Sirius. You see. Or it would be Isis, Aset, which is also called the seat of Sirius, the stone seat, the seat of Sirius. As well as Horus is connected with this thing also too. Is connected with this. Our sun goes around our earth goes around the sun every 365 days. Our sun goes around a greater sun every 26,000 years. And that greater sun is Sirius. Our sun is only a relationship to a greater sun as a son to a father. Our sun only reflects the light of a greater sun, Sirius. That's why you can't find that sun when you go outside of the atmosphere. It's pitch black up there. The only thing you can see is bigger stars like Aldebaran, I think Regal, and Sirius, which is the brightest star in the hemisphere. You see. Now this is interesting. Now let's break this thing on down. The Dogon tribe in Africa says, because their mystery was to locate Sirius B. And they say there's also a Sirius C. Now look at this. The Dogon said, in the beginning, there was Sirius B. Before there was anything, there was Sirius B. The Greeks, which is the Etruscan, you need to get this right too. The Greeks are the mythology that you talk about was not created by white people. All you have to do is study shit and use your damn common sense. A caveman cannot create anything as advanced as Greek mythology. We'll get into that in a few minutes. The Greeks are the Etruscans, which is the original ones, say that in the beginning, there is Gaia and Tartarus. But guess what Gaia is? The earth is Gaia. Guess what? Before there was a universe, there was an earth.
That's rather heavy.
That's some heavy shit. Before there was a universe, there was an earth. Gaia is also known as the Great Mother, Mother Earth. You ever heard of Mother Earth? Well, the Great Mother was in the beginning. But she fell and was transferred to another part into this universe, in another part of the universe. And this is the result, the earth, based on the fall of the Great Mother. So when the Egyptians take Sirius and put it down on earth, because we sitting in Sirius right now. The physical earth was not here in the beginning, but the spiritual earth was here in the beginning. When it fell as a result of the end of the fall, it becomes physical earth.
Mm-hmm.
But it had to fall from somewhere. And that what fell was here in the beginning. Our world and our earth is built off of several other primal worlds that preceded it. Before the universe that you know of now came into existence, there was other primal worlds or primal universes that was just as old as this universe is now. That collapsed, and as a result of the collapse, it becomes dormant and ends up the physical earth, which is Sirius B. Sirius A is the reflection and the shine of the light that used to be Sirius B before it collapsed. So Sirius B is Sirius A. The light from Sirius A that you know of as Sirius is nothing but the light that shines in the heavens that once was Sirius B, which is all the same thing. But Sirius A is the light, Sirius B is now the earth, which is Sirius. That's why the pyramids is transferred down to the earth. This is some badass shit we talking about here. It's awesome. But ultimately, Sirius B, since the earth is physical and the physical realm is an illusionary realm, it doesn't exist, it's just the brain is registering the physical realm. Then where is Sirius B? Sirius B is that particle of light that's inside of you. And it's only one particle of light. It's just that your brains and all of our brains make you think that it's more than one particle of light. But we are all together as the covenant, one. So that particle of light that you call the Christ is Sirius B, and it's inside of us. This is some amazing shit.
How then, I want to connect more of the Egyptian pantheon gods, particular Ra.
Right, it's a good question.
You know, and see them now being reflected.
Okay, well, let me give you this particular part too. Ra which is the sun, is the inferior form of Sirius B, of Sirius. As the great mother and the whole complex of the primordial realm went dormant and went to sleep, as a result of it going to sleep, it casts off a dream and a reflection. And that reflection ends up being the sun. Ra only just represents a subordinate level of a higher level that is now in exile. Even if you get the Egyptian text, you can get E. Wallace Budge, Gods of the Egyptians. It's in there. It's also in The Legend of the Gods by E. Wallace Budge. It's also in From Fetish to God, E. Wallace Budge, and it's in the hymn on Ra and creation. Ra comes into creation by overthrowing the great dragon Apep. That great dragon Apep is Draconis, the great mother. Got different names. And it represents those primal worlds that existed before this known universe. So this sun is a light as a result of a fall, and it's only temporary. You see.
But
go ahead.
But what did it represent in terms of?
It represented the light. It represented the light and the energy that is the dominant energy of the earth's physical plane. And in this cycle of existence of the earth, physical plane. But it is not the ultimate reality in the universe. It is just the guide that we used in this physical aspect, and it was the God of our world in the physical realm.
Now, in terms of looking, since most people are in a religious understanding,
right?
I want you to hear this question now. And we look at things from a religious standpoint. How would you then juxtapose the Egyptian pantheon? We was talking about Ra and so forth. How would then one would understand how the Egyptians related to these pantheons in a similar form to what we would now be doing in a religious.
Good question.
you know.
Okay, well, let me give you two sides of that. You had two Hemmits. You had the priest and you had the everyday citizen. The everyday citizen would virtually, basically, relate to the same entities or the deities as we do now in the form of the religion. It wouldn't be so much dogmatic into, they wouldn't have all this sense of you going to hell and everything is based on you being this wretch and stuff. But they use the netters as a central inspiration and a God to focus around, or entities to focus around as everyday worship in life. You see what I'm saying? For a spiritual purpose. The priest understood it on another high level. But the initiate in Rudolf Steiner's book called Cosmic Hierarchies, he has an excellent part in there. He talks about how the initiates would go into the mystery system, and for 30 years of their life, everything was centered around the gods, and they would believe that the gods were these entities that ruled over their life. And then at age 30, they would come and say, you know those gods? They were once human like we were. And what this would do, the initiate would have to get over that fact. I've been worshiping these gods for 30 years. And now I find out that not only they are people like I am, but I too have the potential of those gods. As a matter of fact, that's what my training is, to become gods. If you want to use another word, become one with the ultimate principle in the universe. So why would they wait till he's 30? First of all, you must understand that they tell him to worship this thing in a certain severe way. And then tell him that not only is it an ancestor, but it's also a form of him, and we are all connected in one. What this would actually do, the first thing it would do is it would be a shock and amazement, and he would have to deal with that. The other thing he should understand is the same energy that he thought it was so important that these other entities rule over his life, also would tell him that in some way, what I'm just as important. And in so many words, he will understand the mass responsibility and just how important he is. So on one aspect, priest life was different than the masses' life. Now, there's a central theme in all ancient mythology, ancient systems, is you take a small group of people and they will rule the many. But in our civilization, because it was run by the priesthood, most of the time, and even that breaks down at times, you rule to give these people a sense of nourishment in life. So ours was ruled on a certain divine order. Later on, the Moors taught the Europeans the same principle, and now they rule to exploit people for their own capital gains and their own power. You see what I'm saying? To continue. But the universal principle is the priest life was different than the everyday citizen, although you must understand that even these everyday citizens of Hemmitt still deal on another spiritual level, mentally, than we do now. As a matter of fact, we could somewhat say that Egypt wasn't, although it was physical, it was another type of physical. It was not even in the same dimension that we are now.
I wanted to ask you that in continuation of the teachings, because as you say, they taught that you too are God and so forth.
Right.
And then there were principles laid down. You know, there's the 42.
Yeah, good thing you said that, because I wanted to explain something to that.
So I want to begin to look at what they left on the walls, why these principles, and later on we're going to get into the continuation of these things, how we see them reflected in
one thing you got to understand is too, we got a problem of looking into the, we have a problem of looking into the past with a modern mind. So when all the scholars were saying that, you know, your 10 commandments come from your 47 laws of Maya, the negative confessions, they was thinking that they was reciting those things based on the same dogma thing of behavior and moralism. There's a catch to that on the spiritual aspect. The reason why they would recite these things and say, I have not done this, and I have not done that, and I have not done this, and I have not done that. It's impossible for the human body to not do half of them things. It's almost impossible. It was not talking about the physical body. When it was saying, I have not done this, and I have not done that, and I have not done this, and we would recite this, it was not talking about what we didn't do physically, because it's impossible for you not to do something physically in 47 ways not to do it. That's almost impossible for you to adhere to that. The mystery was, and get this, they was not talking about what they didn't do based on behavior. They was talking about what their soul didn't do. Because the soul is inside of the body, it is pure and lying in a dormant state. The Horus principle was saying that I have not done this and I have not done that. It's talking about the negative confessions. Negative means inner other than outer. It didn't say confessions. It said negative confessions. If you understand what negative confessions mean, it means outer, inner. So it was saying it was the soul confessing about what it didn't do, because the soul is on the inside of the body. And it is not responsible for what the physical body does. It is lying dormant on the inside. And that's one of the mysteries of that. You see, that's one of the mysteries of what that Maya is. It is the laws of Maya, because Maya is the soul on the inside not doing those things. You see.
Then I wish you could express that further. If we look at the that papyrus of the wind of the soul, and just kind of further elaborate these teachings and how these teachings are reflected the way the people actually values and morality and principles of life were practiced, and why were they, to what ultimate meaning, what how did that balance one within nature, a life that transformed them into this alchemic possibility?
I think that the ultimate nature of those teachings that we get in ancient Hemmitt had more to do with them preparing to teach a people after they totally fall than it was those people of that day. You see, than it was those people of that day. Because on one aspect, we get the mythology and the eschatology, which means later day events, but we get the historical aspect of it, although they have a great history. Even the history of Kemet with Manetho was not necessarily a primary focus of the Egyptians. Hell, they weren't writing history, they was living it. But on the other hand, those monuments, a lot of the times, had a lot to do with a call or something that you're going to leave as an insurance plan for yourself to get later on. You see, I know that the Afrocentric movement is based on the premise that we got to try to get back to that, but we're not going to get back to that of Egypt. If we were supposed to get back to that of Kemet on the physical realm, we wouldn't have damn let the shit fall in the first place when we had a 4,000-year warning. A butterfly does not go into, a caterpillar does not go into a cocoon to come out a caterpillar. It metamorphosizes into something on another plateau. So I know the consensus of the Afrocentric movement is we got to reestablish those laws of Ma'at, and we don't understand it. We are reestablishing those laws of Ma'at, not from the outside, but from the inside of what we are becoming. And whether we know this or not, the deterioration and the pain and suffering of our people is a part of the process. Now, I'm not talking about from the Christian standpoint, oh, I suffer now so I can get into heaven. But we're talking about energy has to go to the lowest state so the molecules can ferment and putrefy to get to a higher state. So it was inevitable that this happens. That this happens. And a lot of those teachings that they left behind were more significant for us now than it were for the people then, I believe. Because the priests were the ones that controlled majority of the spiritual thought. Outside of the everyday citizen, but they didn't need the type of moralism that we need, because if a person's nature is good behavior, we can't think of that concept now. Because number one, we live in a land with a grown-up juvenile delinquent and a vile cold beast that gives us our thought. So we can't even fathom just the people, nature being good. That's what Elijah Muhammad said. The black man and black woman's nature is righteous in that aspect of those people. So they didn't have to spend time in the type of moralism that we think on behavior. Certain things were just commonplace and just the way things were. You see what I'm saying? So what we are mistaken for all that moralism is the lining up of energies. Okay, that's what I wanted you to get into. Yes, sir. Keep going. Is the lining up of energies to flow as a certain order of things other than us behaving. A dog don't need no book on how to learn how to behave. He don't need no instruction manuals and large temples on learning how to behave. The whole concept of moralism is a later day concept put in by Rome and later day religions for control. We didn't spend the most of our lives behaving as we had done something wrong, because the concept of us being something to be ashamed of is not even an African concept. You see what I'm saying? So we don't have to apologize and spend all the time in moralism. What we are misconstruing, and we're taking a Christian model and trying to line it up with what we see in the ancient world, and it don't go that way. These principles were applied to scientific measurements on how you even function on the physical realm of lining up energies. And you can line up energies magically to do your bidding in all types of forms of everyday life, including lining up energies on the way you thought to get through certain situations. So we're talking about gods in operation with the primordial forces of the universe, other than somebody talking about bowing down and got to appease God. So we're talking about an advanced ecological system and a spiritual system, which is science at work. And we are mistaken spirituality being something outside of science, and they one and the damn same. It's just that the white boy has made such a dichotomy by not including the spiritual side of the same sciences and only giving you the physical side. And we think that science is what the cracker give us now. Spirituality itself was science, because the root word for science is what? To know. Knowledge. And Tahuti, which is the alchemical component or ultimate symbol of this particular knowledge is the God of knowledge represented that divine knowing. You see what I'm saying? But it had nothing to do with moralism. You see what I'm saying? More so that it had something to do with operating energies like a magician uses magic on certain realms to create an atmosphere conducive to what the fuck he wants. You see what I'm saying?
Two questions come out of that. Did you finish? I don't know.
Yeah.
Two questions come out of that. Then, if these temples and those principles enabled one to have a kind of a magical force, or to control the magical force, actually, to really control and manipulate the
You're manipulating the principles of the physical realm and the laws of nature.
Bring about a desired
exactly.
Then
a laboratory.
Yeah. Then then what kind of life relationship that existed there in terms of, if you could juxtapose that to the kind of what we call today immoral lifestyle? Can we look at that? I mean, you talked about a dog knowing how to be a dog and so forth, but what then would have been the relationship between people? There didn't seem to have been a lot of war, didn't seem to have been jails and all these things. So I just want you to touch on that, and then we can move.
What would be you saying what would be the relationship with them?
How would we look at that in terms of what we consider to be morals today? How do people treat one another? Was there a great deal of violence and destruction placed upon one another, fighting and killing? And
well, anytime you own
what kept that from happening?
Well, what kept that from happening was first of all, the spiritual forces on the inside of them was alive. So we were talking about gods with acting in the flesh. So they didn't have to worry about that. It's only when the God particles shut down and go to sleep, like most people are asleep, that we got to rely on total emotion of the physical body. You see what I'm saying? That would get us into all types of disputes because we're not weak. But we're talking about a people that was woke up, and if the God was operating in them, it could operate harmonious because that entity on the inside of them was functioning on a high level of enlightenment. That's the difference. Basically, we function now on a certain level, but we have gone to sleep. And in Jung, Carl Jung, the psychologist, hit it on the head also because he studied a lot of the Vedic texts in India, where they said that most people walking around in a perpetual dream. They're not even awake. So it's just raw senses, and they're just hoping they don't bump into something the wrong way. Although their eyes are open and they're talking like this, they are asleep. So it's the difference between a people being awake, and a people walking around dead and sleep. The entity on the inside of him corresponded as gods just living in the physical. So they said that Hemmitt was heaven on earth. It was the best aspect of what it could be in the physical realm. And that's the difference. So the difference would be you got a bunch of shut down people that's gone to sleep, literally. You see what I'm saying? On the other hand, they were just functioning as gods. You see, they tell you that religions come into play when civilizations start to deteriorate and people need moral guidance as a guidebook just to act human. So we're talking about something totally on a whole nother concept. Now, if you want to really ask the question, can you think of this thing in human terms on what it must have was like at that time?
Yes.
We can't even fathom it. Because the whole concept of what we know is based on the world around us is so alien to it. Even when they tell you that man only used 1/10 of his brain, well, that was the white man that only used 1/10 of his brain. But because we are in a society that's based on 10% brain power, we only use 10% of our brain too. So we can't even fathom what a person who has the ultimate function of his mind, body, and soul. You see what I'm saying? So we look at that as just some little primitive culture. Ultimately, ain't greater than America, but we're talking about something no different than when you see them doggone space age movies as a people that you know more advanced than you. The mentality that they had was even on another level. To Hemmitt was in a whole nother dimension compared to what we are. And I saw it one time when I saw one of David Roberts' pictures he did of Edfu Temple before the colors fell off. And I looked at it and my soul said these people were not human. Not in the sense of what we think humans are now. Although they might have been in a physical body, the entire experience, the entire mindset was on an extraterrestrial level. That we can't even begin to fathom what we have fallen from, because we are in a dream state. And although we, a little bit of conscious people, are waking up, we just don't have the memory or the data to even indicate something like that on a world fucked up like this. But every now and then we get glimpses of it. And we can't even explain the shit. So that would be an aspect of it.
Then, Bobby, I must ask you this question, because it is a question that young people will always put to me in seeing this.
Yeah.
If at that time African people were anywhere near this this level of being, how then could some people that we consider to be barbaric and subhuman have ever penetrated that world, let alone to bring it to its knees and dominate it? So I would like for you to kind of look at
great question.
How that happened, how long that may have taken, and then who are these people that came in that we call Greeks and Romans, and in what period did this penetrate?
Okay. Pretty much that's the general historical thing. You can pretty much know it when the invasion started. That's pretty general as far as knowledge now has been covered. And it's pretty general, but what I can say is we did not fall based on outside invaders coming in. The outside invasions was a part of the process of a twilight period and a shutting down period to go to the next phase in this whole scope of things. And as a result of shutting down and have to go to the next phase, these things came into play, no matter how horrible they may seem, as a result of what it had to take to go to another phase. Now you must understand that we had spent millions of years, we never know. It's older than what we think it is. Talking about going to another afterlife. But in order for that afterlife to take place, there had to be a process to happen. In order for that process to happen, you had to have a tearing down of the life that made the civilization we call humanity, that we were a part of, great. You understand what I'm saying? And in order to tear that down, you had to have a mass form of deterioration, regeneration, and straight up disintegration. And basically, in the process of this happening, all of the other things came into play to bring that about. because ultimately we think that we are in control and we are not. The spirit realm that's on the inside of us dictated how it was going to bring itself to the next level. And as a result, it brought certain calamities to the outside to condition itself on the inside, because ultimately we were talking about we were not a part of the physical realm. So ultimately we're not a part of the physical realm. The physical body that we have grown to know as us does not have the ultimate say-so. It is the entity on the inside of us. And that entity on the inside of us had to put a certain situation and conditions together to give itself the type of nourishment that it needed to throw off this physical body. And it could not throw off this physical body with the physical realm being healthy and us maintaining the greatest humanity that we had already maintained. So we're talking about a form of a process. We did not fall, we gave this shit up. Okay, we back now. I want to give you some of this information. The information can be documented if you want to buy some of this particular information, talking about this subordinate creator who is not the original God. You need to get Bentley Layton's Gnostic Scriptures, which was dug up in 1945 in Egypt, which predates Christianity. And in so many words, the Christians stole another person's religion and then tried to kill them off. But up in 1945, these particular Gnostic scriptures was dug up again. So you can find out about this in Bentley Layton's Gnostic Scriptures. Also, I have my book, Titan 1 and Titan 2. That deals with these. I'll give you a copy. That deals with these, Titan 1 and Titan 2. And it also has the actual manuscripts. This Titan 2 is called Gnostic Mythology, and it has these Gnostic documents that was dug up in 1944, which was the story of a dollar broth that I was just telling you about. Now it quotes in this particular book, and I'll show you a quote. It talks about this. So anyway, this particular entity broke away from the heavens. Because he didn't bother to look up to see that there was gods before him, he just thought that he was the God of the universe. And a dollar broth, which is also called Yahweh, says, was boastful and arrogant and exclaimed, I am the Father and the God, and beyond me there is none other. But Sophia, which is also a form of the same great mother over and over in different languages, hearing this, cried out to her son, lie not, a dollar broth, above all thee is the Father of all, the first man, the Son of Man, and man. Now in the Greek mythology, before Zeus comes into being, which is the father of the Greek mythology, and that's where you get the origin of the word Jesus. It comes from Zeus. J, which is Jupiter in Rome, which is Zeus, and Zeus, which in Greek is Jupiter. They took the both words and put it together, the J, which is no J in the Hebrew language, and Zeus, or Zeus, and you get the word Jesus, or Jesus. Now Zeus, that's why I never say the word Jesus, just say Christ. Because it's not even a Hebrew word, it's a Greek word. Zeus, before Zeus ruled, the Titans ruled. And the Titans were the gods of the universe. Zeus comes into being in so many words and burns up the Titans in a long war, and then take the dust from the Titans and make man out of the dust. So in the first of this book, they say that in actuality, in Titan 1, they said we need to go beyond the Olympian pantheon to the gods who they overthrew, which were their parents. So we are the parents of the ruling entities in heaven. But even in your Bible, it says this hell and this heaven will pass away. If everybody's trying to get to heaven, why is it in the Bible tells you that the heaven gonna pass away? The hell you trying to get to a damn place and ain't gonna be there when you get there? They say that the kingdom is gonna be on earth. And we are the ones that's supposed to establish the kingdom.
No.
But, okay. But I just want to say this one last part. So Zeus overthrows the Titans, and the Titans are and when he overthrows them, he burns them up, and the dust from the Titans was used to create man. And we are the dust from the Titans.
That's the Greek mythology.
That's the Greek mythology.
Okay. Now, in trying to deal with the African origins of Christianity, and looking at the way the Europeans changed much of the concepts of the structure that was out of the Egyptian worldview of the system.
Right.
And especially when we talk about the Nicene Council and all that. Can you explain to us how what we call Christianity evolved and the difference that it had as a Coptic Christian and then a European Christian?
Okay, the Coptic Christian, the Coptic Christianity. The story with the Abdallah I told you, the subordinate deity, that's coming from Coptic Christianity. When they dug these texts up, the Gnostic texts, they were translated from Coptic. In so many words you had, and I'm going to give you the whole story on how this thing went down. In so many words, originally you had a group of people who were the original Coptic Gnostics out of Alexandria, Egypt. Which had been there since the beginning of Egypt, but they were called Typhonians then, and they'd gone through a series of things, and so basically Coptic just means later day Egyptian. They had their cult all the way up into, and when I say cult, I'm not talking about in a negative thing, we're talking about a civilization all the way up into Rome. Now, Rome at the time.
One thing before you get to Rome. How did it differ from Isis, Horus, Osiris, and the Egyptian pantheon?
Okay, let me explain something to you. When we get the Egyptian pantheon, we're getting most of the story from Plutarch, which is a Greek writer. When we look in the Book of the Dead and we look into most of the Egyptian things, you got to understand when you look at the large monuments in Egypt, most of those things are written in ritual. So we don't get the true pharaonic thought. When I gave you the Hermetic text, that's true pharaonic thought. But come to find out, this Gnostic thought that I'm talking about here, we find it also, that pieces of that is in the Hermetic text. So let me explain what happened. Sometime at the Temple of Isis, or Aset, and I'll give you two versions. The Temple of Aset, or Isis, a couple of years before it closed, maybe within 100-year period, they translated a lot of the works from Metanetta into Coptic. The true pharaonic thought that I'm telling you about is the stuff that's in the Coptic. Now I'll explain in a few minutes on what it is. On what it is. But when you get the Book of the Dead, it's hard to find out what the Book of the Dead is other than the general Isis and Osiris story, because it's written in ritual. That means it was written for the priest, and it was a ritual book of spells and incantations. To get true pharaonic thought, you need to get the Hermetic text, which is the stuff I was giving you at the beginning of the thing, the lecture. That's true pharaonic thought, as well as the Gnostic text, which is true pharaonic thought. You can't get into true pharaonic thought through the Book of the Dead, because most of the people, because the Book of the Dead, number one, is a ritual book, and it's an esoteric book, and most of the black people are not scholarly enough into the metaphysical world to understand it. You see what I'm saying? But you can get it. There's several ways you can get the true pharaonic thought. The Coptic version is this Gnostic stuff that I was just telling you about. Now, I'm going to go back to that in a few minutes, so let me explain something. During the time that the Hebrews, which is black people from Ethiopia, we got tribes of different ideologies, but it's always the same race. The black Hebrews was in Rome, raising hell. The Romans at the time had Romulus and Remus and some form of Zeus and all that. But they, over the course of years, their pantheon and their true meaning of the religion started fading. Now, you must understand, in the ancient world, just like you have Democratic Party, Republican Party, your religion was also a political party, and you ran your government based on your ideology, based on religion. So as a result, in the Roman world, because of Romulus and Remus and a form of their Zeus pantheon or whatever, Jupiter, they had lost, over the course of years, it started deteriorating, and they had lost the cohesiveness of the understanding of it. Okay. Remember I told you first, it was originally a black religion. The Etruscans, who give you Latin and Greek. But over the course of years, 2,000 years, they lost the meaning of it. Meanwhile, here's these Hebrews over here, raising hell, black people, in the height of the Roman Empire. The Roman citizens start looking and going, shit, if the government is based on your political and spiritual beliefs, then if your spiritual belief starts to fade and deteriorate, then your government will start deteriorating. So the other people, the Roman citizens, start looking at the Hebrews and started admiring them and saying, hey, shit, we might as well join them, or we need to get some stuff like that. Meanwhile, Roman citizens was Paul and Josephus. The Romans say, man, we gotta get us some religion like them Hebrews over there. Them niggas is cutting up. The Roman government say, hey, we conquered Greece. Greece conquered Egypt. And Greece plagiarized and got all that stuff out of Hemmitt. But now we conquered Greece and we got all this shit logged down to the T and lying around. Won't you get some damn scholars and go up in there and translate that shit and make our own damn religion? So we got the same shit the Hebrews got. We got the Egyptian stuff, but at this time it's in Coptic form. Meanwhile, they got a group of people called the Gnostics that came out of Alexandria, Egypt, that's worshiping the same Christendom of this religion. The Roman was like, no, we're going to get our stuff, but we're going to tailor it a little bit, because we're not necessarily interested in the spiritual ramification. We're interested in world domination through it. So we want to keep the same scripture so we can go into scripture and see the spiritual connotation, but we want a religion that, number one, we can rule motherfuckers with. So they get Paul, Josephus, and a whole bunch of these scholars. Now you must understand that a scholar, or you must understand a priest at that time, was more advanced than your highest PhD in the society, a nuclear physicist. He ain't got shit on no priest in the ancient world. Bad boys. He make a nuclear physicist and a PhD look like a damn dumbass. So when these people put some shit together, it's put together. Because we're talking about scientists that's putting these shits together. So they got Paul, Josephus, who was a Hebrew that defected and started working for the Jews, for the Romans. Paul was a Roman citizen. They go in and they get all these texts that they carted out of Egypt by Greece, but they now control Greece. And they put together the New Testament out of this ancient Coptic and Gnostic material, which before it was Coptic and Gnostic, it was Maranatha. But they know, and they put all these elements together in it. Meanwhile, they got these other group of people over there, and they bust out saying, we got Christianity. These other group of people over there, the Gnostics, say, wait a minute, hey, wait a minute. We got that shit too. That ain't your shit, that's our stuff. Mm-hmm. So what they do, they kill them all off. They're like, you know, in the movie they got with a robber, with a person, you got two people, he'll take one man's stuff and steal it and then kill the man off. Say, kill him off and nobody knows. So they killed these people off and took their shit. But it was a modified stuff, and the reason why they had to kill the people off, because the people was like, wait a minute, that's modified. You got some controlling stuff there. We got the true stuff over here, and that's what this stuff here is that they found in 1945 in Egypt. All of it has an Egyptian origin. That's, you know. But it's interesting they found this same stuff in Egypt in 1945. So meanwhile, they killed these...
Dead Sea Scrolls you talking about?
No, this is called the Nag Hammadi Library of the Gnostic Texts.
Mm-hmm. Are those texts different from...
Yeah, the Dead Sea Scroll was found in 1948. This was found in 1945. This is more advanced than the Dead Sea Scrolls. Mm-hmm. It's more of it. It's more advanced than the Dead Sea Scrolls. Mm-hmm. We talking about some shit that they can give you 1,000,000 years worth of history in about 4 or 5 pages. That's how advanced it is. We talking about each line of the damn text might scan 100 years within a fucking sentence or two. That's how advanced it is. That's the Pharaonic thought I'm talking about. That you couldn't get from the Book of the Dead, but when they translated it into Coptic, we get this, what they were really talking about. And that's when this subordinate deity comes up. But anyway, they bring out this whole Roman thing, and all of a sudden, they got an instrument that they can dominate the world with. Because they have, Paul and them have gone in and tailored the shit that it can be used both ways. But Paul and them, the one that they did was so, it was close to the original till they had to do the Conference of Nicaea and 8 other conferences to modify it. You see what I'm saying? To modify it. Yeah. But what we're talking about, what is the difference between, you asked the question, what would be the difference between the modern day Christian model and the ancient model?
Right.
The Christian model, the modern day Christian model was tailored to take advanced concepts that goes on the inner workings of the body and make them literal. Mm-hmm. So they say sublime mythology makes grotesque history. So one thing they did to make it literally historicalized everything. And none of that shit was historical. There was never Jesus over in the what you call it. I want to ask you a question. Now let's look at this. You a black Hebrew. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You ought to know where the hell a damn black man came and taught amongst your ass. Why is it that you can't find no black Hebrew or no modern day white Jew to bear witness to the Jesus thing? You would think if a person gonna give you the Messiah, that's something hell to take. Everybody talk about a Jewish Messiah, but yet you can't find no Jew to bear witness to that.
That's true. What is that?
Because the Jew knew, like all the other ancient people in the world. See, we're talking, the Jew knew that first of all, that was some Roman propaganda. of the Hebrew. He knew, just like the Egyptian knew, just like the Greek knew, just like the Mesopotamian knew, like the Babylonian knew, like the ancient African knew, that the Christ that is to come can only come one time in history. First of all, there's two things. First of all, Christ is a title. And we all are the living Christ, because Christ is the level we can rise to. But the Christ, the true Christ, that is supposed to be the end all and be all, he can only come one time in history. And that's at the end of the world. Now I'll tell you why I know this. Because I done studied alchemy to know this. And you can quote me on this. When the true manifestation of Christ comes, the physical earth would cease to be. For the mere fact that we got a physical earth, whatever teachers or whatever couldn't have been the true Christ. The Hebrews knew this. The Hebrews said, wait a minute, hold on. We get our origin in Egypt. And the Egyptians knew, like everything else, Horus comes. And Horus comes to kill.
To kill?
To kill.
Oh, Horus comes to kill.
The true Christ never taught love. That's some Roman bullshit to keep a people docile. All you gotta do is just take my word for it. You go and study you can go to Greek and study Hercules. That's the Greek Horus or Apollo. But you can study Horus or Heru. You can find out something about Heru. I'm going to tell you what this is. You won't find no text in Egypt where Heru is talking about love. Heru does one thing and one thing only.
Avenge his father.
He kicks ass. That's all he does. He kills motherfuckers. That's it. That's what he does. The Greek version is Hercules, which is the same story, because he don't do but one thing. From the time he born till the time he die, he kills everything in sight. Cleaning house. So the Hebrews knew that when they was talking about a person coming by talking about all this love and all this kind of thing, they said the true Christ coming back to kill the world. You see what I'm saying? Get the house in order. He's the God of Ecclesiastes with the blood on the sword. He's the God of Revelation. They had blood dripping from him. But the Romans came in
on the end of time.
The end of time. That's the only time the true Christ can manifest on the earth. Otherwise, we are all a race of Christ, Christos anointed one. We all have melanin. But the Christ that we're talking about here is this seed that I was telling you. Now they have isolated this thing. They can tell you this stuff in science. In astrophysics, they say there's a seed that is the only thing that is not that is the only thing that's in this universe that's not of this universe, is from the outside known universe. And when that seed manifests itself, it will explode everything on this planet and destroy the universe, and we'll go back to the original existence. If any man came saying he was the Christ, he couldn't have been the real one. That's why the Hebrews to this day, whether even the converted ones, but they copied the original black ones, never been witnesses to Christ. And the Arabs over there is like, that's bullshit. The Egyptians, that's bullshit. That's Rome and that's Paul and them. Because what Paul and them was trying to do was trying to get the monopoly on the Christ that everybody in the world had. You see what I'm saying? And the Romans say if we can get the monopoly on this Christ, we can rule the world with this thing. You see what I'm saying? So they literally tried to corner the market on the Christ that was all around the world. It is irrational for a Japanese man to worship a Jewish savior. It is irrational for a blue-black African to worship a white man. Just as it's irrational for an Eskimo to worship a black man, where everybody in their mythology got the same Christ. But the Romans came in because they wanted to dominate the world. And they tried to get the monopoly on the Christ by saying that this is the only true Son of God. And basically this person just comes up and tell you what to do, all this love and all this crazy thing. But guess what? The text came up in 1945, the true Christ, the one that comes from the Coptic Horus. He don't say none of that shit. In the Gospel of Thomas, it was like, which is when they got out of the library, they took out a Conference of Nicaea. It's found in these in this text. And in the Gospel of Thomas, he says, they say, Christ, tell us what kind of diet you want us to go on. He said, don't lie. Why do what you hate? Blessed is the man who eats the lion. Then the lion becomes a part of the man. Cursed is the man that gets eaten by the lion, and a man becomes a part of a lion. He goes on, they say, tell us about the kingdom of heaven. He said, you'll know the end when you know the beginning. Shit, you done lost the knowledge to the beginning. They say, well, then they said, they just tell about the end. He said, you know the end if you know the beginning. They said, tell us about the kingdom of heaven. He said, heaven is all around you, but you drunk, you can't see it because you're looking for these two eyes, and you ain't looking with the spiritual eye. This person in here is a straight up revolutionary, a no-holds-barred person that don't even deal with the crazy stuff. You see what I'm saying? So clearly the text that they dug up in 1945 that dates back to Coptic Egypt and only in the Meta is a totally different thing. And that's the original one, before the Romans stole it and turned it into the New Testament. But don't get me wrong, the New Testament got all the stuff in it. It's just that for the first time you can't go by page for page, but you can go into the pages and find the same stuff. That's the difference. The Bible is still a viable thing. You just can't go by from A to Z, but you can go into the pages and it's all there. That's the difference.
Know how to interpret.
Yeah, that's the difference. You can't go by the basic theology that's drawn up from the Freedmen's Bureau, which is the way they was going to teach slaves. And that's what we still on now. Same old good old time religion is good enough for me. You can't go by that anymore. You have to go into the book. That's what Elijah Muhammad said. And that's the difference. It's all there. Now let me show you the real mystery of the book to make the book come alive. Take the book, take some old deity that you're supposed to follow, take him out, and put yourself in the role of the Christ. And that's what the book is originally for. It's a guidebook for your soul, which is the Christ.
Yes.
So the person that they're talking about in there is you. Old body, new body. Old Testament, New Testament. If you take the book, just as I have done great works, greater works ye shall do. Is it not written in the law that ye are gods, and the scriptures cannot be broken? John chapter 10, verse 34, 36. So it means you're supposed to take the book as an esoteric book. And everywhere you see Jesus or the Christ, you identify that as your soul. Then the book comes alive. It's just when you start following it and thinking some cracker coming back or some black man coming back. Black man come back saying, I'm the Christ. I say, okay, good. You take these bullets. Now you take these bullets and you take them and don't be on that floor. Then maybe you have a chance. I might follow you. But the esoteric teaching was a mystery system book, just like the Book of the Dead, which is a passage to the soul. And you are the Christ in it. So it's a role-playing book where you get through the journey. You go on a journey, and at the end of the journey, you become illuminated. That's the real message. And that's the difference between the Egyptian one and the other one. At this time, it's a scapegoat thing. They tell you to worship somebody instead of you becoming the God.
Yourself.
And that's the difference between it.
Now, can you remember what I cut you off from? You were in a continuation. If you don't, I ask you another question.
No, I remember. In so many words, what I was saying was based on all of the ancient ones. They all talk about a story of the gods before this God. The God of the day or the God of the living means that in actuality, the God of these two eyes, which is a cheat, he creates this illusion around you, which is a hologram. The God of the dead is inside of you. Where's the God that died? Jesus died on the cross. Where's the cross? if you stand up and put your arms out like this, that's the cross. You get it? Now where's Christ? Christ is on the inside of you, which is the third eye on the cross. That's the cross that Jesus died on. That means that your soul is on the inside. It died long ago when you fell into the physical realm, and it will be resurrected again through the Kundalini energy. You see what I'm saying? That's what this thing is talking about. That's what this thing is talking about. You see what I'm saying? You know. So yeah, so give me some more questions.
You know, I want to deal a little bit with this Black Greek. I had that picture there. I want to use it.
Yeah. Yeah, you got it on you?
I have it, though I inserted in. But you said the Etruscans.
The Etruscans.
Etruscans.
Let me go through a little bit of history of that. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Let me go through a little bit of history of that. Before I get to that, let me explain something else. The oldest system of worship in the world is called Typhonianism. That's why you ain't heard about it. So you got all these other people talking about the oldest shit, but the real stuff you ain't heard about. It's called Typhonianism, Ophidianism, and Draconianism. You heard the word? You figure there ain't no word, but the white boy tell you your ideas are a little draconian. Well, if it's a word that don't exist, why is he using it in his doggone dictionary? And this is the cult of the dragon. The dragon is in the constellation of Draco. The cult of, and that's the form of the Great Mother. All the other goddesses, the Great Mother, take it from this one Great Mother. But she has a son. It's the mother and the son, and that son is Sirius, the star system Sirius, are known as Soot. Now it's interesting, we had this draconian and Typhonian stuff up until 1907. See, Gerald Massey, when he went into the British Museum, he translated a lot of this stuff, and you can get all this in his works. But after 1907, after he translated Book of the Beginning, 1881, and then Natural Genesis, 1888, and then finally in 1907 he does Ancient Egypt, Light of the World. All this Typhonian stuff disappears. They lock it down, and only people who have access to it is your secret societies. And they go to Nubia with a lot of this Typhonian stuff, and they cover over 200 temples at the Aswan Dam, which had this Typhonian stuff in it, as well as they found Hebrew letters all over them temples. So it was the vested interests of the Jews to cover it up, because it would show the African origin of the Hebrew. 200 temples.
Yes.
And you know the white man don't. Yeah, you know the white man don't cover up nothing. Now, so you know it had to be some real serious shit for him to cover up 200 temples. And they digging in Egypt this day, and they got 200 temples up under the Aswan Dam, up under the river. See what I'm saying? That was Typhonian stuff. Now the Typhonian stuff of the Great Mother and the child developed, matured, and declined even before the first monumental phase of Egypt, where the big buildings of the the dynastic Egypt. The dynastic group came in, which is your Ra worshippers and Osiris, and they replaced it, the Typhonian, and they wiped it from the monuments. And Osiris takes on the attribute of soot, and Set becomes his nemesis, or it becomes his enemy. But Set is the oldest god in the world, and Typhonian's attributes before it comes Osiris attributes before there was Osiris used to belong to Set. All this is in Jeremiah's Ancient Egypt, Light of the World, as well as Albert Churchward's Evolution, Origins of Christianity, Evolution, Origins of Religion. So Set is the oldest primordial deity of all time, which is the star Sirius also. But Osiris becomes the star Sirius too, as well as all the other Egyptian deities. So one priesthood overtakes the other priesthood. So that priesthood, Apep, is the great dragon also. Apep was replaced by Ra. So the Typhonians at this time travel up into Mesopotamia and find Babylonia, Samaria, Chaldea, and on into Greece as the Etruscans. But they were the
time period we're talking about.
Oh man, we're talking about well, the Typhonians were basically your pre-dynastic time period, so it's before 3000 BC, about roughly. Well, Manetho says that there's 500 pharaohs in the dynastic period, which is 3,000 years, and there's 800 in the pre-dynastic, which was 5,000 years. And roughly, he said, we're talking about about 8,000 years. The pre-dynastic is the Typhonian. It's the Typhonian. It's the pre-dynastic. So they travel up into Mesopotamia and all that, but they also, from Mesopotamia, they become the Phoenicians.
Now these are still all black people right now.
Ain't nothing never was nothing but black. These are the Phoenicians. And the Phoenicians travel into Rome, because the Phoenicians becomes Etruria, and Etruria becomes the Etruscans or the Trojans. You know, the Greek went to war with the Trojans. That's the later day Indo-Europeans going to war with the Trojans and wiped out those Etruscans. But the Etruscans find Rome and Greece, which I showed a picture. And they find Rome and Greece and establish the Greek language and the Latin language. And the first Greek mythology, Zeus and Apollo and Hercules, is a black mythology. It's just as valid. Now, Greek philosophy was stolen from Egypt years later, so don't mix up the time cycle. Greek mythology is black. Greek philosophy is plagiarized Egyptian philosophy. So don't do the time cycle. When I talk about Hercules and Zeus and Apollo and Perseus, that's black. It's not later it's just the Phoenicians' religion of the Typhonian stuff. So you say, well, what the Phoenicians or the Etruscans worship? They had the religion of the whole Olympian deities of Greece, which the later Indo-Europeans come in and wipe them out and then take their shit. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, this time period would have been around when the Indo-Europeans come in, would be around 800.
It would be closer to the time. It would be maybe a couple of hundred years closer to the time that Greece comes into world history as this white 2000 BC. That would be around 500 BC. Yeah, you know, whatever the time thing is, you know, like that and all. So it's no different than, you know, everywhere you go, you got your Dravidians. It's the same story. You got your Dravidians, Indus Kush in India, and then the Indus Valley, and then what happens? The Indo-Europeans come in, and because India is a big place, they don't wipe out all of them. But you have, further to the north, you get a lighter type of Indian. It's a caste system going on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The Greeks never were all white.
I can see.
As a matter of fact, when you see the Greeks now, they got nappy hair.
Yeah, I can see the.
And if they got damn nappy hair in damn 99, then you know 2,000 years ago they had to be all black. So we still talking about primarily a black culture, even with the influx of the Indo-Europeans. You see what I'm saying? They never were always. That's why Charles Finch say when the Greek has the Greece and the ancient Greek, when they did the survey, had a heavy sickle cell trait. So that means they had to be black. You see the difference? And that's the difference on that. You see what I'm saying? So that the Etruscans is that particular group of people, which the picture shows. I got the picture. I can run in and get it if you want.
No, add it in.
Add it in. Yeah, you got it. Okay.
That I got that.
Yeah. So, yeah. So that's what that is.
Okay, that's marvelous. If we look at then when the Egyptians, when the Africans finally lose power, what was it within that culture that get?
I'll tell you what it means. Unfortunately, and fortunately, we're connected with nature. And nature goes on a series of cycles. And everything in nature, the force deteriorates and then regenerates. The problem why we got a problem with this is because still in our mind we got the Judeo-Christian mentality that the earth started 6,000 years ago. So therefore we figured that the time when Egypt came was relatively a short time. Let's put it this way. When the monumental Egypt that you know of as dynastic Egypt comes into play, it's over for the Egyptians. Listen what I'm telling you. When of what you know of with Egypt as the civilization that you so much love, that was the lowest point for the damn Africans. Although this is the highest thing, the civilization that the white man can't even get to, that's the lowest point for us.
Well, why do you say that? Because wasn't it then when they built the pyramids?
Yeah, no, they built the pyramids
before that.
Way before then. You see what I'm saying? They built the pyramids and the Sphinx at the same time. Now the Sphinx is carbon dated 90,000 years. John Anthony West breaks that shit in the 70s. The pyramid and the Sphinx is one complex. They didn't build one after the other. The Sphinx is carbon dated 90,000 years. You see what I'm saying? I'm talking about something older than that.
Yeah.
And that was built by the Typhonians, the pre-dynastic ones. I told you that the Typhonians matured, developed, matured, and declined long before the first monumental phase of what you know of as modern Egypt, or what you know of as the Egypt that we all study, which is dynastic Egypt, or Kemet. When dynastic Kemet comes, it's over. We're literally talking about, well, even if we go by Manetho and he was conservative, he was just giving the Greeks something just to wet their tongue. They say ultimately you don't never tell a person your original origin because they can dictate how far you can go. Manetho said that basically we had 8,000 years. Then they asked Manetho, the high priest, well, who used to rule before then? He said, oh, that's when a whole bunch of gods used to rule. The Afrocentric community at that particular time, somebody else quoted that, but what they didn't realize is the gods that used to rule, that Manetho talked about before 8,000 years, guess who they were? Guess who those gods were?
Before Manetho?
No, the gods that used to rule, he said that there was roughly 8,000 years between pre-dynastic and dynastic. They asked him, who used to rule before 8,000 years? He said that's when a whole bunch of gods used to rule. Who the hell do you think the god was? It was the same damn people.
Yeah.
Now let me explain what it is.
Yes.
They got a debate going on between the evolutionists and the Christians. The Christians say the earth is only 6,000 years. The evolutionists say the shit is older than that.
Yeah.
Both of them are partially right. The Christians can back their shit up a little bit because the physical is about 8,000 years or something. But the evolutionists saying, no, we even got things that's even older than that. This thing is about 13 billion years old. As the USA Today came out and said, well, we calculated the origin of the universe in about 13 billion years old. But I happen to know, based on the Dogon and even the Greek thing, that the earth was in the beginning before the universe was even founded. But I'll get back to that in a few minutes. I'm trying to hone in on what I'm trying to find out is how did a whole bunch of gods used to rule. both of the evolutionists and the religionists are almost right, but they are not occultists or esoteric studies, so they don't understand the true history. You see, when the gods used to rule, you must understand that the earth was always here. It just wasn't always on the physical realm. It was always here, but as a gradual decline, it became physical. So when the gods used to rule, that was when the earth was not necessarily physical. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now Rudolf Steiner says that at one time the original world was a spiritual world.
Mm-hmm.
And basically the vibration slowed down. And as it slowed down, the composites came together. The elements came together. And as slow vibration, they came together and became more dense. And our bodies became more dense. Our bodies became more dense. At one time, the spiritual world was just as visible as the physical, but the physical at that time was almost invisible. It was a little faint dim. As the vibration slowed down, the physical world became more vivid and more visual, and the spiritual world became invisible.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, those particular times are during the times of the Lemuria. They got several names: Hyperborea, Terra, Alchemoria, Atlantis, Mu, all of that.
Yeah.
They were semi-physical times.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You see.
Mm-hmm.
And we used to use, when you asked a question, that we used to use, or how we used to use all of this, we had the full function of all our energies, the chakras, the third eye, the kundalini, and all that. After we had the full function, after we came into the physical, we still had the full function.
Mm-hmm.
But the ancients understood one thing, that they had a race before time. They had a race against time. They knew that one day that these particular spiritual records that is in our DNA would shut down and would go offline, because as time went on, we started deteriorating where it become more dormant. So what they had to do, they had a race between time. That's what they built Egypt for. They built Hemmitt to record as much records as they could before this shit shut down and before our senses shut down and we just would come down dumbfounded. Now, all this stuff comes together. Because I often wonder if the Africans was just as advanced as the Egyptians. You have to often wonder this: why didn't the other Africans build the same type of society?
Right.
With all the large monuments.
Yes.
The Africans didn't need to build a society because they were very advanced. They had all that shit was in their head. It's just that they sent an expedition during the time of Atlantis at one part of the earth, mainly the center part, to build all the monuments so they can have when all this shit shut down. When this stuff start going dormant.
So in the center part of Africa,
They built the monuments so that they could have the monuments of records of all the knowledge they knew once this knowledge starts to shut down because they had become more and more dense into the physical.
All right. Now, see, we were talking on the way, and I want you to throw that in there because you were saying that is why all the stuff is spiritual. You don't see economic system and so forth. So explain that, because what you're saying is very heavy. Now they had seen, they had prophesied.
I documented that the thrice great Hermes Hermetica by Copenhagen, Walter Scott, and G.R.S. Mead, as well as the new Nag Hammadi Library, which is the book called the Nag Hammadi Library that they dug up in 1945. That prophecy in there about you be in a land and the white man will be better than you and you'll be treated as a common criminal. That prophecy is also in the one they dug up in 1945. So we do know that we can trace it back almost 5,000 years that they knew that one day they was going to go into slavery. If we know that you got 5,000 years to prepare for something that's going to happen, you got a long time to prepare. And they did prepare because they had the advanced knowledge to know the future. Now, if we have the documentation, and I just gave you some, there's tons of it. They did prepare. Even in India, they say one day the man will eat the sacred cow. They have a document over there. But they did prepare. So now, here we are in 1999.
Pyramids and all of these, the Valley of the Kings, the tombs and everything, all of this is a part of that preparation.
All that. All your temples, all the papyruses. Then they gave it out to the world. They gave the Greeks some, they gave the Romans some, they gave it all to the world. See, they knew that later on that the white man would come. If he didn't have no knowledge, we would never get the knowledge back. Now let me explain something. Let me go in this thing here. If they prepared, when we look back in 1999, why, if they prepared a way for us to get out of this, why we don't see no economic blueprint on how to get out of this, how to start businesses and all this stuff that we want so bad? Why we don't see no physical weapon war between how to build new guns to kill the cracker? Why is it that the only thing, if they had 5,000 years to prepare, why is it the only stuff that we get out of that is religious stuff?
Yes. Gotta have something to do with our...
Because the basic premise of the Osiris is he's a caterpillar, and he goes into the cocoon, then he comes out a butterfly. The cocoon stage is what we have been shut down and been living in all these years. Now, you don't come out of a damn cocoon to go back to a damn caterpillar. So the whole Afrocentric community is off. We're not supposed to go back to Egypt and be Egyptians. Been there, done that. You coming out of cocoon to be something, a metamorphosis into a new creature. The alien is us in our new form. So they were only concerned with the soul and what the soul was going to go through in the next paradigm shift, because we had been on the earth for thousands of years doing the human thing. And that existence was over. So we gave it to the damn white boy. We gave it to the damn white boy. That's why he was the last to rule. We knew he was going to be the most destructive. That's why we gave it to him in the last couple of years. So you got to notice one thing about history. Now just listen to me what I'm saying. The white boy has really only been ruling for a little over 90 years.
That's true.
First of all, he didn't rule Africa until the late 1800s.
Correct.
He had the slaves, but he took Africa in the late 1800s. See what I'm coming from? He was warned against his own damn self for 700 or 800 years. He only became a world power to dominate the entire world this century. In the latter part of last century with the British Empire. So that means he's only had roughly about close to 100 years ruling. And compared to what we have been ruling, that's almost like an hour. So you just got to look at the bigger picture of things. See what I'm saying? Everything is under control. He might run around this motherfucker, but he don't run this shit. We run this shit. He might run his little ass around this shit. The white boy might run his little ass around here, but we run this motherfucker. It's just that the African has been convinced, or the ancient one has been convinced, that he doesn't, only in his damn mind. Why is that? Because in the course of us getting hit in the head as slaves, we come out wanting the same little old material mess that he wants, which is nothing. Trinkets. You know it doesn't have any value. He got to keep reinventing stuff new. And the Kabbalah says that the Kabbalah says that the true ones, they say the intruder will come. Now what's an intruder? An intruder is a person that wasn't there in the beginning, that is there now, that's ruling over the original people. And the Kabbalah says, A.E. Waite's Holy Kabbalah says, and the intruder, he rules because he causes luxury. And he rules through his luxury. He's a chameleon. Keep changing the fashion, keep changing the technology, and you keep running after the shit. He causes luxury, material possessions. So he really ain't the king of nothing. So they say the empire changes of the earth, but it only changes the outer appearance. He's the Lord of illusion. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
He's the Lord of illusion. So in any way, what we're talking about here is why they only came with religious material. Because the religious material tells you in actuality we are hard-headed. We are looking to build a civilization to match his, and he has civilized barbarism. What we need a bunch of black capitalists for? We have been there, done that. We're trying to get to the next plateau, and that's the problem. What we do, we claim we so damn religious and we believe in Jesus and all that type of shit here. But it's like the old saying, everybody want to get to heaven and nobody wants to die. We want what we want, and we want to be equal to the white man and not equal to our own God self. You see. So I asked this question: did the Egyptians leave a blueprint behind if they had 5,000 years to prepare on economic freedom? No, they left spiritual stuff in there. Spiritual stuff talk about metamorphosis. Osiris rising to the Heru. And the Heru is the higher realm. You see. Got any more questions?
My brother, I think we've been thorough.
You sure I can go some more now?
Hey.
How do you say yeah?
But, you know, whatever you feel the people need to hear. But these tapes, I'm going to put out right away because I think they need to be put out right away. Because the information and the knowledge is critical for this time. Like the other tape I held. Matter of fact, I'm still holding because I kept saying that, you know, one.
It's on?
Yes, it's rolling.
What we need to do is also too is we have been programmed to think a certain way. And I've been coming to New York for the longest now, and basically from LIB to BLS, and basically we say the same thing over and over and over again, but we don't push the mind to think of those things that in actuality that is your fears. And that's the real initiation. So I talk about the dark side, but they said ISIS, Aset says, no one has lifted my veil. What does she mean by that? She said you didn't lift the veil and all because you are so scared of some stuff. And my goodness, after all we have gone through, we don't have no reason being scared of no devil or whatever. I figure hell got to be a resort area in a damn jacuzzi compared to this bullshit. But then again, when you study the Greek word hyo, and the Hebrew word, the Christian word hell, and the Hebrew word hail, it means physical earth. Helix or hell means the physical earth. The other word, the word Hebrew word comes from the word also the word Sheol, and the word Sheol is the word shell. And the shell, from shell you get hell, is the physical body. We live in hell, which means you're trapped in the physical body. So all of this particular mythology that we're talking about, where we are scared of a damn devil as the scapegoat to blame everything on. You see what I'm saying? Keeps us trapped. Our own fears.
But if this white boy don't have a soul, what will happen to him?
Good question you asked. So you done got me into another realm, and it's a good question you asked. I'm glad you said this. It'll be good to end with. What we live in is called a matrix. is a series of emanations in electromagnetic pulses that does not exist. It's an illusion. We used to be the gods of the universe before our children took over. Our children, when they took over and they trapped us into the physical realm finally, they put the brain on us, and the brain gives you the illusion that this is all real. It's only the wiring of the brain that's telling you this. It does not exist. In the context of that, although the script is that we created the white boy, in the context of whatever we did down here, the white boy, by him not having a soul, which means he is not real, he's only a part of this particular realm or this particular matrix. And the white boy, in actuality, this is the key, he does not exist.
He sure is kicking a lot of ass.
He sure like kicking a lot of ass. When we went to, when my girl,
tell nobody that he enslaved that he didn't exist.
Let me show you something about slavery. See, even when you go even deeper into it, and this is one thing you must understand, when you go deeper into it, slavery was a part of the process. It said, out of Egypt I will call my son. In alchemy, which is the highest form of the Egyptian mystery is called the royal art. And the royal art was alchemy, the learning of the soul and melody. In a section of alchemy, the ultimate goal of alchemy is to take something original and make something new out of it. It's called illumination through putrefaction, where you take something from one stage, take it to its lowest the common denominator, which is a form of defecation, or whatever they call it, a putrefaction, a rot. And you make something new into it, a new specimen. In actuality, the slave took an African and made a new entity out of it, whereas whether you like it or not, you believe this or not, I tell you the truth. In the 20th century, from 1865, you say what the fuck you want, and them damn Africans can say what the fuck you want. We were the pinnacle that all the other African nations followed.
You mean African American?
The Africans in America. We are the most unique brand of Negro there is. And no matter how much they claim that we are savages and inferior that the white man put in their head, they follow us. And they follow us, and we are unique because we have gone through a process that makes us like nobody else. You see what I'm saying? We are unlike anybody else. We are even unlike the Caribbeans. They still have a connection to Africa. You see it even in the talk and even in everything about them. Still have African overtones to it. because they was in a tropical land. We are the only people that have been made new. And whether you like it or not, we have produced the most innovative inventions, genius, and intellectual ability that's unmatched. You figure they talk about a Diop, well hell, got a damn Diop on every fucking corner. Now I'm not taking nothing from the African, and I'm not taking nothing from the people of the diaspora. But what I'm trying to say is, we have been at the forefront of running this stuff. That's just history. Because there's something in us in a transformation that we have gone through. No matter how damn degenerated we might look today walking around the ghettos or whatever, there's something in us that's unique. That puts us closer to the ancient Egyptians than the damn Africans. That's why we connected back with it. And this was prophesized.
Hook that up with that Mellon study where they find a new...
Exactly. Good you said that. Good question. This point that I'm talking about here is illumination through putrefaction. Anybody knows if you go blind, your ears, your hearing becomes better. You go deaf, your sight becomes better. We were left for brain dead in the United States, which means that we were not functioning on our maximum brain level. But when that happens, the genius kicks in. You see, you're going to find out that we have two heads. One is the brain, which is a holographic brain. This only represents the five senses of appearances and awareness. But there is appearances. The other brain is the pineal brain. And the third eye. As long as the physical brain, the one we have that we rely on every day, was functioning on a high level, the pineal brain at this particular time had gotten to a point that it was dormant. Only some people get a twinge of use from it.
That's right.
Now, as a result, because other aspects of us are shutting down and deteriorating, because we're not at the best thing that we were even after slavery. The other brain, just like the sight that would come on when the ears go, is now coming into focus. So because of the activity of the brain is shutting down at a rapid pace, with black people in a racial senility, the other brain is going to override it. And that particular brain is the God here. So in order for the Godhead to come in, you have to tear down the old to make ready for the new. So you must understand the way science goes. If you have a light, the light of creation, that light is going to the maximum of what it can be. In order for you to get a new light, you have to have a degeneration of that creation. Once that creation act is created, in order for you to get a new paradigm or a new aspect of that, you have to degenerate or deteriorate to come back even greater than the light that you had before. You see what I'm saying? To come back to even greater than the light you come before. So, the light that we have now, what they call the New Jerusalem, never to fall again, or the new what you call it. To get to that new plateau, you had to go to the deepest, darkest decay. And from that decay, the new light comes on. So the other brain is up under here, which has been helping us out through the years, but it's now ready to come online fully. And anything that you know, if you wanted to build a brand new building, then you already got a building in that spot. You got to get the big old ball and chain, or you got to get some stuff they call implosion, where they blow it up by using the force of the building, centrifugal force. Well, that's what's happening with us. We're being imploded from the inside out. You see what I'm saying? So now, to understand this on a scientific terminology.
Correct.
We have more than one double helical structure, helix structure of DNA. We have several structures, but they have been dormant because we've been in the physical body so long. Now, because we arise, and what is happening is a sister from Detroit that is good friends with Richard King, and she was telling me that she works in the hospital, and the white boys are studying the black DNA, and every day they find new amino acids popping up on it. And those amino acids are nothing but those new DNA strands coming online. Meanwhile, out in space, which is a reflection from some shit that's going on the inside of us, at the Orion Nebula, they're finding all these clusters of stars being born. And planets. But what they're not telling you is that stuff up there is called a holographic universe or a petty universe. It's only a reflection of what's going on the inside of us. So just as those clusters of stars is being born in the several nebulas in the Orion Nebula, there's energies being born in us and coming online. And that's those particular worlds that's coming online. They've done studies, even the book, Mark Balfour's book, The Sign of the Serpent. And as back as a conference in 1986 with black people, with white people that had this conference. And they concluded that the old Kundalini energy of the serpent that was lying dormant for thousands of years is now on the rise, as well as 1986. So you can imagine the way it was then. Now, so as a result, when I was telling you about the projects and all that stuff, and they had to exterminate some people, with this Kundalini energy that was rising, they had to kill off a great deal of people because there is some truth to natural selection. The weaker, the stronger kill off the weak. They wouldn't have been able to take our energy. So in order to even live on the planet as they are now, by 95, they would have been dead if they hadn't. But don't worry about it, though. It's inevitable anyway.
So the white boy is trying to kill us off before we...
Well, no, actuality, he realizes that he can't kill us off and live on the planet.
But he's trying to control our population.
He's trying to control the population for the simple doggone fact that too much of us on the planet, that energy will kill it because of the energy that's rising within us. Because it's just like any other species that kills off the natural. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now let me tell you another thing about the white boy that a lot of people don't understand. The European is not racist to you based on he's taught racist. The European is racist to you because he can't take your energy.
I believe that.
There's a certain energy that we have in us, and when it crosses his streams, he can't take the energy, and it comes out as racism.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe that.
Now let me explain how this energy is. Based on the science that we get, the white boy is a cross species of different animals plus some human DNA. And the human DNA is what gives him 2 arms, legs, hands, eyes, and all that. Although he don't look like you. But he has several, ape, some pig, you see the white skin, some other stuff. His hair is even fur. So all the black women putting fur in their hair don't realize that ain't nothing but fur. Nobody got, the only animals that's got hair like us is revered as Christ animals, the lamb and all that type of stuff. But him, he has fur, and all the animals have hair like him. But the point I'm trying to make is this here. Now listen to this science here on how this particular racism works based on the energy. If you go into the forest, or if you go to the forest and you go to the jungle, the most strongest animal in the world, everybody will tell you that those animals are scared of you more than you are scared of it. See what I'm saying? You go, that bear is scared of you. That's what makes him attack. See what I'm saying? That's why they say stand real still and all. If he don't feel threatened, he won't attack. The animals only are threatened if they attack. You understand where I'm coming from? So this is the point I'm trying to make here. Since he's made up of animal DNA, the European, when he comes in contact with a human, that xenophobic fear automatically comes out, just like the bear does in the doggone forest, because he's got latent animal DNA. So therefore, just like the animals fear the humans, he fears the humans too, and we just so happen to be the humans. You see, we just so happen to be the humans. You see, so he fears us too on that particular level. You see, and on that particular level. Another thing about this Viagra is by the time, most white boys, by the time they get 30, it's over with them sexually.
I didn't know that.
See, they tell you that the white boys, they used to say it was for everybody, but it wasn't for everybody, it was for white people. The white man's sexual nature peaks at 19, and it's downhill from 19. You see what I'm saying? That's because you're gonna find out that what makes you sexual virile is the connection between the penis and the pineal area and the brain. Because it's calcified, he is incompetent also. So that's what they needed, the Viagra to offset this thing, and that's one reason why the white girls was flocking to the black men in mass too. Because the he can't perform sexually, and even if he does get it up, he's so inadequate down there until there's a certain rhythm that the black man has that to a black woman is just normal. It's just normal sex, but to a white person, they can tell the difference that the white boy don't have. You see? That the white boy don't have. So that's what they need the whole Viagra thing for, to doggone try to bridge the gap, which is melanin. You see what I'm saying? Which is doggone melanin is what this particular thing is. You know. So man, I'm telling you, as much as we may seem that we're not on it, we are really on it. You just have to look at the greater picture. You have to look at the greater picture. And too much we are dealing off of raw emotions. You see what I'm saying? You see. Are you still on?
Yeah, I'm still on.
We're dealing with raw emotions, so therefore we don't try to look at the bigger picture on the way things are and why they are the way they are. We are in this position and all because this position was just the weeding out station to make us better before we get to the other realm. And what I mean by that is, there's a quote in the Kabbalah says that God, if you want to believe in it, but it's still a good quote, because it's also talking about the higher God in us. It said God put pain and suffering on the people that it loves. It says so that they can use up everything in this world so that they can inherit the world to come. It is in the ones that he don't love that he let life go by. That he let life go by with ease. You see what I'm saying? No. With ease. So that they can have the best of everything in this world so there won't be nothing left for them in the next world. You see what I'm saying? And basically we were just in a period of a sleep. Now the Gnostic text says that in the last days, man will be against man, woman will be against woman, woman will be against man, man will be against woman. Wrath, torture, murder, mayhem, and all that. But it also goes and says, what these people don't understand is these people are dreaming dreams, and they need to wake up. And this is not a metaphor. Literally, this is an illusion. You see what I'm saying? But it's only programmed again through your subconscious. And our subconscious has always dictated us by somebody programming and telling us what reality really is. And what is reality? Reality is only what you told yourself it was.
My brother, Mr. Hemmitt, Bobby, good brother. I'm gonna let you retire for the night. I want you to do one thing now. I don't have a release for you to sign. And we do some TV. So I'll need you to give me a release verbally on camera. And that'll suffice.
So you'll do what? The cable show?
We do cable, yeah. I may run this on the cable program also.
Oh.
I probably will run this on cable.
Yeah. Whatever. That's the release. You're welcome to do it. It's time.
All right. And so you give me also release to market and everything.
Yeah.
All right. Marvelous.
That's right.
Okay, my brother. Thank you.
You gotta give me my tape.
Oh yeah. You're gonna get that. I'm gonna set it right on the camera. You're
All
gonna
right.
get his tape.
Soon. You see, and the Etruscans was a matriarchal culture, huh? So even that, you see, it's a black culture. Right. So the Romans, so now I want to get this straight now. So what we see as central Greek stuff was intentionally given to the Greeks by the Egyptian priests by translating the stuff into Greek and also into Latin. Then the Romans came in, which was a culture that the original Romans were black people, and pretty much like Dr. Asa Hilliard said, and a lot of these scholars, if we was to transport ourselves back to ancient Rome, just like if you go downtown Manhattan, you would see most of the people you would see would be white. But if you go to Harlem, most of the people you see is black. Ancient Rome used to look like Harlem, because the culture was so old and they had ruled for so, well, they were been a part of civilization so old, black people, Africans, until the central people that you would actually see would be a sea of blackness. Mm-hmm. So when you see these epic movies that they have, and you see one or two black people in the crowd of a whole sea of white people, in Ben-Hur and all these types of Roman movies, Spartacus and different things like that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. If you was to actually go back to that particular time, it would be groups of white people, patches of Europeans that migrated into a central black culture. Mm-hmm. Or you would have a group of people that came together as a Roman Senate and dominated and started ruling over a wide body of people, so it would be like South Africa. The masses of the people are black, but they got these rulers that migrated in. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But here go again. We looking at stuff in the modern mind, because I got pictures of Roman families just black to this day. If you go to Rome, they got nappy hair. You see what I'm saying?
How then was the culture of the Romans so different from that of their predecessors if they were still black people, Egyptian people?
Okay,
it's culture and
the culture. Now
different.
remember, now some of this culture started. It wasn't the central people of the land that was running it. It was these usurpers, just like you would have in South Africa, that had come in. You see what I'm saying? That had come in and started imposing things. Now let me give you an example. They talk about Roman genius, and they did this, the bathhouses and the aqueducts and all of this kind of thing. They said basically the Romans benefited from when they would go into places in Africa and around the ancient world and take slaves, and those slaves would take their technology, they bring them back, and they would use their technology to build Rome. So even from the buildings and from anything they did, it wasn't the actual Roman people that did this. This was the people that they colonized. Mm-hmm. You see, or extrapolated. And these geniuses around the ancient world would come in and build the Roman engineering. You see, the Romans didn't do nothing, but it was just a small body of people that didn't know how to do but one thing: kill people and have people being killed for recreation in the Colosseum. You see what I'm saying? But here's the people that knew how to acquiesce certain material that they had gotten from the ancient people. So, let me give you a classic story. A classic story was that they were dominating the Hebrew people, and at that time, Hebrew people were black people. Mm-hmm. The white Jew didn't come into the picture until Spain. He was converted into Judaism. So the ones that were nothing but were nothing but Upper Egypt, Lower Egypt, which is Upper Egypt, and Upper Egypt is Lower Egypt. You see what I'm saying? Right. So they called the bottom part of Egypt, going into Ethiopia, that was called Upper Egypt. The top part of Egypt they called Lower Egypt. Mm-hmm. The Lower Egyptians later on became your Hebrews. So we still talking about a branch of Egyptian family. Because even in Hebrew mythology or Hebrew lore, they say that Mizraim is Egypt, and that's one of the tribes of Egypt, tribes of Israel. Then you get the word Israel, Isis, Ra, and El.
under the ring for Horus is Al. So Israel is Isis, Ra, and El. Because Ra is also interchangeable as a form of Osiris, because Osiris is the hidden god. When you get the word Amen Ra, Amen means hidden. So Isis, Ra, and Al, son, Horus, Israel. You see what I'm saying? What we're talking about, nothing is just other branches of our family, whether it's Phoenician, whether it's all of this type of stuff, whether it's Sumerian, we talk about nothing that was not black. Everything was black. Now, in dealing with this, when the Romans is ruling over they got ruling over Israel, parts of Israel in Palestine, Jerusalem, what have you. At that time, in order for the people at that time, so they talked about the Roman Senate and the first, and these, and you know, the Greeks and the Romans are the birthplace of democracy. But all those are later concepts, and those are concepts that was given by the Senate. But the actual people of that land, if you didn't have a central religion or a central system of spirituality, the people would rebel. So what happened was they had these Hebrews in the area that had a proud tradition of whatever they was into based on their religion. So the Roman citizens is going, look, we favor them because these people have a central way of worship, a central way of life based on their religion or based on their system of spirituality. At that particular time, the Roman mythology of Romulus and Remus had fallen into disrepair because the Roman emperors was telling everybody that they were the gods. So you worship Caesar. So as a result, after a couple of 100 years, the actual central theme of mythology started falling into disrepair. And they knew that the Roman people would start to rebel. But then they started seeing the Roman people gravitating to around a new offspring of Hebrewism at that particular time, which was early Christianity, which is different from the Christianity that the Romans did. I'll tell you that in a minute. But they were going to, it was Gnosticism and the Hebrew thing, and the central people in the culture started looking at people outside of Rome as a central aspect of spirituality, and if Rome couldn't convince the people that to follow Caesar, then the people would rebel and Rome would fall. So Rome said, look, we have to get a central religion. They say now, the Egyptians invested in Greece with all these texts. We took over Greece, so now we own all of the texts. So what they did was, they knew that some of the things that the early Christians and the early Hebrews was dealing with wasn't nothing but Egyptian mythology and Egyptian science anyway, and they owned all of those particular texts. And they got together
with a series of conferences and put together what we call the Central Christianity Now. The only thing was the Central Christianity had a deeper discipline that the Hebrews and those particular early Gnostics and stuff went by. And the Romans say, well, look, some of these things, you know, like not eating pork, or not being able to drink or certain things, and some of these disciplines, they say, well, look, we will put in the new religion to accommodate the Romans who was used to gluttony. You see, same thing happened in the period of when they was trying to get the European, after the Romans usurped the Christianity and tried to get the Europeans to follow Christianity. The Europeans said, well, look, we'll follow Christianity, but we got to take our festivals and our different practices. You got to incorporate them into Christianity. So all these winter solstice and these festivals later on became Christianity, Christmas, and some of these festivals that the Europeans had around that time, they just usurped them and put them into the Christian holidays, made them into Christian holidays. But if you trace them back, if you trace them back, you will see that they were pagan in that particular way, which was some of these festivals.
Right.
So as a result, Rome had to make a central religion of the state, but they had to make a religion that can accommodate the masses of Rome. Just like now, it's easier to be a Christian than a Muslim, or either a Hebrew, or the Jewish thing later on. Why? Because Christianity, you get to do certain things. Mostly, basically, you can do the hell you want as long as you ask the Lord to forgive you.
Right.
You see, and that accommodates. That's why we ask the question, well, if you don't even supposed to eat pork, why do Christians eat pork? Because they said that what the Romans, it goes all the way back to Rome, what the Romans did for the Roman citizens, and they said it was also the Pauline doctrine. You see, Paul was a Roman citizen. Paul was also an agent for Rome.
Right.
You see. So he fashioned a Christianity without the strict doctrines so that the Roman people could acquiesce it. You see what I'm saying? And that's what Central Christianity is about, is something that is designed for Roman consumption and later on European consumption.
Correct.
You see what I'm saying? European consumption. Because the African way of it, you start getting into ways of life. Certain things you don't create. And we see this when we see the Christianity. We even see this when we see Judaism, which is ancient, is spin off of ancient Hebrew. It's just that we don't know what them Jews do, but they got all these strict rules and stuff. Well, stuff gotta be kosher. You see what I'm saying? We don't eat no shellfish. You see, so different things like that. But the Romans, they made it so, hey, it could be a party. We can go to the party with this.
You see, now going back to the...
Let me ask you though, when they were killing Christians,
right?
These were black people they were killing.
They were black people they was killing, and these were the people that they was usurping their religion from.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? See, they was killing the ones, they said, no, it's just like this. They say, look, we trying to take this religion. But if we got some people that's got practices that's different than the Romans, we gotta take them out if we gonna make this religion central and conducive to us. So the ones that they were killing was the original Christians. They're saying that the original Christianity don't even resemble the Christianity that we have now, because original Christianity was a spinoff from the Hebrew aspect, which had a lot of codes and laws. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So those sects that they were killing, it wasn't they were killing Romans or they were killing people that had the same faith. No, they was trying to cover up the fact that there was groups of people that had another indigenous way of worshiping. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You see. And they had to get rid of this because the Pauline doctrines had much more what you call pseudo type of practices that the Roman people could get with. You got to realize, we're talking about people that used to go to coliseums just to see black people getting killed. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, we talk about people like Caligula, with all kind of perverted sex acts and stuff like that. And we talk about people where a central part of them was gay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And if we gotta have a new religion, we're gonna have a new religion that can accommodate that gay stuff, and that later on became the Catholic Church.
Wow. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, the original Hebrews say, if a man don't have no kids, may he rot. But all of a sudden now, the doggone priests went from patriarchs of having 100 head of children and wives to you can't have no wife. And all that is some type of central way to accommodate homosexuality.
Mm-hmm.
That from the Greeks and the Romans, it was asexual. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You see, so a lot of these things, a lot of this stuff that we have coming down to us, but now you must understand this though. You must understand this. Now, if you look at history from, let's say, if you out in space and you're looking at it as a central point, it might not be as tragic, but it's personal to us because we got the rough part of it. But if you try to look at how the world goes, and let me give you an example. The spirit world told us one time that the Bible had to come into existence of a lot of moral code of ethics for the Europeans coming up from the lethargy of barbarism. So they had to have a code book because they didn't have the type of rites of passages, whereas in Africa, you just didn't do things because you were raised in a society. It has rites and passages. The stuff is not heard of. You see, whereas these people were coming out of barbarism and they didn't have the type of rites and passages. So they needed a book that they could go to the book and say, don't do this and don't do that. And later on that became the central part of the religion as a code of ethics. But in our honesty, that was a rites of passage for the Europeans. So in so many words, they needed that book. The Bible was central. Look what they did when they got the Bible and how they killed the world. Can you imagine that they didn't have that? You can just imagine when the Romans got out of pocket, threw away their religions. They don't deal with Zeus, which is Jupiter at the time. They don't deal with that, they did the point whereas the Senate and Caesar is God. And look what they could do just by not having a code of ethics. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Not having a code of ethics. So a lot of these things that went on, the reason why the Christianity had to come up out of that, it wasn't written for us. It wasn't for our history. It was for later day Europeans. Now, dealing with that, we have to understand this. Looking back to the ancient Egyptians. First of all, I want to say this about Rome. Rome had to come into being so that even the Africans could have a central experience of living with white people later on. So the Rome had to come in and be brutal, because even what's her name said it. Look, he said Hannibal's father. And Hannibal's father is called a Moor. Even Hannibal's father said, look, those people, the Romans, are people that coming in and you have to deal with them. But what he was trying to say here is you're going to have this experience. And what I mean by that is this. To this day, black people are at a disadvantage of dealing with white people because the simple fact that we think that white people think like us, and they don't. You see, we think in a humane way, and we always make the mistake saying, well, this white man, he's gonna deal with this like I would deal with it. And we run up and butt, as they say down south. Because the simple fact, we don't understand, this man has a whole nother mindset. You see what I'm saying? He has a whole nother mindset. You see, our morality is not based on laws and code of ethics. Our morality is based on us being the original humans. Certain things we didn't do, you see what I'm saying? Because we were the blueprint of humanity. Right. We were humanity. So they were saying, look,
there's going to be a whole lot of non-human activity. And when you say non-human, let's clear this up. Non-African activity. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It's going to hit the world. So Rome has to come into being to be this brutal mirror so that we can have some type of calculation on how to deal with these people. Let me explain what I'm talking about here. Let's say you got a whole bunch of wild animals. You got to put them in a cage, or you got to put them in an area. You got to see what eats this and what eats that, and experiment with them just to see how these people are going to be. You see. Now we know that the Egyptians already knew, because we got text, the text this guy Alan H. Gardner, which was a great Egyptologist, wrote on these texts. It's a text in France called Abduction Extraordinaire. Never was translated into English, but it says that it talks about these people. He said these people that live in Europe with these mountains, that their way of communication is not a clear one because they're always grumbling. Because they were saying they even had to be taught how to talk, how to speak. Count Varney talked about that in Ruins of Empire. But in this Egyptian text, they said that these people are always grumbling. They have a reprehensible sex act, which means, whatever got a hold, it don't matter. They can even fuck animals. These are the Egyptian texts that they're over in France and stuff. I was able to lucky to own one of these because it was a book came out called Set, the God of Confusion by T.H. Valdy. It's in most libraries, it's in most college libraries, but it was never published as far as a book for central publication. It's mostly in college libraries and stuff like that. The colleges got books that they never published to the public. They're only published for the colleges. And this book, Set, the God of Confusion, they actually have these texts from France in there. Where they talk about these people, and they say these people do not announce the day of battle. So you have to understand what they're trying to say. They say these people here are unfair. You see, if you have a disagreement, you're all going to come together and you're going to disagree, have the right to disagree. These people here will kill you without you even knowing that you had a problem with them, or they had a problem with you. So it goes into what these texts are trying to say in the Egyptian terms. These texts may be about 3,000-4,000 years old. And what they were trying to say, they was looking at the Europeans and all, you know what I'm saying? And they were saying, these people, these people are not, they were trying to tell the people, because these were in religious texts, don't look at these people and say that they got the same type of mindset that you have as a human mindset. This is something new that's coming to the earth. So by the time the Romans came, that's why Hannibal And then father said, you're going to have to deal with these people. But Hannibal went in and he kicked their ass. They said in one day battle, he killed 70,000. You see. And he kicked they behind and they said but this is what he did, to show you the mindset. Because the Europeans now looking at this said that he came all the way to the gates of Rome. And they said he turned around and went home. They wanted to know, they can't understand, these war generals studied him. And they wanted to know, they couldn't understand, why didn't you go in and take Rome? Like they would have done. If they come in for conquest, they're going to conquer it. You see what I'm saying? And they're going to be there for a couple of 100 years until they fall weak. So they're saying, why didn't you take Rome like they took the Indians or Native Americans over here? Or like they took the South Africa. Why didn't you come in? You had them beat. But what they didn't understand, and to this day, these European generals can't understand why he did his battle, he proved his point, and then he went the fuck home. They couldn't understand why he didn't use Rome as a weapon, as a situation of conquest. It's because that's not his nature. That wasn't his nature to conquer Rome. What he was trying to do was kick them in the ass so he could fortify Carthage for a few more years. You see. And so, you see, so it's a lot of things, which later on, so in so many words, Rome had to be, so that we could have the experience of what atrocities would come, you see what I'm saying, with later European cultures. Which leads us to the Egyptian priests again. No one again, because they did it twice. They said, we got to further this information to Greece and Rome. And then, during the time of Muhammad's invasion into Egypt, the Egyptian priests once again said, we have to take this information to Europe. Now why? They said after they closed the last temple, of Isis at Philae. For some reason, I don't know if it was spiritual, they said Europe went into a dark age. I think it went into a dark age because after Rome fell, you see what I'm saying? They never had this.
How did Rome fall?
Huh?
How did Rome fall?
Well, it deteriorated based on like anything else, from corruption. And Rome fell after its reputation was found out. Rome was weak for a couple of years, but they had killed so many people until they had a reputation. You don't mess with Rome. But remember, they said that the German Vandals, they were illiterate, so they didn't get the memo that these people wasn't nothing to fuck with. And they went up in there and kicked Rome ass. You see. So it deteriorated over the years based on corruption. And also they with Constantine, although they say didn't he kill his mother and his daughter or something like that? He turned it into a Christian
country and stuff. You see what I'm saying? It was weakened for the simple fact that it meant that they couldn't, if they're going to do the army thing, they're going to have to do it in another fashion. They're going to have the Holy Roman Empire. But it's a Holy Roman Empire. So they got to hide behind the Pope when they do these conquests, but it's not going to be the same might of the Caesars. You see what I'm saying? They're just going to have to just rule in another way. In actuality, they never did fall. They just acquiesced Europe with the religion, so it became a religious domination. You see what I'm saying? A religious domination and stuff. The military failed, but they had a new way to rule. You see, the new way to rule is the same thing when we talked about the Queen of Prince Charles after he got his ass whipped over here, and they couldn't deal with guerrilla warfare. The way these rednecks was over here fighting. They said, no, you go over there, they're going to beat you 100 years. They said, just regroup, and we will take over financially. And then we'll put, because of the finances, we'll put the heads of the government will be connected to the queen. And we'll rule that way, rule through secrecy. So, same thing happened with the Egyptian priests after Egypt fell. They said, well, look, and Muhammad was still living when the Arabs invaded Egypt. If there was a Muhammad, it could have just been a central priesthood. Because we know Bilal, come to find out, he was the one that wrote the Quran, because if there was a historical Muhammad, he couldn't read or write till the day he died in priesthood. It's just by the central surah he couldn't read or write. The star, where they mention Sirius in the Quran. You see, the moon, Tahuti, the cow, Hathor. You see, these different things that they did means that this was a part of a mystery system. You see, and in this particular case, it probably was an Ethiopian Cushite mystery system, because we know Arabia was a part of Cush. We know it had to be a Cushite mystery system based on the first 5 books of Moses. You see, it's not a Central Egyptian theme. It's just the third coming of Judeo-Christian. You see. But in that particular case, by that time of them, Ethiopia had usurped the whole Hebrew thing. In parts of Coptic Christianity. So we know who put this thing together. You see what I'm saying? It wasn't translated from Gabriel, but then again, Gabriel could have been a priesthood. But in so many words, after they came and dominated and took over Egypt, the Egyptian priest said, look, Islam is the new conquest tool. You see, to essentially bring Islam into play, they had to fight at Mecca and Medina. It was a kick-ass machine. So they say this is the same kick-ass machine that conquered Egypt. So what we can do
these Egyptian priests, is we can go under the banner of Islam, take all these sacred texts, and go into Europe, and Islam will be a conquest thing, but the religion would be a mystery system. You see, so all these ancient Egyptian texts and all this ancient stuff that was translated, so here go again, here's another translation point. They took Meta, they took Greek, they took Coptic, they took Latin. Remember now, the Egyptian priests had already translated stuff into Latin and translated stuff into Greece. Coptic is later day Egyptian. You got Hebrew. But these Egyptian priests are the authors of all these languages and all these texts. So what they did is they went to Turkey, Baghdad, Salamanca, Spain, and then they translated the Greek, the Latin, the Coptic, the Meta into Arabic. And then they use it as a central force to open up the 16 universities in Europe to teach the European. They stayed there close to 800 years. Then whatever they brought to Europe, the European preserved. They had these conferences. They had a conference at Toledo. You get Toledo, Ohio, comes from Toledo, Spain. And from those conferences of Toledo, this is after the Latin, the Coptic, the Meta into Arabic. And then they use it as a central force to open up the 16 universities in Europe to teach the European. They stayed there close to 800 years. Then whatever they brought to Europe, the European preserved. They had these conferences. They had a conference at Toledo. You get Toledo, Ohio, comes from Toledo, Spain. And from those conferences of Toledo, this is after either right before the expulsion of the Moors in 1492 or right after. They had these conferences of all these texts that the Moors had brought up from Egypt and brought up from around the central ancient world and gave to the Europeans for 800 years, close to 800 years. So they took these texts and they had these periods. They call them Renaissance periods. Now, so what they did is they had these conferences and they had these festivals or conferences or these Renaissance periods in a place called Toledo. And from Toledo, with all those texts and stuff from Toledo, Spain, Cambridge, Oxford, in those early universities around Europe opened from the stuff that they preserved from the Moors. Then, after 1492, and a little bit, a couple of years later, they start having the Renaissance period in Italy. Now remember that this is very key, because you'll hear these white people talk about
the Renaissance periods. And they'll talk about things. Yeah, now whenever you hear this stuff, this is another revisionist history. Whenever you hear the Renaissance period, let me know when you're on.
Yeah.
Whenever you hear the Renaissance period in Italy, that was nothing but them acquiescing the Moorish doctrines. You see.
Talk about that for a while.
They talk about these Renaissance periods, and they talk about all this great learning and stuff that happened with the Renaissance stuff, from music to art to philosophical points of view. That would be the mindset of the European coming from out of the Middle Ages. They talk about the Renaissance period. And all the Renaissance period is the Pope and the Italians taking advantage of the learning that was given to the Europeans for the last 800 years by the Moors. So in so many words, here's another period where they basically take all these ancient doctrines of the Moors or the ancient black man and steal it and say it's theirs. So anytime you hear these great runners, they had one in Toledo. You see. Anytime you have these great things, these great periods, this is nothing but just acquiescing the Moors. The Moors information, like take for instance, you would have different things that would happen. It would come about like trying to give you some examples of your secret societies. What they would do is the secret societies were basically started by the Moors. Let me explain. The Knights Templars, York Rite, Scottish Rite, and all this. So let me explain how this came about. Because a lot of the doctrines after the Moors went to the secret societies too, and then they could sift out the greater knowledge and then give you the several liberal arts and stuff like that. But there's higher degrees of learning that now become the company of the lodge. Now let me explain how this lodge thing came about. The Moors came in, they created the 16 universities. That's what we can count. We don't know. Okay, let's say if you went to the university and then you got your regular learning, but then you would initiate into a fraternity. Well, the same thing happened in the Moor science was this. You would come in and they would give you the general learning, and then you would initiate into a higher degree of learning, which now would be the fraternities, which is a ceremonial thing, but at that particular time it was the Masonic orders. So your Masonic order would be equivalent to a fraternity in modern day. So when you went to these universities and stuff, and you got to a certain level, and you learned the general several liberal arts and stuff, and the general several stuff that you learned, which now is all the universities teach. After that, you would go into
a Masonic order that was a part of the universities, or a secret society that is a part of the universities, you see what I'm saying, to learn higher degrees of knowledge. We see remnants of that now, where you got the Skull and Bones at Yale. So the Skull and Bones at Yale, although you got the people from Yale, but you got a secret society, that all came from the Moors. So what would be the secret societies inside of the universities of the Moors? It would be the York Rite, Scottish Rite, all of these different ones. And then later on, groups like the Rosicrucians that would come up. And what they did is that they took all of this Moorish doctrines. And so a lot of the higher degree stuff became a ward of the Masonic orders. You see what I'm saying? But all this stuff is nothing but stuff that they learned from the Moors. You see, they learned from the Moors. And everything is a series of acquiescing somebody else's paradigms. So the Moors saw a vision. The Moors saw a vision of a country in a place by the setting sun that was not even a civilization yet. It hadn't even come into fruition. And the Moors set out to bring that city on a shining hill that Ronald Reagan talks about. In the West, they start America. That's why you so many presidents before George Washington's were all black. Those were Moors. So this whole system over here was set up, you see what I'm saying? By the Moors. And for some reason, because of the Moors conquering Europe and the Moors being the origin of Americas, for some reason the people who benefited from that deemed the Moor, which means blackface one, or the black Moor, or it also means, because anytime you hear the word Sufi, that's another word for the Moors. The word Sufi means woolly-haired one. So instead of saying, they'll separate Sufi from the Moor. The Moor was a woolly-haired one, you see. And some reason, I don't know if it was after Spain. C. Primanel calls it Manichaeism, racism, with Queen Isabella and those particular ones. They deemed the Moor the enemy.
Who?
The European secret societies that were started by the Moors.
Okay.
You see, it was started by the Moors. For some reason, it's almost as if to say, because you are our teacher, you have to be our enemy.
Is this why during initiation
they come in,
talk about,
like Dr. Ben said, when the white Masons or the white secret societies, what they do is whenever their initiates or their neophytes cross over into the initiated, the first thing they do is bring a black man in from wherever, blindfolded, and say, this is your father. Always hold him down.
Why?
They know that civilization originated with us. They know that they are the latter part of that. For some reason, they feel that the only way they can rule is to keep the initiators of civilization down. It's some sick, demented way of thinking. It's a fear, xenophobia. This particular fear, we got to coin a new term for it. It's not the fear of xenophobia is the fear of a person that's unlike you, different cultures or what have you. We got to coin a new phrase that has to be into the lexicon. And that is a word that will say, you fear a person that you deem is greater than you.
That is correct.
And that's the difference here.
Yeah.
They fear us and they say that we are the enemies not because we are different. We are the enemies because we are the initiators of civilization, and we gave them all that they have. You see, if you build a TV, you build an airplane, you build anything, the blueprints on what you might later day come to build these things, you got the technology from earlier people. Now you might expound upon it to the point where it's useful to the time you living in, but nevertheless, you were not the authors of the blueprint. You were not the master builder. We are the master builders. So you have a fear of our greatness.
Yes.
And because you fear our greatness, you say, we always have to be an enemy because they figure our rise is their fall.
Correct.
You see. So they feel that they can be around as long as they want to, as long as we don't rise. And what they don't realize, here it goes again. They are thinking that we're going to do to them like they do to us, because they think that humans think like them. No. You see what I'm saying? Your mother and your father, just like our mothers and fathers, would not treat us the same way as a child would treat somebody. You see. And basically, they're incapable of love. Now, I'm not talking about a sensation, because that word is thrown around a lot. You see, I'm not talking about the way somebody make you feel, and you basically react based on this person is giving you a chemical reaction and make you feel a certain way. No, we're talking about reacting based on the way you feel about somebody is different. See, if you only reply to me based on the way I make you feel, you see what I'm saying? That's selfish. And it's selfish because you don't know how to feel about somebody, even the fact that they never made you feel a certain way. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. You know, so it's the same, so it's this thing, it's this fear that they feel that the society that they're going to be in has to be based on keeping the architects down. Number one, you got to keep them down because you stole every damn thing from them. Just for that to come out, you see what I'm saying, would make you feel inferior. Now, we're thinking like them. We wouldn't think that you're inferior if you inherited a civilization that we put together, but you think that you're inferior, you see what I'm saying, if you told the people, no, they're the architects of this thing. So it's some psychological sick and twisted stuff. You see what I'm saying? But nevertheless, what we have a problem with is understanding people's thoughts, people's mentalities, people's temperament. You see what I'm saying? And we as black people get caught up in that because we think that they think like us. Yeah. You see. But all this had to be, all this stuff had to be in the particular aspect because, let me give you said, well, why does this have to be this way? Well, look, let's just take the Moors. Because some people say, well, we might have had another history if the Moors didn't go into Spain and go into Europe and educate them. Well, let's look at it this way. If we knew we were going into a state of dormancy, going to sleep, civilization was going to go out of our hands, based on just age, based on, like Dr. Ben said, time just ran out. Seasons. If we knew this, wouldn't you rather, and you knew a younger, savage people gonna take over, wouldn't you try to want to educate them? So whenever you start to wake up out of your dormancy, you would have some sense of education and some sense of civilization. It's not the perfect, it's only a shadow of what we did. But can you imagine what would happen if you didn't educate him at all? Oh, yeah. And you came out of your dormancy and he's taking over the world. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. In barbarism. Mm-hmm. So we knew if we didn't educate them, you see, then when we did start to wake up, we wouldn't even have a pseudo-education. We wouldn't have anything. If we just get back a part of what we gave them, there's things in us that we can preserve. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And be at a better position. Yep. We can look at the white man and say he came from the caves and preserved some stuff from us and started ruling. We gotta have something so we were advanced enough to see the future, know that we had to do certain things. You see. Because if we didn't give these children this, when we did wake up from out of our dormancy, we wouldn't have nothing. Look how bad it is when we woke up. Yeah. Can you imagine if he didn't get shit? Nothing. You see. So, our pyramids, from the pyramids or from the pharaohs to Negroes, you understand?
Yeah.
In so many words, it's not necessarily a tragedy as it is a process. Now, going back to the timeline, if you rule for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, for thousands of years, what transpired in the last 2,000 years is a recess. Because you gotta understand something now. They said that the European would only rule for a short period of time. You see, we look at civilizations, America is falling off the hinges, right at a little over 200 years. You see, so we understand that, you know, this stuff it doesn't last forever. It's gonna spin itself out. You see, so it's gonna spin itself out. But then again, on the other hand, it's a recess compared to how long we rule.
Yes.
You see, on that particular level, you see. And, you know, and not unless somebody wipes you out on a genocide level like the Tasmanians or the Aborigines, you still endure. Now, it might be at a certain level, but nevertheless, nothing is ever really destroyed. You see? We gave him a version of pharaonic society. To this day, we can look at certain things and say that came out of Egypt. You see? That came out of Egypt. So we look at things like that. So here goes again. From the pyramids to the projects.
From pyramid to Negro.
Is a process more than it is and a recess. More than it is a failure. You see, we got texts. Even the Bible says the Son of Man will rise in the west.
Yes.
The Book of the Dead, one of the names for Osiris is Osiris Winterfell. And Osiris Winnesler means the great westerner. Aminta, the land of Amen, is in the west. The sun sets in the west. You see. So all this is a process for us to be in the west. Now, we go into one other part about this thing, how this transpires to us. Now, on the genetic level, they say, out of Egypt I will call my son. Or out of Africa I will call my son. You had these Africans, some people call them tribes, some people call them nations, but they were scattered. They had broken apart and they were nations. So in order to make it a covenant, make it whole again, you got to extrapolate an African body out to another land. And then you have to come in and extrapolate several different African tribes, African cultures out. And then you have to genetically mix them back together to make the whole African. You see. Let me give you an example. So they say that they talk about it two ways. They say that they used to take these large bodies of Africans and put them in the Caribbean. And then those Africans threw off the oppressors called the Maroon Societies, and they had these revolts. So they decided, look, we're going to take them to America and break them into small lots. But it won't be one nation that can take over. It'll be different African tribes from all over Africa. And we'll break them into small lots and intermarry them or intermingle them. And so as a result, the Westerner that they're talking about, or especially the African American, represents the putting back together of all the African tribes through the DNA. Because the African in this country has all of the different African tribes in its DNA. In its DNA. You know, in its DNA. You see. Put back together. Even the Schomburg in 2000, they said, well, you know, our story is a very unique story. Because our story as far as African Americans is not only where did we come out of Africa, but they intermix all different nations of Africa together in the DNA. You see? Because they didn't have the big lots of African that could come together and overthrow people based on big unity. So they broke them up into smaller pieces in America. And as a result, you got a new creation of the original. You got a new creation of the original. You see, so in so many words, the coming of the African to the West is actually the coming together of a new being that would be an even greater creation. Because it has all the elements of all the different Africans, and including all the different races in the world in it.
That's true.
You see. And that's that's putting back the body of Osiris. It's cut up into several pieces, but he'll be put back in the West. You see, putting back the body of Osiris. So we saw all of this coming. We knew it was going to happen thousands of years before it happened, and we worked through hell, you see what I'm saying, to get a product together that we're really not even, we don't even know the power we hold now. That's right. Just by going through slavery. You see. We got texts coming from the Library of Alexandria of a group of people. They said the group of, we'll say Phoenicians. See, in that way, because if we put it back on the continent, we'll say group of Africans. And they said they took the group of Africans and put them together in a boat. But they were the greatest heroes. It's in the text, Jason of the Argonauts. He took the great heroes, they say from around Greece, but actually from around Phoenicia. Or we can say Greek because that was a black culture too. And they put the greatest ones on boat to sail to the ends of the earth to get the golden fleece. And the golden fleece, in so many words, is the earlier version of what you would call a Christ now. So in order to make this Christ, it took the best of us, put him in a boat, sail to the ends of the earth to get the golden fleece. You see, well, that's what happened with us. The best of us came united in the West, put back together after a separation of Osiris. You see. And the thing about it here is we just don't know what happened because we're still looking at the victim side of it. History shows you tragedy, yes. But there's a silver lining to what actually happened. It's a process, you see. And as a result, we can tell you right now, who had the resurgence, because they talk about in the last days, in the Gospel of Thomas, which was one of the books they took out of the Bible from the Conference of Nicaea. They say in the last days, all things that were hidden will come to manifest, and knowledge will be quickened. In the last 20 years, who was the one that brought this knowledge back? Although we had several Africans and several people from the Caribbean and stuff, But as far as the knowledge being presented, it is an American phenomenon. You see. Because Africa, you know, you got places they don't even have access to books. Even in the Caribbean, they got places they don't even have access to the libraries like this. So this phenomenon that we call the Afrocentric movement or the Black Conscious movement, although it's made up of different people from the diaspora, the underpinning of it is an African-American phenomenon. So here again, just that alone lets you know, in all honesty, it shows the African being put back together in the West. It's a Western phenomenon. You see. So on one hand, you're looking at tragedy, you're not even noticing what just transpired within the last 20 years, 25 years. You see. Because everything has to start with ideas coming back together, otherwise you don't have nothing if you don't have knowledge. Know thyself. You see? And we know that phenomenon happened in the West. You see? So it's amazing. You got any questions?
Well, maybe we should call this from Pharaoh to Negro to what? A new humanity?
Pharaoh, yeah, well, yeah, Pharaoh to Negro to new humanity.
Bobby, any words in closing you'd like to say to our people who are watching this?
Yeah, I think they say never look at the appearance. When you look at, like I said before, the Barack Obama thing. Now, a lot of people are getting disappointed based on the policies and things didn't transpire and stuff like that. We're not talking about that. The phenomenon, and even though they might have been sinister moves on the reason why people put him in, nevertheless, they don't know that although they put him in thinking it's one way, they don't know that they are tools of the Spirit is working. So they might say, this is a conspiracy, this is sinister. We're going to put this man in because we have a certain agenda. But what they don't realize is the unseen hand, Spirit's hand, that put him in for a spirit purpose, just for the psychological phenomenon of black people having something we never had before. It's just like the guy Eugene Robinson. He works for the Washington Post. He said, I can tell my daughters about black teachers, black lawyers. Every job in this country, they got something. He said, but I never could tell them about no president. He said, that's wiped out now, because we've already done that. You see, so for a psychological purpose of seeing a black man and a dark-skinned, bootylicious wife. You see what I'm saying? She is the quintessential black woman, the one that went through the process of slavery. Because see, now the white wing Republicans are saying Barack Obama is not an African American because his mama's white and his daddy's Kenyan. Now all of a sudden they are saying, before, if you a slave, you ain't shit. But now they're saying he didn't go through the slave phenomenon, so he's not authentic. Don't matter. Michelle Obama is up in there, and her shit showed that from the pharaohs to the Negroes. You see what I'm saying? But my point here is this. If you are African in the 1800s, 1600s that came over, if you are African from the 1600s or the 1500s that came over, and you met up with a slave master, and you became a mulatto, what's the difference in the 1600s becoming a mulatto or becoming a mulatto in 1961? What's the difference? If an African and a white person united, what's the difference? And that's basically, when you look at it, that's all African Americans are anyway. We didn't come over here these different hues. So the point I'm trying to make here is, they're trying to run this game, but nevertheless, Michelle, not only did she come to the White House, she took her mama with her. You see. And the mama is there for protection because she knows the juju. You see, from South Carolina, Barack Obama ain't stupid. He put her in the mix because the mother knows the mysteries. She knows the African sciences to keep him protected. She knows the roots. She knows the conjuration of African science. You call it voodoo, you call it roots, you call it Santeria, you call it Yoruba, you call it Obeah, or whatever you call it. Call it Juju, you call it hoodoo. Whatever the deal is an African science. She's the African scientist. She's there for protection. That's why he brought her there. So what you do, so that you don't make it so they see her going down to botanicals, picking up the herbs and the roots and stuff, because our people have been taught against that. Our sciences, they take the herbs and the roots and build them in the White House lawn, call it a garden, put a few cabbages and a few tomatoes up in there, a few okra, and give it to little people and stuff and feed them. And nevertheless, she can go in that garden right now and pull the herbs that she needs. They plant those too. Just to keep Barack Obama protected. Because even though they might be the people who put him there might say, no, we want him to survive because we need him as a tool, but they always got these crazy people
give them a good burial, or give them a good passage. We summons, so we're going to summon the 12,000 souls up. We're doing the libations. Now, remember now, the government, they own the phone because phones is tapped. All phones are tapped. So, we're doing the libation. I finish the libation. I start doing this invocation to Horus, hey Ruben. This big old helicopter comes by. It's not a doggone, not them little black things. It's not a police shit. No police cars. A great United States Army. Vietnam type shit. We talk about some Saddam Hussein shit. I said, damn, motherfucker. Hey, my shit is legitimate. You know, shit. I feel honored. This shit come by, but maybe that's delusions of grandeur. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so this thing come by, we don't pay it no attention. Basically, that shit coming by, we got all the shit laid out. And the next thing we know, they go down and they radio 3 other big ass gunships. Helicopter, gunships. I'm sitting there in the invocation to Heru. Because there's a nice invocation to Horus in the book Equinox of the Gods by Alistair Crowley. I'm reading that thing. These 3 gunships, side by side, horizontal, coming down. She looking and she's saying, them motherfuckers is coming straight at our ass. She said, they coming straight at us. I look around, there's 3 of them horizontal. They get over the graveyard and they go from horizontal, because they can shoot each other doing that way. They go from horizontal to vertical. Side by side, they got down low. It was right over us low with the doors open. I said, these motherfuckers coming. So crazy as I am, I'm reading Heru, the Horus. I got 12,000 souls. I'm not thinking I'm scared. I'm thinking, God damn it, after 9 years, I'm finally gonna get my date. Put these bullets right up my ass. Because 12,000 souls ain't shit. If the shit ain't real, then fuck it. But if it's real, let's get it on. So I just kept right on. Spirit said, don't goddamn pause a damn minute on that ritual. She said they right at, and they came, she waved at them. I don't know whether it was fear, or she just straight up just got fucking on them. She waved at them. I'm still doing the ritual. Because see, Fort McPherson is right up the street. So what it is, they knew he was coming. So they came down and they slowed down a little bit and then they circled. I was still reading and they went away. And I was like, now you know that's some shit. But I said, I was thinking maybe it's 12,000 souls. Maybe they saw some spirits up in there.
She dropped me off. I hear a helicopter over the house. I said, oh, that's a coincidence. Helicopters fly all the time. So I go outside.